Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished scientists, experts, and honored guests, it is my pleasure and honor to welcome you to the International Space Lead Conference held at alfaisal-university in Riyadh, under the theme, The Future of Health and Advanced Engineering in Space. I am Rahaf al-Qahtani, College of Engineering, Software Engineering alumni, and I'm proud to be the MC for today's ceremony. Today, we gather to reaffirm that space is no longer merely a field of exploration, but a platform for scientific and technological innovation, and an opportunity to develop solutions that serve humanity both on Earth and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, please be of standing for the national anthem of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Please welcome Abdul Jalil As-Sabari for the Holy Quran recitation.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الله نور السماوات والأرض. مثل نوره كمشكاة فيها مصباح. المصباح في زجاجة. الزجاجة كأنها كوكب دري يوقد من شجرة مباركة زيتونة لا شرقية ولا غربية يكاد زيتها يضيء ولو لم تمسسه نار نور على نور يهدي الله لنوره من يشاء ويضرب الله الأمثال للناس والله بكل شيء عليم. الله.
We've always defined ourselves by our past accomplishments. Who we are, where we come from. We take pride in our rich history and our culture. Though our past may be carved in stone, the future is in our hands.
نحن نريد أن تكون هذه المملكة الآن وبعد 50 سنة من الآن مصدر إشعاع للإنسانية.
our steps unwavering like lines in the sand, reflecting our ambitions and the courage to chase our dreams.
Saudi Arabia will be sending its first ever female astronaut into space.
To push boundaries, to break barriers. Our ambition is only matched by our persistence, our drive for excellence. Our greatest accomplishments are not in the past, for the future lies in each of us.
Please welcome Her Royal Highness, Princess Dr. Maha bint Mshari Al Saud, Steering Committee Chair and Vice President for External Relations and Advancement at Al-Faisal-University, for her welcoming address.
Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, respected guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is a great pleasure to welcome you all to Al-Faisal University for the opening ceremony of the Space Lead 25 conference. It's held under the generous patronage of His Royal Highness Prince Turki Al-Faisal, Chairman of the Board of Directors of the King Faisal Center for Research and Islamic Studies. This first of its kind conference in the kingdom marks a defining step toward advancing scientific dialogue, innovation, and leadership in space science and technology. With the theme, The Future of Space Health and Advanced Engineering, Space Lead 25 reflects Al-Faisal University's commitment to research, innovation, and knowledge dissemination. These are values that align deeply with the Saudi Vision 2030. Colleagues and guests, space exploration today transcends boundaries. It shapes our understanding of health, sustainability, and humanity's future beyond Earth. Through this conference, we explore how engineering, biotechnology, AI, and space medicine can create safer, more resilient systems, both in orbit and on Earth. Importantly, Space 25 also serves as a gateway for space industries, opening doors to services, platforms, and infrastructure that foster commercial opportunities, innovation, and collaboration. It is a forum where academia, industry, and government intersect to transform visionary ideas into tangible progress within the rapidly growing space sector. We are privileged to host renowned scientists, researchers, innovators, and industry pioneers from over 10 countries. Their expertise spans a wide range of topics, from human health in long-duration space missions to next-generation engineering systems, satellite innovations, and the ethical dimensions of space exploration. Each perspective shared here will bring us closer to a comprehensive understanding of how science, innovation, and policy must converge to shape the next chapter of human progress in space. This event is made possible through the invaluable partnership of Boeing, Al-Faisal University's co-founding partner and a steadfast supporter of education and innovation, and through STC, our digital enabler, powering the connections that make global collaboration possible. Our discussions over the coming days will remind us that every breakthrough in space begins with a shared belief that knowledge, when open and collaborative, has the power to uplift all nations and generations. Together, through gatherings like Spacely 25, we reaffirm our commitment to that vision, to discovery that serves humanity, and to partnerships that illuminate the path forward. My sincere thanks also go to the organizing committee and the scientific committee for their exceptional dedication and hard work in bringing Spacely 25 to life. As we begin this journey, let us remember that every discovery starts with shared purpose and open collaboration. Together, we reaffirm our commitment to knowledge that uplifts all humanity. Thank you and welcome to Spacely 25.
I'd like to welcome Dr. Khalid Al-Gattan, Scientific Committee Chair and Vice President for Administration and Finance and Dean of College of Medicine at alfaisal-university for the conference overview.
Bismillah wa salatu wa salam ala Rasulillah. Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, our international and national speakers, faculty, and above all, students, welcome to Spacely 25. The welcoming notes cannot be expressed more than telling you that we have today, over the coming 2 days, 47 international and national speakers coming from more than 10 countries to share with us the first space conference held in Saudi Arabia and a focus and nidus for future progress in space medicine, space engineering, and others. The conference over the coming 2 days will be addressed by distinguished speakers from all over the world, talking about space medicine, space engineering, space business, space law. So, as Her Royal Highness Princess Mahaf just addressed, this is where collaboration starts, and this is where innovation meets inspiration. In space medicine, we will be talking not just about preparing astronauts, but living there, epidemiology of living in the space, and beyond this, diagnostic and experimental biological, pharmaceutical progress that done at space, and how that can affect many aspects of our life. Cancer, aging, regenerative, and many more. In engineering, I cannot tell you, it's beyond just preparing satellites and rockets or transportation. They are looking into beyond this in different aspects of space. Entrepreneurship now is part of not just on Earth, but also in space, and it will be addressed during that conference. We will develop regulations, ethics, where law will dominate not just on Earth, but also in space. As said, this is a new platform, and we have to be prepared for it from now. There will be 2 workshops, and these will benefit many, and we have full registration, and I'm sure it will have many impact on this. And let me not forget that we have organized for beloved student a hackathon in space. And although we opened for 40 slots, we had to extend it to 60 different distinguished abstracts, and they are presented at Al Faisal, and I advise you all to pass by and see the innovation of Al Faisal students. Let me tell you that this is part of the vision. I think our ambitious vision by our beloved government is beyond Earth. It is also including the space. And I want to also say that for us, for Al Faisal, and for many of you, the sky is a limit, and every member here, every student is a shooting star. So I hope you enjoy the 2 days of the rich scientific content of this conference. And remember that the future of space is not written by a star, but written by the people sitting here in this room. So I wish you a pleasant and fruitful conference over the coming 2 days, and thank you.
Every time we look at the sky, we ask ourselves, what's next? A question that leads to endless possibilities for discovery. Opening a gateway to new worlds and infinite realms of knowledge. From within our halls and corridors, the journey begins. Where science meets ambition and technology meets exploration, honoring ambitious minds and leading to the labs of the future, where ideas transform into achievements. Every step we take, every idea we create is an attempt to learn more, be more, and do more. What's next? That inspires progress, drives innovation, and opens new horizons. A journey founded by a community that aspire and enabled by partners who inspire.
Humanity stands at the dawn of a new era, opening new horizons in Earth and space exploration. Through science, healthcare, and innovation, we strive to shape healthier, more sustainable future for our world.
A journey of research and innovation for a better future, with ideas soaring towards the sky, breakthroughs that push our limits, and collaboration that spans continents.
At Space Lead 25, possibilities expand. From human health in space to advanced engineering. At alfaisal-university in Riyadh, where discovery meets ambition, the brightest minds gather to reimagine the future. In just 2 days, ideas ignite, collaborations flourish, and visions take flight. With deep gratitude and appreciation to the steering committee members for their guidance and support, Professor Charles Al-Ashi, Dr. Majid Al-Bahkali, Dr. Batul Baz, Dr. Isam Al-Bania. Welcome to Space Lead 2025.
Professor Charles Al-Ashi, former director of NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory and Caltech Vice President, oversaw over 45 space missions, including the Mars rover and Cassini. A pioneering radar scientist with over 230 publications and multiple patents, he has advised global space and research institutions. His many honors include the U.S. National Academy of Engineering membership and NASA's Distinguished Service Medal. Member of the Steering Committee Chair of Space Lead, please join me in welcoming Professor Charles Al-Ashi for his opening remarks and keynote address, Advances and Opportunities in Earth and Space Exploration.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm absolutely delighted to be here in the kingdom and in Riyadh, and to see again and meet some of my great friends and colleagues, and to make new friends. I'm particularly delighted, in addition to the distinguished guests, to see all these students who are here, because you are the future, of the kingdom. And yesterday I toured, the hackathon displays, and I have to tell you, I'm really, really impressed with the talent that I have met. So first, I want to thank Al-Faisal-University for hosting this event. So, Mr. President, thank you very much for the hosting. But particularly, I want to thank Her Royal Highness, Dr. Maha Al Saud, and her team to organize this thing. So how about we give them a hand for it? Now, this conference started by a meeting that Dr. Majid and I and a few of my colleagues were having with Dr. Maha. And she said, you know, we would like to organize a conference about space because it's becoming such an important element, not only in the United States, but across the world. And that was about a year and a half ago, and that's how it all started. And that's how we are having this conference here. You know, space impacts all our lives. Each and every one of you actually is using space without knowing it. Every time you pull your iPhone to locate yourself or you turn on the maps in your car, you are actually using GPS, satellite. Every time you see in the news about, what's the weather across the world, you are using satellite, to do that. Most of the time when you're using communication, you are actually using satellites in that communication. And many of the technology was coming in medicine are relying on some of the research we are doing in space. And also many of the technologies. One of my favorite examples, which I'll mention later, is every time you take a picture, which I'm sure you all do that all the time with your iPhone, the focal plane of that iPhone was developed for our telescopes. And then entrepreneur took that technology and included it in the iPhone. So the space technology and space utilization is all around us in addition to expanding our knowledge. And I'm delighted to see the kingdom is expanding its capability in space through a number of things. One, in education, that's like Al-Faisal, KF, UPM, and other universities. Through research, you see CACS. We work very closely with CACS on a joint Caltech-CACS research effort. And here I want to thank Dr. Majid, Dr. Miriam, Dr. El Dassoui, and also I want to acknowledge Prince Turki Al Saud, who started that collaboration about 8 years ago. And also I want to acknowledge in the area of research, KF, UPM, which have started a number of research centers, including the research center, for space. And I see Dr. Ayman is also here. And the third element in the investment of the kingdom is entrepreneurship. And we're going to be hearing from a number of entrepreneurs during the day, today and tomorrow. So that combination of education, research, entrepreneurship, I think is going to create a great foundation for an ecosystem of space research, space activities, in the kingdom. Now, what I'm going to do in my talk is two things. One is to give you a quick overview at what has been accomplished in the last 20, 30 years. And the other one is tell you a little about what's happening and what's the change which is happening in the space ecosystem in the future. So you look at that picture. When I was a student, like the student sitting here, all what we knew about our solar system is the dots of planets that you see during a beautiful night sky. Today, we have visited each and every planet in our solar system. Either we put a spacecraft in orbit around them, or we landed on them, or we actually flew by them. So that's amazing when you think about it, what happened in the last 30, 40 years. Just imagine what's going to happen in the next 30, 40 years, with the young people, who are here. So let me give you a quick tour of what we have, what was done, and what we're planning to do. This is an image of Venus. That's a planet between us and the sun. It's about the size of our planet, but the temperature on Venus is like 700 degrees, extremely hot, much hotter than Saudi Arabia. Of course, much hotter than any other place. So it's not very inhabitable, and it's completely cloud covered. But we are fascinated on how did that planet evolve and why did it become so hot on that planet. So in the near future, we're planning 3 missions to go to that planet, one from NASA to put an imaging radar in orbit around Venus, one jointly with the European Space Agency, and one being done by the Goddard Space Center to put a probe to measure the composition for the atmosphere. So that's what's going to happen in the near term in exploring this planet. The next one I want to tell you about is Mars. Mars is also the nearest planet, but away from the sun for us. It's about a quarter the size of Earth. It has an atmosphere. We believe in the early days it was similar to Earth, but somehow the environment has changed on Mars. This is a picture of one of our rover on Mars. The rover is taking a selfie. After it landed, at the end of the arm, there was a camera, and it looked back and took a selfie of it. Now, this looks like just a picture, but think about it. This is on another planet, and we have now 2 rovers, the size of your car, who are roving around the planet, basically making scientific measurement, of that planet. It's just, even that I was in charge of the lab which did this, every time I look at these pictures, I'm absolutely amazed, that we, humanity, have been able to do that. And now I'm going to show you one of the latest scenes of Mars. So it's a 360 degrees scene. On the surface, it looks like the desert in Saudi Arabia. But this is another planet that we are taking picture of it. So that's what it looks like. And as I mentioned, we believe that life might have evolved in the past, and we're looking for any signatures, of that life on it. It looks like anywhere here or in California or in North Africa on doing that. And one thing which was particularly unique, we actually see that little thing on the left, that's a drone or a helicopter. So we did the first drone ever to fly on another planet. And that was done about a few years ago. And the reason it was particularly challenging is that the pressure on the surface is 1% of the pressure on Earth. So that's flying a helicopter at 100,000 feet or 30,000 meters. Never been done before. But a group of young researchers at JPL, not much older than the smart student who are sitting here, came up with the idea, developed it, took the challenge, even that we thought it was very risky, but it was successful. And actually now we have the capability of flying small aircraft, on other planets. And here it comes back, and it lands, and it had to be done all autonomously, because it takes 20 minutes for the signal to get to Mars and come back. So you cannot joystick it. It has to do it all on its own. So that opened now a whole new field in that area. And we have plans now for a series of missions, to go to Mars. This is Jupiter. That's the largest planet in our solar system. And the reason I wanted to show it is because we are on our way to Jupiter. We are sending a spacecraft called the Clipper, and there is a spacecraft done by the European Space Organization to actually send also a spacecraft to study the satellites of Jupiter. The reason they are interesting is these satellites, particularly 2 of them, are made of ice. We believe there is an ocean below that ice, and immediately the ocean of liquid water. And immediately the question is, if there is a liquid water, could there be life like there is in our oceans? So what we're planning to do in the future after we study those satellites is to land on them, drill our way, using maybe Saudi technology from Aramco, drill our way through the ice and put a submarine in that ocean, to see if there is life in that ocean. And this is one of the most beautiful planets in our solar system. That's Saturn. We just finished a 10-year study of that planet by having a satellite called Cassini, which orbited that planet and studied all its satellites. So that's kind of a quick overview of what has been happening recently and what will be happening in the future. Now, of course, the planet we like the most is our own planet. People always ask me, hey, Charles, would you like to go to Mars? I say, no, I like it here. It's really nice. I like the trees. I like everything, the water. I like it here. So this is a planet where all of us, we live on this planet. All the people you like, all the people you don't like, everybody, they all live on this beautiful planet. So let me tell you a little bit what we are doing related to our planet. And now we have hundreds of satellites including some CAX satellites which are in orbit around that planet. So I'm going to touch on two recent developments. One is a mission we call NISAR. It's a mission which is basically have an imaging radar which will map our planet every 6 days. So that means including the kingdom, the whole kingdom will be mapped every 6 days. And by comparing from one image to the 6 days later, we can measure motion down to 1 centimeter. That's about little teeny centimeter. So every time you are pumping water and the surface subside, we actually will be mapping that. The tectonics, the place around the Red Sea, as they move, we'll be able to map it. As you are developing urban development, as the vegetation grows, as you irrigate field, we'll be able to map that planet. And this is at the heart of our collaboration with CAX. So that capability will be available at CAX to access those images and utilize them and make them available, for the government and for different organizations. And you will be seeing throughout this conference examples of both the images from what we are doing and what CAX is doing, and basically how do you interpret some of that data. So that's at the heart of our collaboration with the kingdom through CAX. And that's to give you an idea what these images look like. That was taken from a previous satellite that was taken in Africa and Uganda. And basically it shows you the volcanoes, the lava flows, and so it's very much like regular images that you get, except they were obtained with radar. That means we can see day and night. We can see if it's cloudy. We can see if it's dusty. It doesn't make any difference because the radar waves actually penetrate through all of these. And even the radar wave can penetrate through the surface. The picture at the top is the Nile River taken with camera. The picture at the bottom is the Nile River taken with the radar. And you can see where it says Nile Paleo Channel. So that is below the surface. It's a dry channel which got covered by sand. And actually the radar is showing us where the Nile used to be a few thousand years ago. So by having maps of the whole kingdom, we'll be able to do mapping below the sand dunes, not very deep, few meters, so I don't want to give the impression that we'll go all the way down, but few meters, and it will show us about the history of what was happening in the kingdom geologically, few thousand years ago. Another major technology which now is becoming a little more common is what we call imaging spectroscopy. Your eyes are an imaging spectrometer with 3 channels. It has red, yellow, and green, and that's why you see color. Here we are talking about hundreds of channels, which will allow us to take for every area hundreds of images, and then for every pixel, by looking at that spectrum, we'll be able to tell you what's the composition, of that material on the surface. So imagine the use for mineral resources. Al-Ma'aden here would be glad to use this data. Imagine about using this also for looking at atmospheric chemicals like methane, carbon dioxide. And that's another project we're doing with CAX, where we're mapping where are the sources of methane, not only in the kingdom, but across the world. And you'll be hearing about that also. And here we found one surprise. Immediate reaction is that these are oil fields or oil companies. They are the one who emit most of methane. It turned out it's wrong. The biggest emission is for where you dump your garbage. The big garbage dumps, because they have organic material, in them, they turn out to be the biggest emitter of methane, which is a greenhouse gas. That means it's contributing, to the warming that we are doing that. So we'll be able to monitor which areas are doing that emission. So your Ministry of Health or Ministry of Environment can take action of how to address that. Actually, you can collect that methane and use it, on doing that. Now, let me tell you about a major change which is happening in the field. Because of the miniaturization that is happening in electronics, now you can build a spacecraft that I can put in my suitcase. So here show you a spacecraft that, one of the researchers is holding it in their hand. So, and I saw some, in the displays outside, some of the little CubeSats that the students are working on. And our colleagues at KF UPM are building a spacecraft which will be launched in 2 years from now. So that will be a relatively large, relatively small, relatively large, depending how you look at it. That will be one of the first university-built, spacecraft. And these are very capable. Matter of fact, the one that KFUPM is building will have an imaging spectrometer, like I showed you earlier, and it will have a laser link to demonstrate laser telecommunication, for one of the first time we are doing that. So that will be done in the next 2 years, and it's being built by researchers, postdoc, and students. So imagine what these postdoc and students are going to be doing in the future, when they are building that, when they are at the university. And this is one example. This is a small spacecraft which was developed, which we sent to the moon. So it's not only to study Earth, but you can use these small spacecraft, for planetary exploration, lunar exploration. Matter of fact, one of the speakers here will be talking about small spacecraft we built, which went to Mars, and actually we use it for telecommunication. It's Andy Clash, you see him on the agenda, so he will be talking about it, and he's organizing a workshop, particularly for the student, to tell them how we build, these small spacecraft. And the other implication of these small spacecraft is to put network of them around the Earth for telecommunication or for monitoring. So now, in the next few years, you will be able to, instead of having towers, to do your you will have towers in space. So you don't have to build them on the ground. There will be network of them. And that's one area where the kingdom can really participate and hopefully develop capabilities for telecommunication, but also capability for monitoring what's happening on the surface. And that has application not only for the environment, but also for defense and getting knowledge about what's happening inside and around the kingdom. And the other one was mentioned earlier. Now there is a lot of private companies which are starting to build space stations. So a few years from up to now, it was mostly government. The US government, the Chinese government, with the Russian government. But 4 or 5 years from now, you are going to have private companies actually develop, space station. And it will be like the malls you have here in the kingdom and we have in the US. They will rent you space on them. They say, okay, if you want 10 square feet, to do your research or to do your tourism, they can rent it for you. So that's kind of changing the dynamic and the ecosystem of how do we use space. And this is an area, as was mentioned earlier, where your research in medicine here will be extremely important because every person who's going to go there, they are going to require some sensors and they probably would be developing some new pharmaceutical, kind of capability and learn about the human body, in zero gravity. And the same thing is going to happen for the moon. There are a number of companies, this is just, I got this view graph, so I'm not advertising Blue Origin, but there are a number of companies which are developing landers to go to the moon, and you can basically they can be transportation for you. So they'll be like a truck, where you transport your goodies. Here you can transport your instrument, your rovers. Matter of fact, KFUPM is working on potentially a rover 4 years from now that could be transported by a Japanese lander, to get it to the moon. So this is going to become much more common. And these things can be done by a group of students, be it rover, drills, landers, instrument. So you don't have to build the whole lander. You just, like you go and rent a truck to transport your luggage, you can transport, your scientific instrument, to the moon. And the other part I want to mention to you because of the entrepreneurship aspect is about the benefit you get from space. That's what I mentioned earlier. Every iPhone has a camera in it. Well, that camera was developed at JPL, or the focal plane, because we wanted to have a very lightweight, very sensitive, very low power camera for our spacecraft. And an entrepreneur said, I can use that in iPhones. And that's how it ended in these iPhones. Of course, they have improved it. So now think, every time you buy an iPhone, Caltech get 1 cent, of it because of the patent, that we have on it. So I'm sure there will be a lot of invention happening at Al Faisal, at KF, UPM, and other universities, which could have a huge impact in the future. The same thing for telemedicine. You know, you saw earlier, you know, that rover which had a camera taking a selfie of it. Well, that technology is now being used by a number of companies for the robotic arms, including robotic arms for surgery, because we had to develop capability where we can position those arms down to like fraction of a centimeter, which is required when you are doing, you know, surgery. So these show you an example, you know, of the kind of thing that we have. Another example, I don't have a slide of it, but you'll be hearing about it tomorrow. I know that the kingdom is very interested in developing computing centers, you know, in the kingdom. Well, some people are starting to think about how about if we put some of them in space? You know, actually, because you have a lot of solar power in space, and you can do a lot of the computing in space. So you could see in the future there will be combination of computing center for AI on the ground and possibly computing centers for them in space. And that's kind of the future that we are envisioning. So with this, I always like to end with this slide here because of the statement, "Dare mighty things." That's what we do at JPL, and that's what I'm seeing happening at Al Faisal when I talk with the students here. That's what's happening at KF UPM. That's what's happening at CACS, and that's what's happening across the kingdom, is daring mighty things. Thank you very much.
Now we will move on to our panel discussion, where distinguished experts will share their perspectives in the future of space in Saudi Arabia Vision 2030 panel. Please welcome Dr. Khalid al-Shathri, General Manager of Space Ecosystem Development, Communications at Space and Technology Commission. Engineer Anis Abdullah, Head of Strategy and Government Affairs at Boeing Saudi Arabia. Ms. Hala Al-Jubair, Vice President Corporate Development at Halo Space. And our moderator, Dr. Majid Al-Bahkali, Steering Committee Member, General Manager, and Institute of Earth and Space Sciences at King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology.
Hello, everyone. Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 is redefining our future, and space is one of its boldest frontiers. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to this session, and today we will explore how policy, research, and industry are coming together to transform ambitions into capability and capability into leadership. I am pleased to be a moderator for distinguished panelists today in space field and innovation. Welcome all. I will start with Dr. Khalid. I wonder, Dr. Khalid, if you can let us know more about CST and what are the most promising opportunities emerging from Saudi Arabia's space ecosystem under CST leadership to achieve Vision 2030 space objectives.
Thank you so much, Dr. Majid. It's my pleasure to speak in this great event, so thank you so much for Al-Faisal-university and for the faculty and for the management. I'll start with a good point that Dr. Charles just touched upon. The space sector has been dominated prior to 2000 by the government usage, by the government entities in the United States, in the China, and in Russia as well, and some other countries. However, 2005 and coming, the private sector played a huge role in advancing the technologies and adopting the services, the space services. This is an international practice, international trend that we think it's going to be increasing for the coming years. We believe that, or we project that the space market or the space economy in Saudi Arabia is going to reach to around $32 billion by 2035. Today, it's almost 7 billion. It's going to increase by almost 5-folds, which is huge. This increase driven by the expansion of the new technologies and the services, including the Earth observation, of course, the satellite communication, and the navigation, the exploration, and the data-driven technologies and services. The Saudi government realizes the importance of the space and its impact. So it played a huge role in the Vision 2030 that is going to be impacting multiple sectors. It's not just satellite or satellite communication. It's not just medicine. It's not just military. It's going to go beyond these sectors. For example, tourism, transportation, all of other industries, they are going to be impacted heavily in the coming years by the satellite services and communication. The government, the Saudi government, is really interested in making sure that Saudi Arabia is going to be one of the space leaders in the coming years. So Saudi government has created a Supreme Council. It's called Space Supreme Council, led by His Royal Highness Amir Mohammed bin Salman, and has mandated CST, the Communication Space Commission, to regulate the market, the space market. However, CST has a unique approach to regulate the space market. So the main product of CST is regulation. However, we need to make sure that the market is developed, the services are provided, then the services must be regulated in collaboration with the private sector to make sure that these services is going to be sustained, provided to protect everybody. That's why CST has worked with multiple government entities, including, of course, CACST, to make sure that we are going to have entrepreneurship or entrepreneur ecosystem working here in Saudi Arabia to make sure that the entrepreneurs, the startups, the SMEs worldwide, they can come and relocate inside Saudi Arabia. So we do have multiple activities to make sure that by 2030, we are going to achieve the Vision 2030 objectives using the space technologies and services.
This is actually great to hear. And we are eager actually for all these kind of things also to be accomplished with this supervision and guidance of CST. I will go with Engineer Abdullah. Engineer Anis Abdullah. If you can also let us know more about Boeing Saudi Arabia and how is Boeing supporting Saudi Arabia Vision 2030 space ambitions?
Assalamu alaikum jami'an. Thank you, Dr. Majid. First of all, I'm really proud and honored to be with you here today and speaking to our distinguished and esteemed panelists and also guests. At Boeing, we celebrated this year 80 years with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Today, we're very aligned with Vision 2030 objectives to build national capabilities in space, aerospace, and STEM initiative and innovation. We're also a very proud co-founding member of alfaisal-university, and personally, I've enjoyed and had the pleasure to work with alfaisal-university team throughout the years on engineering competition and actually being one of the sponsors for today's event, and that wouldn't happen without the leadership of His Excellency Al-Hayazi and Her Royal Highness Dr. Maha, great team and support. We also maintain good relationship and partnerships with a lot of government entities, CST, CAXT, KFUPM. And throughout those partnerships, we work together to build those, capabilities in the kingdom. On the side of, Space Lead as a first, platform connecting industry, academia, and industry to also with students as well, to inspire them into space. And in addition to that, I would say that we've invested a lot in community in terms of STEM programs within its summer camps, or just emphasizing on the human capital development, aspects. So with that, I think throughout this partnership, and we hope to get the kingdom, unlock those space ambitions, and be part of it. And I'm very proud to be here today.
Thank you, thank you. For the STEM camps, did it happen in one of the places here in Saudi? Did it already started?
Can you say again?
For the STEM camps, you said you mentioned that one of the programs that you had is the STEM camps. Did it already being tried here in Saudi?
Yes, so we had a couple of STEM camps in Saudi throughout the years, and actually last year we had a space STEM camp in partnership with CST and SSA, where we hosted 15 Saudi students in our Huntsville and Houston sites, where they got the experience to work on lunar payload design projects, carbon dioxide removing systems. And in fact, I'm happy to say that I have our colleagues and our executives from Boeing, and you will hear from them today, who actually were part of those, STEAM camps, because what we offered was a real-life projects and also mentorship with our, executives who have wealth of expertise in space programs.
That's awesome. Thank you. I will go for Ms. Nahla, and we again also we want to ask about Halospace, a small information about the company, and how does Halospace missions align with Saudi Arabian Vision 2030 and the Kingdom border ambitions in space and advanced industries?
Great. Thank you, Dr. Majid and alfaisal-university for having me this morning. And thank you to my co-panelists, who I actually know quite well from various travels through the ecosystem. So a little bit about Halospace. We are currently the world's only near-space tourism company. We aim to take passengers to the stratosphere about 30 to 35 kilometers above the Earth's surface, where you can experience the overview effect and see the blue halo wrapping around the world. It's truly going to be an absolutely transformative experience, and we're very excited about it. So Halo Space, after investigating quite a bit of locations where we could operate, settled on Saudi Arabia for a number of reasons. First of all, there's the geography, which allows for a tremendous amount of experimentation, technological advancement, research, et cetera. And also because just the talent here, the people and what they're doing, the motivation of young people, technologists, engineers, researchers, the gentleman next to me and the activities that they're doing. Taking, for example, CST has been a strong and long partner of Halo in operating in the kingdom and running our test flights. And so we expect next year in 2026 to conduct several test flights in the desert, taking us another step closer to bringing all of you to the stratosphere. So how do we contribute to Vision 2030? It's through this. It's by bringing these talents into the kingdom and leveraging the talents that are already here. Near space tourism, unlike other types of tourism, really builds a full ecosystem. We have to bring in safety, R&D, we enable atmospheric research, high altitude testing. We open up and unlock not just tourism, which is one of the pillars of the 2030 vision, but also trying to promote advanced industrials, research, turning the kingdom into yet another leader in one of these spaces. I think all of this and everything that we do is really aiming to be in service to Vision 2030. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Nahda. Returning to Dr. Khaled, how is the international cooperation helping to position Saudi Arabia as a global space partner?
Thank you so much, Dr. Majid. Actually, this is a very good question. If we look into the different markets that we do have here in Saudi Arabia, for example, the banking, the aviation, they are regulated within the Saudi borders. They don't go beyond Saudi borders. However, the space is completely different story. The space assets, they are based outside of Saudi Arabia, outside of the earth. They are in the space. So to make sure that these services and these assets, they are protected, they are working, we need to make sure that Saudi Arabia has to work with the other countries and the international unions to make sure that these assets either owned by Saudi Arabia or owned by other countries to be protected and to be working continuously. So Saudi Arabia has worked with multiple international unions, UN unions, United Nations unions, including the International Telecommunication Union, ITU, UNOSA, the UN Outer Space Organization, and so many countries worldwide. Some of them in the region in the Middle East, some of them outside the region. The main purpose of this collaboration is that we need to collaborate in transferring the technology to make sure that the services is going to flow between the countries, between the countries, and to make sure that these services has no negative impact on the people, either located inside Saudi Arabia or outside Saudi Arabia. Some of the assets, for example, owned by non-Saudi government, they are passing by Saudi space. They might fall inside Saudi Arabia. The Saudi assets, they might fall in other countries. So we need to make sure that to share the information between the countries to make sure that it's going to be very useful and safe for the humanity. So this is going to be critical for the coming years to make sure that the space resources is going to be sustainable, available for the coming generations.
Thank you, Dr. Khalid. This is also like, let me think about the cooperation between like the government also with the private sectors. So how can like the government and private sector cooperate when it comes also to innovations and also commercializations from that perspective?
I'm glad that we do have our colleague here, Hala. She is working for a great company, Halo Space. Actually, most of the space services, they are innovative by their nature. The regulators worldwide has to learn them, learn the impact of these services, collaborate with the service provider to make sure that we educate ourselves, we understand the services, we support, we facilitate the service provisioning, and collaborate with the private sector in developing the regulation. That is going to be useful for everybody. This is really critical. CST is working with multiple government entities inside Saudi Arabia and outside Saudi Arabia to make sure that these services is going to be provided legally inside Saudi Arabia. For example, GACA, which is responsible for the civil aviation inside Saudi Arabia. Any exploration or any rocket that is going to be launched in Saudi Arabia, it has to go through the airspace. So we need to collaborate with them. In order to conduct these activities or making some tests similar to Halo Space experiment, we need to engage with the government entities to get their approvals. So we have created a sandbox with GACA, in collaboration with GACA, to make sure that these innovative solutions can be tested inside Saudi Arabia. To make sure that Saudi Arabia is going to be a test hub, innovation hub, that everybody worldwide can come visit Saudi Arabia and do their experiments, launch their services inside Saudi Arabia. We hope that this sandbox is going to be launched very soon. We expect that is going to be by beginning of 2026.
All the best, all the best. We'll go to Engineer Abdullah. In what ways can international partners and industry leaders empower Saudi workforce development for a long-term space talent pipeline? Which is kind of touched, it's been touched in the first question.
Yes, and it's a great question, Dr. Majid, and I think when we talk about creating and developing a sustainable pipeline of Saudi workforce in space, it's a shared, basically, it needs an ecosystem. It needs the government, it needs academia, and also it needs the industry. You know, with all the, I mean, for a company like Boeing, with all the expertise we have, there are a couple of things that we've done, and we think it can contribute to this goal. One of them is, you know, competitions. On the sideline of Space Lead, we have a hackathon ongoing, and we've been impressed by what the students are doing and all the projects and the posters. And tomorrow, we are looking forward to announce the winners and see, you know, the winning team. But everyone is really a winner. And competitions like that, it inspires students, and it gets them more interested in a niche market like space. Thought leadership. As I mentioned, I'm proud that we are bringing today with us a couple of our executives that you will hear from them today about their expertise in space, dealing with space launch systems, NASA projects for more than 30 years. And we always take that opportunity to kind of get those, leaders at partners like Al-Faisal and talk to them and talk to the students and basically get that thought leadership aspects of it. Collaboration on research. So we do have an office at KAUST, a Boeing Technology and Innovation Office, and actually it's led by one of our colleagues. Her name is Dr. Aman Al-Anizi. She's one of the few associate technical fellow at Boeing within the region, and partnerships with that helps unlocking those opportunities. We're also proud of our partnership with KAUST. We have a master research agreement with KAUST, and we're hoping to use that as a vehicle to explore more research collaborations within space. And most importantly, I think whenever we talk about talent, is basically the students. And Dr. Khalid Gattan said in the opening, sky is the limit. I think with the talent we have here, I think space is the limit, I have to say.
Thank you so much, Engineer Abdullah. Ms. Nahla, as a space tourism becomes a real global market, where do you see Saudi Arabia playing a leading role? And from your perspective, why is now the right moment for the kingdom to step in that side?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot that the kingdom can do and is already doing. I mean, we just heard Dr. Khalid talking about a sandbox that's coming up. These types of initiatives open up opportunity and make the kingdom a really exciting place to come and test and try and do new things. I think one of the key things that makes Saudi Arabia so interesting and attractive is that it's coming at it with all the different parts of the ecosystem accelerating in sync. So we have CST, we have GACA, we have the Saudi Space Agency, all the research centers, everybody working together, trying to make these things a reality. Moreover, we're not encumbered by legacy systems. We're doing everything today, using today's technology, today's thinking, looking forward. We're not sitting there sort of based on something we've had in the pipeline since 1950. Everything is new, the space is the limit, and there's a lot of opportunity here, and a lot of excitement, and a lot of big thinking. So companies like Halo want to come here. Forget about the operational benefits. There are many, the geography, the open skies, a lot of opportunity just on a basic business level, but also just the operating environment in terms of the thinking, the talent, the vision here is unparalleled. And you see it. So Saudi Arabia right now is working, we've been working with various parts of the government in helping to establish regulatory frameworks for a part of the skies that we've not looked at before. So speaking with ICAO, which is the International Civil Aviation Organization, and working with different teams in the Saudi government to help start thinking about what should the regulatory frameworks look like. Saudi Arabia is taking the lead on this. And it's coming from here, it's homegrown, it is Saudis working on it to develop this entirely new part of the stratosphere, let's say. And so I think there's a lot that's happening, and now is the time because this is the energy and the thinking that doesn't exist elsewhere. And I think because of that, you'll start seeing near space becoming a signature part of Saudi's offering, because nobody else is doing this right now, or not in the same way, not with the same energy, not with the same motivation. And I think we're going to see that Saudi makes its mark specifically in the stratosphere.
Great. I'm really honestly looking forward to 2030 and beyond. We can see like a real great and a promising future. Hoping that legacy for Saudi Arabia and the space sector and a contribution for a future generation of scientists and innovations come forward. It looks like we are like time is almost up, but before we close this sessions, it was really beautiful discussion. I would like each of you, if you can share one action step that could most accelerate Saudi space leaderships in near future. And I will go first with Dr. Khalid when it comes to the policy or anything in his mind.
I think one of the potential initiatives that needs to be implemented worldwide. Most of the demanders worldwide, including Saudi Arabia, their knowledge about the space and its services is very minimal. A lot of our challenges that we do have in the ground, in the earth, that we spent decades and centuries to solve, and we couldn't. They might be solved using the space. From this perspective, CST has, and SSA, the Saudi Space Agencies, we have reached to multiple Saudi government entities and private sector. We asked about their challenges. So we took multiple workshops with each entity. We have figured out some of their challenges can be solved by the space technologies. They said, well, really, are you sure? We told them yes. And we had a competition called the Space Up Competition, in which we bring the SMEs, the startups worldwide, connect them with those demanders, with those government entities. We shared with them exactly what are these solutions. And the price of this competition was, it's not an amount, 100K US dollar or 200K, it's a contract. Real contract with these startups and these SMEs. So this journey was an excellent one that can expedite the adoption of the space technologies and is going to elevate the entrepreneurial environment inside Saudi Arabia and worldwide as well.
Nice. Engineer Abdullah.
Thank you, Dr. Majid. I think when we talk about space and industry in general, we all talk about the ecosystem. And for me, I think my biggest call to action is to have this ecosystem. I mean, we've seen that across commercial, we've seen that across defense and space. When you have an ecosystem, you need to have this partnership, this close coordination between the government, because they make the policy, the academia, they teach the students, and the industry where they kind of, build the technical aspects. For one of the biggest Vision 2030 aspects, the fact that we are speaking today in Saudi about space is something that someone would never think about before. So I would really, my biggest kind of call for action is to kind of build on those partnerships, because I think together we succeed. It's hard for the industry to work on their own. It's hard to, the academia, unless we have this, synergy and integration between government, academia, and industry. That's the only way for us to kind of take advantage of Vision 2030 and actually create an ecosystem for space in the kingdom.
Hopefully this integration is going to be in the most valuable and synergetic to be seen in the near future. Ms. Nahla.
Yes, so I think continue what we're doing, right? Be bold, be big, test, iterate, test again. Don't sort of get caught in the cycle of research and refining, but actually do and see what happens. We've got this blank slate ahead of us, and we're already getting all of the tools to be able to use it, right? with the Sandbox, with all of these partnerships, with a space camp that I'm desperate to go to. Here's an opportunity to test and test again and see where it takes us. I mean, it's a great future out there. Thanks.
Thank you. I want to thank our dear panelists today for this valuable discussion, and thank you, audience, for your care and listening, hoping you enjoyed this panel. Thank you.
Thank you to our distinguished panelists. Continuing with our program, it is my pleasure to introduce our next keynote speaker, Mr. John Shannon, Vice President of Exploration Systems at Boeing Defense, Space, and Security. Leads Boeing's human space exploration programs, including the Space Launch System, ISS, and Starliner. A former NASA executive and Space Shuttle Program Manager, he oversaw the shuttle's final 14 missions and key ISS milestones, an award-winning aerospace leader. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Shannon to deliver the keynote address on building talent for space.
Thank you. That was very kind. Good morning. It's such an honor to be here. I appreciated the invitation, and it's already been worth it just being able to spend some time with the students out in the Space Hackathon and seeing their energy and excitement. That makes me feel really good. And when I talk about building talent for space, that's where you start. Is with that energy of the students. You know, this conference really, it reflects something remarkable. It's the way curiosity, creativity, collaboration are coming together to shape this future of space exploration. You heard about how it is expanding. We're at a time now that we've never seen before, where space has really taken over and is expanding extremely rapidly. You heard about Saudi Vision 2030, it's a bold and inspiring roadmap. It's transforming the kingdom into a global hub for innovation and technology, and at its core, that Vision 2030 embraces the promise of space, not just as a frontier for exploration, but as a catalyst for economic growth, education, opportunity. And that aligns with this Space Lead 2025, I think. It fuels those ambitions. And at Boeing, we really believe exploration is not just about discovering new worlds. It's about developing those people who make that discovery possible. That's the important part. And that's what I'd like to talk about today, how we build that talent for space. There we go. Boeing has been in space for a very long time. It's been over 60 years. We started during the Apollo program, in the lead up to Apollo through Mercury and Gemini, building the initial rocket stages for the Saturn V rocket. We carried that all the way through the Space Shuttle program, the building of the International Space Station. Now we're involved not just in taking care of the astronauts on the space station, but also the Space Launch System rocket, which will take astronauts, both American and international, to the moon. And we have our Starliner spacecraft that takes astronauts up to the International Space Station. But we're not just about rockets and spacecraft, it's about those people. Every one of the missions that you see up there, every one of those programs, it has depended upon these generations of scientists, engineers, and dreamers who believed in something bigger than themselves. We see the astronauts in space performing science experiments, but it took hundreds and thousands of people behind them to do the basic research, the engineering, the technology development in order to get those astronauts into that spot, into that space. I'd really like to talk about Saudi progress and our shared vision with Boeing just a little bit. That belief in the kingdom, over the past few years has been extraordinary. The whole world celebrated when Royana Bernawi, an alfaisal-university alumni, became the first Saudi woman to travel to space. It was really a historic moment. I will tell you, though, as I was talking to some of the students out in the space hackathon, it went through my mind several times that I am talking to future astronauts, because you see that energy, you see that intelligence, you see how that can be applied to space. As a flight director or a space shuttle program manager, I met many astronauts, and I see the exact same qualities in the people that are out there. So please stop by, talk to them, see what they're doing. Along with astronaut Ali Al-Karni, the mission that Axiom flew with your two astronauts was a defining moment in the space journey, I think, as the kingdom really joined a select group of countries that have successfully conducted space missions and research in orbit around the Earth. We've seen a lot of momentum. We've seen the space hackathons like we talked about, the growth of the STEM programs, our research partnerships, and it's just a really clear national vision to develop a thriving knowledge-based space economy that will make this successful. Those achievements reflect what Space Lead 2025 is all about, I think. It's a belief that exploration will drive innovation, it'll fuel opportunity, and it will connect our nations together. Now, our partnership with Saudi Arabia, and I love, you may notice the much older person on your far left. This was taken in our headquarters where we operate the International Space Station. We're really proud of this. Our partnership with Saudi Arabia really spans decades and touches on every part of the aerospace field, from commercial aviation to education and research. And as a founding member of this university, Boeing has long supported efforts to develop that local talent and innovation. And that commitment continues through initiatives like the STEM for Space program that we were talking about earlier. We co-launched that with the Saudi Communications, Space and Technology Commission and the Saudi Space Agency. And last year, these students, they spent a month with our Boeing teams. We were in Houston, Texas, and Huntsville, Alabama. Those are really the heart of America's human space programs. These students, they worked on real exploration projects, they worked on mission design, they worked on environmental systems, they looked at additive manufacturing for how that can change how we do production in deep space technologies. They studied NASA's Moon to Mars architecture, which is our entire plan of how we get these astronaut crews to the moon again, and then how we're going to set up a shared laboratory and habitation area on the moon. And these guys, the students did not just gain knowledge, they became part of a global network of innovators with a shared future. They made a lot of friends. They understood that we all have that same love for space, and that really joins us together. The main thing I think that we learned out of this, and we learn whenever we bring students in, is that sharing your experience, mentoring others, collaborating is really how you pass on that knowledge and you expand how these students learn. At Boeing, we see a similar opportunity in satellite communications, whether serving humanitarian relief or border security or energy infrastructure or defense. The goal is really the same, is to keep those critical services online, have flexibility to scale and the strength to withstand disruption. For any of our nations that are pursuing sovereign MILSATCOM, that means secure integrated architecture, space and ground working together, guarded by modern cybersecurity and optimized for users in the field. Boeing's experience across military and commercial SATCOM can help the kingdom chart a practical path, step by step, aligned to mission needs and national priorities. We were able to share really the wealth of Boeing space expertise with these students, human spaceflight, but also in the satellite world. I hope we get to do much more of this in the future. I will tell you that while they're enjoying it and being part of the space organization, myself, Aubrey Stewart, others that were we're shepherding them around, we get a lot of energy from that too. And it's a really exciting time when we have students join us. Now, we should talk a little bit about education and technology transfer, because when we invest in space, we invest in that education and opportunity. Technologies that are developed for space exploration have transformed life on Earth. You heard a little bit about that earlier. We have satellite communications, global navigation. We learn about materials, robotics, medicine, which is very important to the university here. On the International Space Station, Boeing helped build the International Space Station, and we're currently the caretakers of it for NASA. We do all the servicing for the space station. Astronauts have conducted more than 3,000 experiments, including research that has led to breakthroughs in heart health, bone density measurements, water purification systems. I know Saudi Arabia has the biggest desalination projects in the world, and the water purification that we do on ISS just helps with all of that. Now, as we invest in space, we invest in the future of that healthcare, technology, innovation. Those skills and knowledge gained through space exploration can be applied to solving some of these challenges, like desalination. And that creates a ripple effect that benefits the whole of society. Every new challenge in orbit sparks innovation on the ground. Every discovery helps set up a next generation of scientists and engineers. And that constant exchange between exploring, learning, and education is what sustains this progress. I think that's why we're seeing this major expansion of space activities at this time right now. At Boeing, we try to develop and attract talented and diverse workers who design and build those aerospace products. We have many local activities that we do, things with local colleges. We have technology programs close by our production sites to close skill gaps and teach students how to succeed in the aerospace world. We also support STEM education all around the U.S. We improve performance in science and math and really help expand those STEM careers for students. There's something you might have heard about. It's called a Genes in Space Challenge. And this is where students will design biology experiments, typically using a CRISPR technology that will address the challenges of long-duration space exploration. In each year's winning project, we go through a cycle of judging each of these projects. The winner, get this, they get to fly their experiment up to the International Space Station. They teach the astronauts how to go execute their experiment, and then they're in the control center as the astronauts are doing their work, and then they get all of the research back. This last year, we had 759 submissions from over 1,000 students, representing 263 schools. So it's a very popular activity, but it gets students involved with PCR technology, CRISPR technology, gene editing technology, and then what are the space applications for that? So we take a lot of pride in inspiring and supporting that future generation of scientists. Now, without question, we are in a new era of exploration. You can see the Starliner spacecraft, the International Space Station, which we're just hitting our 30th anniversary. We've had astronauts on board the International Space Station for 30 years continuously now, which is just mind-blowing to me. If you are under 30, which I think a lot of you are, there has been astronauts in space the entire time that you have been alive without any kind of break. And then on the very end, that's the launch of Artemis 1. That was our first uncrewed launch of the Space Launch System. And we have a vehicle stacked in Florida right now, and it will fly the first crew as early as February of next year. Now, this Starliner spacecraft, that's our commercial human spacecraft. We work with the Commercial Crew Program to take astronauts up to the International Space Station. Now, the Kingdom has joined us as we prepare. I talked about the next Artemis 2 launch, which will have a crew on it. The Kingdom has a small satellite on that vehicle. I actually saw it installed in the fairing where it will be ejected as the astronaut crew is headed towards the moon. And it's pretty exciting to have a CubeSat on the Artemis. Dr. Alachi kind of showed you what a CubeSat looked like. It was the person holding the suitcase-sized satellite. So one of those from Saudi Arabia will be on this next mission, and it will collect data on space radiation and solar X-rays, solar energetic particles, and magnetic fields between here and the moon. And it's just really exciting that we're going to participate in that way. You know, in all of those efforts, they rely on the creativity in this university, the technical expertise, the vision of the next generation. I just will tell you that I think it's just the first beginning of that collaboration. And when I saw the hackathon, I just thought, wow, you know, we have one CubeSat on Artemis 2. Imagine what will be on Artemis 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. And I think that excitement is really, really compelling. Now, our work does expand beyond. My portfolio has the human spaceflight side with the space station and the Starliner and the Space Launch System. But our work extends beyond that human spaceflight. Through United Launch Alliance, that's the ULA up there, we deliver reliable launch capabilities for government commercial space missions. And just as Artemis expands human presence beyond Earth, satellite communications expand opportunities across Earth, linking regions and digital services and supporting Vision 2030's diversification goals. Our satellite systems provide global comm, navigation, defense capabilities for America and her allies, from the wideband global SATCOM constellation to SES's O3b mPOWER network. We also have Millennium Space Systems, and they develop rapid response small satellites that strengthen national security and scientific discovery. We have Spectrolab, which is another Boeing company which produces the world's most efficient solar cells, powering spacecraft from low Earth orbit to Mars and beyond. You may know that the solar arrays on the International Space Station were just replaced by solar arrays with solar cells built at Spectrolab. They're a third the size of the original arrays that we put up on the space station, and they produce more power. Each of these programs demonstrates how Boeing continues to innovate, but also how each innovation creates opportunities for new skills and new industries and new talent. So back to the basics of why I'm up here is, how do you build the workforce of the future? What does building talent for space really mean? It means creating these pathways that I've talked about for students to gain real experience. It means connecting education to exploration. It ensures the next generation can take what we've built and push it further. At Boeing, we see this as a responsibility and an opportunity. We committed to support programs that expand access to STEM education, empower communities, and inspire future explorers. The International STEM for Space program is just one example, but our vision is much broader. We want to connect students and educators from around the world in a global ecosystem of learning, innovation, and discovery. Now, to the students and young professionals here today, you are the generation that will take us to the moon and to Mars and even further. Your curiosity will drive the technologies that make life better on Earth. Your imagination will open new frontiers. And at Boeing, we are honored to stand beside you as partners, mentors, and fellow explorers. Together, we're not just building rockets and satellites, we're building talent. We build partnerships. And ultimately, we build the future of humanity in space. For the kingdom, that future includes sovereign, secure connectivity built with care, delivered with credibility, designed to serve people, businesses, and national missions every day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon, for your enlightening presentation. We now move to our final session, the Investors Panel, where thought leaders from the business and innovation sectors will discuss opportunities, partnerships, and investment strategies that drive the space economy forward. Our distinguished panelists are Ms. Latif Al-Wa'lan, CEO of Endeavor Saudi Arabia, Mr. Ahmed Al-Tammar, Investment Relations Manager at Nanopalm, and Engineer Abdullah Al-Gharrash, Space Solutions Engineer at Saudi Aramco. The session will be led by Mr. Ahmed Al-Tammar, Investment Relations Manager at Nanopalm. Please join me in welcoming our panelists and moderator.
مرحبا يعطيكم العافية. We have a great panel ahead of us about investment landscape in aerospace. Our guest is CEO of Endeavor Saudi, Latif Al-Wa'lan, and engineer Abdullah Al-Gharrash from Saudi Aramco Aerospace Engineering. Welcome.
Thank you, Ahmed.
We'll start this panel with a question to Engineering Abdullah. As someone with both technical and entrepreneurial experience in the space sector, how do you see the bridge between engineering innovation and investment strategy evolving in Saudi Arabia emerging space economy?
Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I would like to thank Al-Faisal-University for hosting this wonderful conference. And I would like to share that I used actually to work with Al-Faisal-University 3 years ago in a space-related project. We worked in developing space materials for radiation shielding and fighting the atomic oxygen, which is a major problem for low Earth orbit. And actually, they welcomed me 3 years ago with their open arms and hearts, and thank you actually for hosting me in this wonderful conference again. For your question, Mr. Ahmed, I see actually the space industry in Saudi Arabia. There's a huge investment in the space industry, and there's potential growth in the industry as well. And we see the momentum backed up by governmental support, as well as the new emerging companies and investors to the region, and all of that to develop a space economy. And we've seen actually a good surge of investments and as well as direction for these technologies within the kingdom. To move on as well, we have seen like multiple startups that plays a pivot role in this ecosystem. And I believe numbers can speak louder in this matter than words. For forecasting the current space economy, it reached to $8.7 billion, and 1.9 of it's in direct market activities. So these numbers reflect the commitment of the government in accelerating investment in this region, as well as attracting or building infrastructure for innovation and technology, and as well attracting startups and pipelines for new energy, let's say, startups and technologies to the region. And if we look at, all of this is an aim to build an ecosystem, a sustainable ecosystem for space in terms of sustainability as well as competitive space ecosystem that can tackle the direction for the Vision 2030. And when we're talking about the Vision 2030, there's one of the main driving pillars for economical diversification is to build a sustainable space ecosystem, not only to play a role in the global space economy, but also to position Saudi Arabia as a leader, a regional leader in terms of technology advancements, as well as research and development and investment hub and as an industrial capital for the region. And we've seen actually this, such as the Faisal University, hosting or tackling the space now to their curriculum and their activities. KFUPM as well is another role player. There's a huge momentum in research institutes such as CAXT and KAUST, Saudi Space Agency, and advancing space research and development as well. And even attracting international investors to the region. We have the case for Seed Ford investing $150 million to the Saudi space market. So we've seen all of that. All of that is a clear sign that the government focus in the region, as well as the development and the potential of new space verticals emerging to the country. One of them is, let's say, satellite communication and Earth observation to downstream analytics, as well as new emerging technologies. When we forecast the next 10 years from now to 2035, we can see a huge potential in the region that the space economy will reach to $31.6 billion, and 5.6 of that in direct market activities. So that shows the aim and the trust of the country and the government in advancing the space sector, and give confidence and trust for external actually to join the Saudi space race in the market and play a role in this massive transformation. And lastly, I believe to contribute to the vision of 2030, I believe incubators and accelerators actually play a pivot role in this massive transformation. We are witnessing multiple engineers and PhD holders becoming successful entrepreneurs in the space domain. And I'm proud to say that I'm one of them, actually. I graduated from KFUPM with an aerospace engineering background. And with the support of the government, I became a space entrepreneur. And I'm really thankful for all the support I've got from the government in terms of funding, consulting services, mentoring, data, and more. And we've seen multiple other startups are approaching the space market in different sectors, from Earth observation, data analytics, and new technologies, R&D, and more, to play a role in this very exciting Saudi space market.
Thank you, Abdullah. Appreciate the detailed information. Latif, moving from corporate venture capital and big corporate to Endeavor, maybe gives us a sense of the investment landscape for venture capital in Saudi and in the region in the past 5-10 years, and maybe what are the programs that excite entrepreneurs or startups to join?
Thank you, Ahmed. Maybe I just want to say it's really nice to be back at the University of King Faisal. Lovely to see the energy of the students and everybody here, and thank you for hosting us. Just a quick brief about what we do at Endeavor. We are an organization that supports what we call high-impact entrepreneurs, entrepreneurs who are building really breakthrough innovation and have the ability to grow companies on a large scale. At a certain point, there are companies that might employ 10, 15 people, and within 3, 4, 5 years, usually they are able to grow and reach, employ hundreds, and also maybe even become publicly tradable and all of that. What we've seen, Ahmed, alhamdulillah, in the past 10 years, the growth of the startup ecosystem has evolved tremendously. 15 years ago, even the word entrepreneur, if you say it, it's not even coined. Is it a businessman? Is it an innovator? Is it a... And today we live a moment or a trajectory in time where the amount of capital being deployed into venture capital or into the startup ecosystem reached 1.4 billion last year. And also in 2023 and in 2025 we haven't reached the year and we've already surpassed that number. Alhamdulillah, يعني where compared to, let's say, in 2016 or even before that, where the number of capital being deployed into startups was really small, didn't even cross the 50 million threshold. We grew to a point where we have over 60 operating venture capital operators in the kingdom. And what we've seen is that innovation comes, and this is from the work of Endeavor across 40 markets. What we've seen that innovation in markets comes in waves. And what do we mean by that? Usually, the first wave of innovations is around consumer tech, B2C companies, and whatnot. Maybe I'll ask the audience, I'll ask you, يعني when we say B2C company, what comes to mind? Who knows a company called Mersul or Hunger Station? These companies were ideas formed by teams, and now, mashallah, they've grown to employ hundreds. Second wave of innovation we see is that companies start to do B2B, or where business to business, where the client is different, it's SaaS-based and so on. And we're living that right now. Alhamdulillah, we've startups in Saudi moved from just getting private capital to being listed on the stock exchange. While it was a dream, let's say 10 years ago, now our actually founders and CEOs of startup companies are actually considering going public. We have 2, 3, 4 companies, Tech, Rasan, Jahez, really strong examples being listed on the stock market and performing well, alhamdulillah. Creating really meaningful exits to these investors that invested years ago. The third wave of innovation, which we typically see in ecosystem as they evolve, is going into, let's say, new frontiers like deep tech, space tech, biotech, like the work you're doing, Ahmed. And we're hoping that Saudi, this is the next wave to see in Saudi. Are we there yet? We are still in the infancy. We're seeing technology coming from university labs that are being currently commercialized. However, I think it is a very crucial moment in the in this evolution, where we really need to double down, whether to provide funding, mentorship and support. And I also think international collaboration is key, so that we really attract the knowledge and the know-how and the talent who've done it before to be able to really scale meaningful companies within Saudi.
Thank you, Latifa. This was a very comprehensive policy landscape of the region and where we're heading. I do see questions here, but since you guys have answered great answers to my next segue, I think I'll just change a little bit. Nanopalm, I'm a company called Nanopalm, we're a gene therapy company, spin-off of CACS, King Abdulaziz Science and Technology, and it's deep tech, as you mentioned. The web that translates commercial research from universities and institutions in a country is based on advancements in deep tech. Think of subsidies for projects like in the US. When people say subsidies, they don't think about capitalism. But if you think about the fracking project in the 70s, which was commercialized later in the early 2000s or maybe late 1990s by a man called George Mitchell. So George Mitchell took this project, who was subsidized for 30 years by Department of Energy in the US, and many business people did not take the opportunity. One person was courageous enough to say, I do believe in this technology. And he built a city called the Woodlands in Texas out of the profits. He managed to increase production in the US from 3 million barrels to, what is it today, 17 or 19? Don't quote me on the numbers, guys. But what I'm trying to say is government has a role, and this is my next question to you, is if you view how can Saudi Arabia Vision 2030 further strengthen the alignment between public investment priorities and private sector innovation in the space domain?
Thank you for the question. Well, I believe, one of the potential sectors for space is the downstream view of the space sector. And we've seen actually the report shared by CST that shows that actually 70% or 75% of the downstream market the space market is downstream, and that number will increase actually to 90% by 2035. So that shows a clear direction actually of the application for space that we can utilize to solve some challenges, problems that we face on Earth. So that's actually a direction that we can invest in. And it's actually nice that most of the applications that we can utilize for space to serve our problems on Earth are free. You can actually find them free on Google and on Google's and some platforms that provide you with satellite imagery that you can study and tackle to solve some challenges, problems that you can face on Earth. But most actually, so to play a role in the space industry, you doesn't have to like build a rocket from scratch as a student or as a startup, but basically to utilize the open sources that's available here that can address the challenges faced on daily life that we face, or some major ones. Talking, for example, let's say the crop management. We have pillagerism. We have 2 million comes every year. So maybe we can use satellites information or satellites data to do our crop management. So there's lots of potential actually applications for that. And I believe the direction is clear, is to utilize downstream much efficiently and much more in this matter.
Latif, thinking of leading an institution like Endeavor, a global company who has a lot of branches all over the world, we're very proud Saudi talent is actually hitting the branch in Saudi. It's a big responsibility. But we want to see, how do we think about building a new vertical, let's say, biotechnology in Saudi deep tech, in terms of the appetite of investors are risk averse. They want returns fast, and they want something they understand. But there's a lot of fun in space. There's a lot of fun in biotech. I mean, take Nanopalm. We have an understanding or a talk for a proposal with SSA to actually manufacture our lipid nanoparticles in space. And the idea here is, I was lucky to work in Houston with one of the NASA folks who did research with them for almost 30 years. And in their shelves, they have research that hasn't been commercialized. So in the past 5 years, he did a venture capital firm and started licensing these innovations. But in Saudi, we have AI. Like, this revolution has happened in the past 5 years in terms of space. So there's a lot of growth in the private sector, like companies such as NSG, the PIF company, the public sector. So going back to this, how do we incentivize investors, local or international, to look at the area or the region and say, actually, this is lucrative. So what do investors look for? What do you want to see in the next 5-10 years in terms of untraditional investment in biotech and space and deep tech?
Interesting question, Ahmed. I think one key element before thinking who should invest is how can we support these entrepreneurs or innovators to have customers? And actually being able to sell this technology to a user and creating value that will garner the appetite for investors to invest. The beauty here is there is a lot of demand that startups or innovators that they can tap into and create value alongside the big corporates as well. We have, for example, a big demand and appetite coming through the mining sector, and where Saudi is unlocking its natural resources in minerals and so on, other than oil, for excavation and creating commercial value from it. Now, what you will see is that usually these projects are led by huge conglomerates, big corporates that are able to do it. However, with the use of AI, with the use of new technology, new entrepreneurs are able to tap into this huge market and create value with their own innovation, lowering costs of commercialization, lowering cost of, for example, surveying the vast, using drone technology, for example. Only a small startup, agile startup, with engineers ready to unlock and solve this opportunity can do it. And that's, I think, where we should focus on how can we really create success stories, early proof of concept for these companies, which will garner the appetite for investment and so on. The other side of it is making sure that these investors or investors in the region actually understand the technology in order to support it. And I think that is a crucial element where you can't just have bankers, but you also have people to understand tech to be able to make these bets and really model and use how other success stories happened globally, where venture capital funds who are small and focused on a certain sector with experts on the team are able to make these early bets, and then another subsequent investor would come in after these early seeds have flourished or proof of concept has been established, and then a more sophisticated investor with deeper funds can be able to take them to the next level. So you actually need investors across the different phases of the life cycle of the startup. You need people who understand the ambiguity of the seed stage and be able to foresee the future in the beginning. And then you will need to have actual operators who are able to assess if this company or this new technology is able to scale and also support the entrepreneurs in this scale-up journey. So every step of the way in the evolution of the commercialization journey needs a different set of investors, and I guess our role is how can we really bridge these different gaps. I think maybe in the deep tech sector we really need more on the seed stage and the early stage, and then let's say for other sectors like the B2B and B2C, the gap is actually in the later stage of growth.
Amazing. I like how the maturity in the ecosystem has a lot of centers, including events Endeavor does, like you guys last month had a reception for VCs and startups. And I cannot emphasize the importance of students here at alfaisal-university, whether they're PhD or doctors or just students, to mingle with startups and investors at those events, because this is how a relationship is developed. And visiting Al Garage, for example, which is the Y Combinator of Saudi, was generous enough to has this vision of building a hub for, I call it home for me. I love the garage because you see investors with high energy, startups with high energy, over 400 companies. This place is open 24/7, so if any students who feel like have a project or an idea and want to mingle with like-minded people, the garage is a good place for you. But the idea here is you will be surprised how much common knowledge there is between different industries. So if you go to the garage, you'll see Ministry of Industry and Minerals have an office there. Guess what? They have a lot of programs that's geared toward industrial or space or manufacturing, whatever it needs to be. MCIT has the same thing. Ministry of Agriculture has the same thing. And you'll be surprised how much support there is if you look for it. But I think that it's common in our industry and innovation. They call it, when you get the bug, you never slow down. Like there's really fun in building. There's really fun in collaborating. And I think this space in Saudi, since Saudi is strategically positioned at the heart of the world with all these resources and all the energy, I think human capital here is key as well. I enjoyed talking with you. I want to end with a strong note. Because you're unique in your position, you see things a lot of us don't. What would you tell people who are interested in this sector, deep tech, space, innovation, from the private sector plugged into the global because of Endeavor, from big corporate like Aramco? What would you tell somebody who's trying to build at this time?
Well, I'm going to talk to, very cool, let's say, segments of our, near to my heart segment, which is the students phase of, graduating from the university. Actually, a lot of, senior projects are spectacular, but I encourage you to actually subject that to the market. Do not just stop at the university level and graduation. No, actually, there's a lot of incubators and accelerators right now to motivate you and guide you and help you to refine your idea, help you to know what's the segment or the market you're targeting and how to build your business canvas and how to actually attract your first customer and everything. All of this will help us in developing a space ecosystem and space market. So do not stop just by graduation. This is your starting point to success and to play a role in the market. And I think you all have heard of the Space Entrepreneurship Alliance, the first Saudi space incubator in the country. There are many, and over 100 companies that have, registered in that incubator from all over the world. And we have, graduated 20 different companies for many space verticals. So that can be you in the next cohorts. And just like you mentioned, Garage actually is another incubator with many cohorts that's happening every year. There's a clear direction of the country, just like Her Highness, Dr. Maha mentioned, in space, as well as the Dr. Khalid al-Shidri, he mentioned that Saudi Arabia is actually facilitating the road for even others to join the Saudi space market. The next phase is going to be for you actually to play a role in your own country and contribute your vision and mission and your effort to make a mark to this industry.
Maybe I'll wear the entrepreneur hat, and my advice would be is don't do it alone. It's a long journey, and form your team, for example, form your mentor network, form your investor network, and share the success with others. That's my advice. Commercializing technology requires, it's a marathon, it's not a sprint, and you would want to do it with the support and sharing the experience and the journey with others as well. There is a wealth of organizations within the ecosystem and talent that's experienced. Now we have multiple mafias within Saudi that experienced growing companies. How can you tap into these networks and talent and build and take part of it as well is key, and this is my advice.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the advice, I'm sure, as all the students in the hall. I would add to this, as Dr. Majdi Yaqub, Sir Majdi Yaqub says, PPH, perseverance, passion, and humility. You need to fail fast, and you need to have the courage to say, I failed, and I need to fail faster to achieve greater things. Thank you so much. Let's give our panelists a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you to our distinguished panelists and moderator. I would like to invite to the stage Al-Faisal University President, Dr. Mohammed bin Ali Al Hayazer, and Her Royal Highness Dr. Maha bint Mshari Al Saud, and Dr. Khalid bin Manna Al Qattan for the recognition ceremony. Our conference sponsor, Boeing. Our digital enabler, STC. Strategic partners, King Faisal Specialist Hospital and Mishkat. Steering committee members of Space Lead 25. Scientific committee members of Space Lead 25. you to all Space Lead speakers for the group photo. We'd like to invite our Space Lead speakers for the group photo. Thank you. Thank you to all our speakers, panelists, and guests for your invaluable contributions today. Your participation and insights have made this conference a true success and a meaningful step forward in shaping the Kingdom's vision for innovation and space exploration. On behalf of Al-Faisal University, thank you for being with us. We wish you a pleasant day ahead. We will now pause for the prayer break and lunch. Please reconvene at 1:20 p.m. as we continue our afternoon sessions. Thank you.
unpredictability and something that always, all the time, has huge accountability. You are dealing with patients, you are dealing with lives, you are dealing with medications that, if not delivered on time and the right quality, they might affect lives, and that's very precious. So it came with a lot of stress and a lot of pressure behind it. I remember sometimes during the beginning of my career, when I was working in hospitals and supply chain, I remember waking up at night, at midnight, while I was sleeping, just to ask. I heard a voice that says, "Did the shipment arrive or not yet?" I could hear it loudly in my sleep. So I came to an amount of stress that was unbearable to deal with. And that's probably when I started to get into yoga. It was by complete coincidence. So the first time I went to the first class, it was by force. A friend of mine asked me to join a class, and I said, me doing yoga? Just forget about it. That's never happening. Me staying silent in one room, doing nothing? That's never gonna happen. Forget about it. And he insisted to a point. I told him, okay, listen, I give you 10 minutes from the class. If I didn't like it, I'm leaving and you are paying. He said, fine by me. And I went to the first class. It was in the States back then, as yoga wasn't still available in Saudi Arabia. It was in the States, and I went to that class. And I went to the first class with force for my friend. But since then, that was, I think, in 2009, and since then, I never stopped practicing yoga. And I remember the feeling that I had in the first class. It was a feeling of space exploration. I found things in myself in that class that I thought I am very weak in, poses that I thought I would never be able to do, but I've done it. And there were areas as well that I had so much ego into myself that I thought, that's a piece of cake. I can do it any day. And I didn't manage to. So I thought, is that really in me? And I just saw it now, after 30 years of living, and I thought I know myself best. I wonder what's that like. And I continued. I continued practicing yoga wherever I go. I practiced yoga when I go to the States, to a point that whenever I go to any country at that time, at any visit, at a business leave, I choose a hotel next to a yoga studio just to practice, because I was enjoying that exploration. I'm a nerd by myself, and just finding something new about myself that I didn't know and I didn't see. Imagine when you go in a desert and you just sleep without any sound, without any lights, without any pollution, and you see the stars. Imagine the awe that you fall into. I was feeling that in every practice that I did. With all the practice, knowing myself, that's what took me. That's the exploration that I enjoyed. And that took me to a point where I continued my learning and my trainings till I became a yoga teacher. And I started teaching after a while, after years of practice and teaching, and after many hundreds of hours of teacher training, I started teaching yoga in India. So I teach teachers. So people used to come from all over the world to be certified teachers, and I'm the one who's teaching them. And that all was an exploration for myself. It wasn't about the practice, it wasn't all about that. Until recently in Saudi Arabia here, we started, when yoga started in 2018, we started our classes back then, and since then they didn't stop. Now we have a yoga school where we teach teachers to be prepared on a Saudi syllabus here in Saudi Arabia. And these are the group that I'm very proud to teach every week. And since 2000, and I thought in the beginning, would people in Saudi Arabia be interested in studying yoga or in coming to classes? Would men be interested in coming to yoga? And I was surprised. I can tell you today that this week, actually last Saturday, we celebrated a very big milestone with my group, with the school. We celebrated 5 years since 2020, since November 2020. We had weekly classes, several classes every week, and since 2020 till today, we didn't have a single class that wasn't fully booked. Not a single class. All the classes were full capacity, all the time. And that all comes from the people. They keep coming back because they found themselves. So that's the bit that I looked into. But then again, what brought me to the point where I am in the job that I do? When we think of space, we imagine distance, we imagine exploration, but the space that matters most in high stress, the space that you really care about, isn't the space out there. It's mental, it's emotional, that is created within. And that's what made me realize that we rarely focus in that space. We often focus in exploring and controlling the outside environment for us to be successful and for us to flourish and for us to perform at our best. But we forget a lot about the inner space, the mental clarity, the emotional balance. It's the way that we define how we handle complexity. So if we say that we explore outer space, but we often and very, very often we neglect the space within. And again, so what if we neglected the space within? What difference would that bring? Now, I'll tell you about my background. In healthcare and supply chains, and that I find it slightly mutual with what's happening in space as well. The pressure is constant. The uncertainty, long hours, tight margins of errors. You can be, anyone who works in space would be very familiar with these terms when it comes to their performance. They all take a toll. When stress becomes chronic, clarity and decision quality drop fast. And that ripple effect to make it drop, and huge drop in performance across the teams. The pressure is a fact. It's not something that we choose to have. It's not something that we can change. And that's why we come to an understanding that one of the happiest moments in your life is the moment that you let go of what you cannot change. There is a huge difference between constant sensation and feeling. And that we can see the example that of every one of us who lives in Riyadh go to work every single day with all the traffic and go to work to find that grumpy boss of yours and these unfriendly colleagues that you have to live with for 9 hours or 10 hours, and you keep doing that day after day without sleep, and all of that, that's painful. That's painful. But that's the sensation, that's the fact. Now, the feeling that you get out of it, when you have unpleasant sensation, by the end of the month, when you get that text message, لقد تم إيداع الراتب, now it's not painful anymore, even though it's part of the process, but that's the feeling. So painful sensation can bring pleasant feeling, can bring happiness. But we keep it in our minds to correlate between the pain and the suffering that we live. Pressure is a constant. It's not something that we can change, but we can change how we deal with it. And that's where the space within that we are looking into. It's very similar to what we do in space. When we deal with our machines, when we deal with a spaceship, We maintain our systems, our machines to perfection. We have maintenance schedules, alerts, calibration checks. But how often do we do that with ourselves? Do we have that? Do we do maintenance, the maintenance that we need for ourselves? The human system need maintenance too. And these maintenance come in breath, rest, and awareness. Without that, and you know that without the entire maintenance that you need, the operation will definitely fail. So it's not a luxury to find that wellness within, to keep you alert, to keep you performing at your best. You need that maintenance that comes from the awareness that you live within, the breath and the rest. And that takes us to the point where mindfulness or movement, they are not luxury. They are not just abstract, that we bring it in nice talks to just try to fool some minds elsewhere. No, not at all. It's evidence-based performance tools. As easy as when you regulate your breath and body, you calm your nervous system. That's proven. We can all feel that. That lowers cortisol, that restores focus, and it does improve how we show up under stress. And all of that are facts. So, as we are in it, let's try something. If we can close the doors, please, in the back and turn some sound here. And I will ask you to try something with me, if possible. If every one of us here just stay still, close your eyes, and give me some awareness in the way that I will ask you, and we will try something all together. Ready? Shall we start? Okay. So get completely comfortable. Close your eyes, please. Adjust your support and take deep breath through your nose. In the exhale, let it go through the mouth. Let yourself sink deeper and deeper into your chair. Allow your breath to settle into its natural rhythm. Allow your jaw to soften, your eyes. Imagine the whole front of the body is releasing tension and sinking toward the ground. Now imagine the back of the body spreading in all directions and relaxing and melting into the earth. Now invite the intention, I am resting deeply now. Bring awareness to the tip of your tongue, the root of the tongue, inside the right cheek, inside the left cheek, the right eye, the left eye, the center of the forehead, the crown of the head, the center of the mind, the center of the throat, the base of the throat, center of the heart, mouth, shoulders, both elbows, wrists. Bring awareness to the hands, tips of the thumbs, tips of the first fingers, tips of the middle, ring finger and little fingers, palms, wrists, elbows, shoulders, heart center again, abs, navel center, right hip, left hip, both hips, below the knees, ankles, soles of the feet, all the 10 toes. As you notice your natural breath, imagine breathing into the soles of the feet all the way up toward the legs, toward the torso, toward the crown of the breath. And in the exhale, imagine breathing down the body toward the feet, toward the soles of the feet. Now keep inhaling through the soles up, toward the crown, and exhale from the crown down all the way to the soles of the feet. At your own pace, inhaling, energy moving up, and exhaling down the body like a waterfall. Start releasing and bring your body back. Release it by bringing deep breath through the nose. And exhale and bring restfulness to your... Slowly start wiggling fingers and come back to yourself. Open your eyes and notice what you're cultivating during this. You notice what happened. Now, when you came back now, nothing in the outside world changed, but you could feel that something within you started to be shaped differently and seeing the world differently. And that's something that we are not asking. When we ask for mindfulness, when we ask for wellness, we're not asking for us to completely a lifestyle overhaul, that you need to change your job and you need to change where you live and you need to change your schedule. It's not about that. It's always about the micro practices that you can fit anywhere. These practices, like having a mindful breath before meetings, 1 minute of movement between calls, 1 pause before responding. Consistency beats intensity by far. For that, we understand that exploring space requires advanced technology and coordination. But exploring the space within requires nothing more than awareness, like what we just did. When we cultivate the inner steadiness, when we reach that steadiness that we want, we lead better, we decide better, and we live better. Thank you so much.
Next, we look at one of the most critical challenges of space travel, radiation exposure. Please welcome Dr. Abdussalam Madkhali from King Saud University to discuss exposure to radiation in space.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me well, and I hope you have had a nice lunch, but not too full, and have been well caffeinated as well. About 50 years ago, in a building not far away from here, CBS reporter asking Faisal at the time what his vision for his country would be in 50 years. And within his answer, beautifully and eloquently answered in Arabic, King Faisal said that he hopes that his country to be a beacon of technology, innovation, and science. I was thinking about this when I was preparing my presentation and how in Saudi Arabia today, we're talking about space, innovation, and creativity in that space. So I would think that in the institution that bears his name, he would have been very pleased that we're having his meeting today. All right. Today I'll go through with you the biological risk of space radiation, not just as abstract numbers, but as processes that shape how tissues, organs, and systems respond to environment unlike anything on Earth. We'll explore how ionizing radiation behaves, how it damages cells, and what we have learned from radiotherapy, epidemiology, and finally, how we can use this knowledge to help us understand the risk of heart to the brain in space exploration. Some of you may have thought that when they finish their last physics course, maybe 5, 10, or more years ago, this will be the last time they'll do or have to sit through some physics presentation. Well, today you're in luck. We're getting this as a free bargain. To begin, let's look at some type of radiation, ionizing radiation in general. Ionizing radiation refers to particles or photons that can carry enough energy to cause ionization, a process which can cause or produce free radicals. In space, which is different from Earth in the type of the composition, we're talking about galactic cosmic radiation, which is basically deep space. It's mainly made up of protons, which is basically a heavy nucleus, helium nuclei, which is alpha particles, and high energy, high charge, or high energy, high atomic number particles. And these are like iron, silicon, oxygen, etc. On Earth, we're primarily exposed to low LET radiation. When we talk about low LET radiation, we're talking about low energy transfer. In radiotherapy, which is basically used in pretty much every major hospital around the country, around the world as well, people use photon therapy, which is low energy transfer radiation, to deliver a dose to a tumor in order to help in the treatment of it. In space, the energy of those particles are high. So each particle deposits energy densely and producing complex DNA damage that is much harder to repair. So when we talk about space radiation exposure, we're not talking about a qualitatively different biological problem. We're also talking about the different type of damage that it can be caused by those energies. This is radiation energy spectra. I'm putting it here to give some background for everyone to sort of think about this with us. These are the energy deposition along a tissue. This is based for human in a medical or therapeutic setting. The yellow line in the middle here you can see is what we usually use in radiotherapy settings. So it goes in with a higher dose, deposits energy all the way through, then comes out the other way. And this is what you do, what you get when you treat radiotherapy patients. This characteristic is makes it useful for X-rays and CT scan. This is why we use this technology for those imaging techniques. If you look at those particles here, which is this single magenta line, this is a proton beam. What is a proton beam? Very briefly, it's basically a hydronucleus accelerated in a big, expensive machine and goes through and deposits its energy at a certain depth. And why is that important? Because other ions can do that as well, and this is what happens in outer space. So you get a higher energy particle, let's say carbon or ion or oxygen, that goes through the body or the shielding of the aircraft or the spacecraft, and then deposits its energy at a certain depth, can in theory causing a much higher damage. And because this is relevant to the damage it causes, not all radiation is created equal. which means that your traditional, typical X-ray machine, or photon therapy machine for that matter, will cause a different type of damage than from a heavy particle ion or heavy ion that you can find in space, which means that we consider radiobiological effectiveness, which is the damage that is caused between different type of radiations or different energies or different endpoints, because the heavy ions caused clustered DNA damage and oxidative stress that amplify that biological response. This complexity means we cannot extrapolate directly from terrestrial data, so we cannot conduct a study here and expect that the result will apply immediately on humans during space flight. And we need mechanistic models and experimental systems that account for that high LAT effect. And let's talk a bit about secondary cancer. This is where sort of a little bit of my area of expertise, I would claim at least. Over half of the cancer patients that would ever be diagnosed with cancer would need to be given radiotherapy at one point. And because of that, some of them would develop other cancers because of the treatment. In the United States, early 2010, the database shows that about 10% of all cancers registered were second cancers, meaning that the patient had a primary cancer before, treated, and came up with another cancer. And another approximation by colleagues in England estimated that about 8% of patients treated with radiotherapy, will develop eventually a second malignancy due to treatment. These findings are critical because they provide real data, evidence of what radiation exposure does in humans at controlled therapeutic dose ranges, a dose range that is much higher than what would be exposed to in space, so keep that in mind. That also reminds us that carcinogenesis is a stochastic process. A stochastic process, as most of you know, of course, is a process that is not determined by a threshold, and it's not, sort of the effect doesn't get more with the dose or not. It's almost a 0 or 1 situation, and which means that if exposed to radiation, every cell has some potential to malignant transformation. In space, where the exposure is chronic, low dose, and mixed field, the cumulative risk to astronauts may manifest similarly through biological mechanism, though the biological mechanism differ. And we have to talk also about the different radiation effect on different organs, not only from cancer point of view. So the heart, lungs, and brain all can be affected by this, and the degree of energy depends on the dose they receive, the dose rate, and the time since exposure, which means how long you have lived since you got exposed to this radiation to start with. Other modifying factors include sex, age, other health factors, and in patients, other chemotherapy or treatment you're taking, or in space, of course, your microgravity or stress. This is a composition by Miller and colleagues in the US. They looked at, and this is just a summary of sort of what the space radiation is made of. And you have three main sources, which is the solar particle events, which is the high flux, high energy, and these are not constant. They come and go in sometimes predictable waves. And Van Allen belts is the radiation trapped in the magnetic field of the Earth. So you're thinking about this if you are in a relatively low orbit, low Earth orbit mission. This is what you kind of think about as well. And the galactic cosmic rays is what you need to think of when you're doing deep space travel, let's say Mars mission or sort of lunar habitat, etc. The deep space field is roughly 90% protons, which we mentioned before, about 10%, 9% helium nuclei, and 1% heavy ions. The heavy ions have such a high charge and energy that they basically slice through tissues, leaving dense column of ionizing secondary electrons in their wake, and that can also be a tricky problem to work with in shielding. So you think, okay, let's put more shielding in the spacecraft. Well, then the spacecraft becomes heavier, it's a little more difficult to fly. If you use different material, then the interaction with those is different, and the neutrons that are caused by this interaction are even more difficult to predict what their damage and effect will be. And I'm going to touch on two more points, two more organs, really, the brain and the heart, very briefly. In terrestrial medicine, we know that therapy to the head and brain can cause cognitive and memory loss. This is Physicians counsel their patients that this is some side effect that they may suffer from. These effects typically occur at doses of tens of grays, and far higher than what usually is exposed to in space. But they illustrate how neural tissue respond to ionizing radiation. At lower doses, the picture is mixed, and I'm talking about lower doses here. I'm talking about lifespan studies, the Japanese atomic bomb survivors, people who went, astronauts and cosmonauts who went to space. The picture is mixed. Some studies show subtle deficit in attention, learning, or executive function, while others find no measurable impact at all. And also that the same for risk of stroke. Some studies will find although there is a high risk of stroke in people exposed to certain doses of radiation, the death from it is not different from the general population. The underlying mechanism include vascular injury, demyelination, and persistent neuroinflammation, a process that also may occur a little bit more slowly in a unique environment of space. Understanding the brain's vulnerability in space requires integrating several lines of evidence from radiotherapy, epidemiology, and animal studies. We know ionizing radiation can alter neural signaling, reduce neurogenesis, and compromises the blood-brain barrier. But the challenge lies in translating that work and those findings to deep space, where radiation quality and dose rate are fundamentally different. GCR delivers a high-energy proton heavy ions over months, over years, if it's a long trip or long journey. Each heavy ion may traverse a neuron or glial cell only once or twice, yet the damage that leaves can propagate through neighboring cells and the entire system. Thus, while the total dose may seem small, the biological potential of each interaction is large. The brain complexity amplifies that risk. A small disruption in connectivity can cascade in cognitive or behavioral effects. This is a summation or review by colleagues also in the States. And so each one of these symbols is a different endpoint in the animal studies. So if I'm not mistaken, the ovals are novel object recognitions. The triangles are conditioning, fear conditioning, and the squares are spatial memory. And each one of those lines is a different heavy ion with a different energy. And you can see the doses, the linear energy transfer here, and the doses within. It's quite a lot of work that was done by the colleagues who put this forward as well. And they found that the results of this is even at very low doses from 0.1 to 0.3, there is evidence of loss of dendritic spines and synapses, activation of microglia, and measurable deficit in memory and anxiety-related behavior. Those findings suggest that radiation-induced neuroinflammation and oxidative stress could underlie long-term cognitive pathways. They also highlight that the role of pathways when immune systems activation leads to synaptic pruning, a mechanism implicated in both aging and neurodegeneration. Other experiments extended those findings as well. Interestingly, when animals have been treated with antioxidants or when microglia were transiently suppressed, many of these effects or deficits improved. But you have to think that the type of damage that is caused by heavy ions is less reliant on the presence of oxygen-free radicals. So basically antioxidants may not be a best mechanism to handle this, but seems to show some promise, and I guess that's probably related to there's some level of reliance on free radicals present in the microenvironment. Although we cannot directly extrapolate rodent data to astronauts, those models provide invaluable mechanistic insights, particularly into how chronic low-dose, high LET radiation interact with the neural and vascular systems. Finally, talking about the heart, and let's shift our focus a little bit. The heart is recognized as an organ at risk in radiotherapy and in ionizing radiation on Earth, and it provides a framework for understanding radiation chronic effect on vascular tissues. Clinical studies, most famously from 2013, demonstrated the risk of heart disease increased linearly with a mean dose of the heart. For every additional gray of exposure or mean dose, the rate of major coronary events rises by about 7%. even at low doses of 1%, even as of low doses as low as 1 gray. This is in therapeutic setting. The relation is dose-dependent, delay, and modulated by also by frequent risk factors at age, smoking, and hypertension. Mechanistically, radiation induces endothelial dysfunction, accelerates atherosclerosis, and promotes inflammation with coronary arteries, a process that can take years to manifest clinically. When considering spaceflight, we face a data paradox. In radiotherapy, we have thousands upon thousands of patients, and a lot of them have excellent data records in a lot of jurisdictions. But since the start of human taking space flights and going into space, there's about 700 or so people that have been to space with all the different definitions. That makes building predictive models exceptionally difficult. Statistical power is limited, confounders such as fitness, mission duration, shielding, complication, interactions. And still studies of early astronaut cohorts shows no detectable increase in cardiovascular mortality so far. And those are studies done on the early cohorts from the space mission. We're talking about Apollo, Gemini, Soyuz from 1969 to about 1970. And the total of the population is about 80 people. And then you're dealing with a much smaller population because some of them have not lived enough to the time of the study. And then you're working with a really small population to work with. That makes really getting any significant statistical conclusion out of this very difficult. However, as we plan for multi-year missions to Mars, exposure will increase by an order of magnitude, potentially approaching the threshold where vascular and cardiac effects begin to matter at a much higher level. Radiation is not only a stressor, and it's not the only stressor. Microgravity itself alters vascular tone, fluid distribution, cardiac workload. Together, these factors may interact synergetically, creating risk we have yet to fully quantify. To conclude and to summarize, ionizing radiation in space is fundamentally different from Earth. It's mixed, chronic, and a much higher component of high-energy particles. Biological effectiveness varies with radiation type and energy. And lessons from radiotherapies highlight how we can, even medically beneficial doses can later induce cancer or vascular diseases. The heart and brain are major organs of concern, each with unique dose-response behavior. Emerging neuroscience points to persistent inflammation and vascular injury as key pathways in radiation-induced cognitive decline, along with blood-brain barrier damage. And finally, our data in astronauts remains sparse. With the vast majority of the short trips in low Earth orbit, we really need to think differently about how we can predict these outcomes and effects. Bridging these gaps will require continuing investment in ground-based simulations, biological countermeasures, and careful epidemiological follow-up for every astronaut cohort. Thank you for your attention, and hope that wasn't too dense after that yoga session. Thank you.
We now move to Saudi Arabia's contribution to human physiology experiments aboard AX-2. Please welcome Dr. Badr Shira to share insights on these pioneering studies.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's truly my pleasure to be here with you today. And it's an honor to share with you our experience in the first mission sending Saudi astronauts to space. So this presentation will cover a few aspects. We will talk about the mission itself to give you an overview of this mission. Then we'll talk about space neuroscience, why we focused on this field. I'll give you an overview of the research we did on this mission and where we presented that in several conferences, and then the publication of our research. And we'll highlight some of the media coverage of the work, and then show you some of the impact of our research and subsequent research building upon our work, and then international recognition of our work, and finally, acknowledgement of the supporters and contributors. So let's begin with mission overview. As you know, the Axiom Mission 2 is the first mission ISS mission funded by the Saudi Space Agency. It was truly a groundbreaking mission for us in Saudi Arabia, and it had a lot of attention from everyone in the country. It's simply a 10-day mission to the International Space Station in low Earth orbit. In this mission, there was a focus on space neuroscience research and in biology research as well. This mission highlights the significance of short duration missions and testing new technologies and doing impactful research over a short period of time. And it had a lot of future directions for us in Saudi Arabia. Now that we know we can go to space, we can do research in space, and we can influence people about what we do in space. You can see this very unique crew of astronauts. It included several firsts. We have the first woman to command private space flight. This is Peggy Whitson. And the first woman from Saudi Arabia into space, Rayana Bernawi. And this is the inaugural voyage of Saudi astronauts to the ISS. And you can clearly see a unique age distribution here. You see 2 astronauts in their 30s and 2 astronauts in their 60s. And that's a unique group of astronauts where you can test gender, age impact. And you see different backgrounds also. You see 2 Saudis and 2 Americans. And here you can test the ethnic background impact on the astronauts. And finally, we have distinct genders. We have 2 males and 2 females. We can see the gender effect on these subjects. So it's a very unique crew. Now, space neuroscience, that's my favorite area within space medicine. This is a figure from NASA. There is a, the human brain is adapted to live and work on the Earth's gravity of 1G. Now, when it goes to space, it's exposed to many stressors: microgravity, radiation, hypercapnia, circadian rhythm disruptions, many stressors that affect the human brain. One specific condition that is really problematic in space is called the spaceflight-associated neuroocular syndrome, which is, in simple language, it's eye and brain changes during long-duration space flights. This is what was observed in NASA astronauts and several astronauts who've been to space for 6 months or longer. And what's causing it? Headward fluid shift that occurs in weightlessness. So basically, blood and CSF go upward in space because of microgravity, and that causes pressure on the brain and eyes. And this SANS problem occurs in about 70% of astronauts undergoing long-duration spaceflight. So you can clearly see that this is a challenge to astronauts going to the moon, Mars, and exploring deep space. So that's why we chose to focus on this problem. Now, in the next slide, which you will see soon, NASA published a document titled Moon to Mars Objectives. So when someone wants to design research, human research in space, we go to this document as a blueprint. So we want to see what are the major challenges and what are the major contributions we can make. So some of the things highlighted here include discovering new monitoring tools. So we want to be able to monitor what happens to the human body, to different parts of the human body, when they go to space, for short duration, for long duration, for low Earth orbit, for the moon, to the Mars. Anywhere you go, we want to be able to understand what happens to the human body. Now, after we read this document, we published this paper, a group of neurologists, neurosurgeons, and neuroscientists. We published this article it's a review article reviewing the impact of spaceflight on the human brain. We simply reviewed all what happens to the brain in previous studies, and we put the future directions, what we want to test in future missions. Then we published a specific piece of paper where we talked about a very promising device. It's called automated pupillometry. I will show it to you in the subsequent slides. But this shows you that we did the initial work that was the core for selecting our group to lead the research in the Saudi astronaut mission. Now, the research we did in this mission was very unique. We wanted to study the human brain in all levels, from the macro, large, structural level to the deep molecular level. So we had 2 types of studies. One is called biosamples and one is called biodata. So in the biosamples, we wanted to look at the molecular levels. One specific study was looking at brain biomarkers. These are certain proteins found in the blood that tell you about the health and damage to the brain. And also, we wanted to look at telomere length dynamic. This is a very interesting area in research in space medicine because this was one of the major findings from the key NASA twins study. This was one of the lasting damage or lasting change that was observed in astronauts experiencing long duration space flight. So we wanted to see whether this damage is there in short duration space flight like 10 days or no. And then we looked at the large structural levels. We used automated pupillometry, which looks at the pupils of the eyes, and from that we can infer intracranial pressure. And also optic nerve sheath ultrasound, also that's a technique where you look at the eye and you can tell about the intracranial pressure. EEG, electroencephalogram, and that tells you about electrical activity of the brain. That's a neurophysiological study. Also functional near infrared spectroscopy, which gives us information about cerebral perfusion or blood flow to the brain. So you can clearly see that these studies looked at the brain in all levels, from the molecular level to the large macrostructural level. In these interesting figures, you see the studies and the time points of data collection. And you can see that we kept the astronauts busy, pre-flight, during the flight, and then post-flight, doing data collections and collecting samples. The first part you see is pre-flight. So before flight, we asked them to do some measurements for baseline evaluation. And then in flight, we wanted to see what happens when they are exposed to microgravity. And then post-flight, and that's where we see recovery versus persistence of the damage. The first research was using this device, the MPI 300 pupillometer, and that's a technology used to assess intracranial pressure by looking at the pupil constriction of the eyes. And this device had remarkable success. We are the first in the world to send this device to space. We've proven it to be successful, and we identified very interesting findings, including differences between the right and left eye, differences between men and women, where men are more affected, differences between older age and younger age. And it had very interesting findings that are discovered for the first time in the world. And if you're interested in reading the study, of course, this is the full published study. And if you scan this QR code, it will take you to the publication. And the second one was optic nerve sheath ultrasound. So what you see in the picture is the device on board the International Space Station. And this is a picture from NASA. So here we put water on the ultrasound probe, and then we put it on the eye. And from that, we can look at the optic nerve sheath, which changes during space flight. Previous studies looked at long duration. Now here, we wanted to fill the gap in the literature of what happens in short duration space flight. Are these 10 days flights safe, so we can all go to space for 10 days, or not, or they have persistent damage? Also, it showed us important findings to correlate with the automated pupillometry, because both are thought to infer intracranial pressure. And of course, this is the publication of this study. And the third study was using EEG. So you see, we used this novel portable EEG device. The entire technology is within this device, which is unlike what you see in hospitals, where it is large and it requires a table to move and a large hardware. This is a simple hardware, less than 2 kg, that astronauts apply on themselves. And it can measure EEG, continuous EEG monitoring, and it can tell you important information about the brain's electrical activity in response to the many stressors of spaceflight, microgravity, radiation, and others. And that's the publication of the EEG study. And then we used, the last device we used is the functional near-infrared spectroscopy. Also, this is the first time this device is used in space. That's one of the NASA's goals, to use this device, because it's also portable, lightweight. It gives important information about cerebral perfusion or blood delivery to the brain. And we were the first to send this device to space. And also, we had very promising results and remarkable success of this device. And that's the publication of the full study. And then we looked at the molecular level. And here we used a panel that examines 134 blood-based biomarkers that tell us about the impact of spaceflight on the human brain. And this is the first study in the world that examines this level of biomarkers in a human spaceflight. So here we identified some of the known stress markers that were seen in prior studies, like the NASA Twin study, and also we identified novel ones, which are tested for the first time in this mission. For example, neuronal specific enolase, which is seen here in patients with neurological disorders like stroke. And that's the full publication. That's one of the best and most interesting studies. And finally, we looked at the telomere length. So as I mentioned, you know, in the long duration mission with Scott Kelly and Mark Kelly, the NASA twins, upon return to Earth, there was a persistent change in telomere, which is thought to reflect aging. So we wanted to see whether the same effect happens after a short duration exposure to spaceflight. And we actually found that it's the same. So there is a lasting damage from short duration and also long duration spaceflight on telomere length. So, you know, this was the first work we do from Saudi Arabia in space flight. We presented that in the US, and that's the first time there is a Saudi presentation on research and science. This is the American Society of Gravitational and Space Research meeting in Washington, D.C., in a session organized by Axiom Space, the company enabling us to do this research. This was another conference where we presented this work, is the International Astronautical Congress, and that's the largest space conference in the world. We had a panel, as you see in the top left, organized by the Saudi Space Agency, and it had also our astronaut Ali Al-Gurni with us, and Dr. Wajdan Al-Ahmadi from Alfaisal-University, and Dr. Khalid Abu Khabar from King Faisal Specialist Hospital. We talked about this research, and it was the first time we tell the world about our work in space in the field of space medicine. And you see in the middle, that's the booth of the Saudi Space Agency. We displayed the devices and tools that we were the first to send to space. So that's our pioneering work, our pioneering contribution to the field of space medicine. Also, as part of our growing and expanding collaboration, we presented our research and our experience in Dubai, in Mohammed bin Rashid University of Medicine and Health Sciences. They are doing a lot of space medicine research and terrestrial analog type of research. So if anyone is interested, they're very welcoming and very collaborative. And it was a very nice experience visiting them and visiting their facilities and their center of space medicine. In terms of the publication, we wanted to have a historic achievement. We wanted to have something that lasts forever, that everyone can have as a souvenir of the publication of the first Saudi medical research in space. So we chose to collaborate with Elsevier, one of the most well-known publishers in the world, and publish all these studies as a peer-reviewed book. So if you scan this link, that will take you to Elsevier shop, and you can buy the book where you see all the research we did in the mission with the mission overview and also future directions for future missions. And if you are from an academic organization, you can access this link through Science Direct, where you will find all the studies and you can access them free of charge through your institutional access. And we hope that this work and these publications contribute to the national aspiration and priority for research and development of building a global position for the kingdom in the field of space. Now, in terms of media coverage, this research received huge media coverage, unprecedented. You see international media talking about the mission, about sending Saudi astronauts, about building our position in the field of space. You'll see also in that infographic people talking about the research, the scientific contribution within that mission. And there were many videos and many tweets on the mission and videos to educate the public and to involve the general public as part of public outreach. And there were many infographics also, as you see, in Arabic, in the Arabic language. So we want to reach everybody, even those who are not medical specialists. And this is from our newly established entity, Research Development and Innovation Authority. They also highlighted the research studies we did, and each one, what's its goals and who's doing this. And this is also to involve the public, to let people know we can do research in space, and that's the research we chose to do in the first mission. And finally, there was a lot of media attention and media coverage, and everyone in Saudi Arabia knew about this work, and we were talking about it in television and in newspapers everywhere, and that inspired the whole generation of scientists, of students, to think of space as their new field of interest, their new field of study, their new field of research. In terms of impact, this was not only research that we did that will stop here. This is, you see, Jared Isaacman, who's now nominated to lead NASA. We sent this device that we sent for the first time with the Saudi astronauts again on the Polaris Dawn mission with SpaceX. This time we had a different research question. We wanted to take this research further. So in SpaceX, there was a group of researchers testing a garment that brings fluids downward. So we wanted to see whether this garment works by reducing intracranial pressure or not. So how do you measure that? You measure it with our device, which is the automated pupillometer. So now you take this research to the next level. Also now we are developing our own scale, the first scale in the world that is specifically tailored for space. So now anyone who sends this device to space will use the Saudi-developed scale to measure the impact of whatever stressor on the brain of astronauts using automated pupillometer. So now you see that this research goes to the next level. It's not a one-time thing. Also, the other one is automated, is the functional near-infrared spectroscopy, and that's the logo up there you see is AX3. Our mission was AX2. So given the remarkable success of this device that we sent for the first time to space, another group of European investigators wanted to test this device. They said, well, you've proven that it works in space. We want to test it our own, and we want to do a different protocol and test a different thing. And now Axiom Space is interested in incorporating that as part of the routine physical examination for their astronauts. So you see that we tested something that was new, and now it can be part of the routine physical examination for every astronaut who goes to space. Also, as part of our growing contribution, we established a space innovation lab in KAUST, and there we intended to do education and outreach activities. This is a picture from one of our courses there in KAUST. We involved many students and healthcare professionals who were interested in learning about the space environment and the impact of space flight on the human body and how to design their own research and their own payload. Also, as part of the public outreach activities, this was an event organized by Mawhiba in the garage where we inspired the talented students, the young talented students of Saudi Arabia. We shared with them our experience. We told them, look, now we can go to space, we can do research in space. You're next, you can do that. In terms of international recognition, this was our first work, but it received a lot of international recognition. This was an award by the International Astronautical Federation called the Emerging Space Leader. There's another award from Space Medical Association and also from the American Academy of Neurology. So you can see 3 top reputable institutions recognizing our work, as well as Forbes Middle East, who recognized 30 scientists. Finally, of course, I'd like to thank the organizations who helped us. First, the Saudi Space Agency. This would not have been possible without the support of the Saudi Space Agency and, of course, CST. NASA, who approved our study and enabled us to send this work to space. Axiom Space, who was the enabler of this research. Weill Cornell Medicine, who contributed to the molecular part of the study. And Elsevier for publishing our work. Of course, you see me only presenting, but behind this work, there was a huge team of local, regional, and international scientists who really helped a lot in this research, in designing the work, in conducting the study, in analyzing the results, and in writing the final papers and publishing the studies. So it's really a huge team effort. I'm grateful for this opportunity that enabled me to meet these people and work with them. And thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Shira, for highlighting the kingdom's remarkable role in advancing human health in space. From outer space to Earth's atmosphere, our next speaker, Professor Massimo Stafoglia, takes us through how satellite data can improve our understanding of air pollution and health outcomes.
Good afternoon, everybody. And first of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to the organizers for inviting me here to this excellent event. I have the responsibility to be the one keeping you separate from the coffee break, so I will try to be as concise and clear as possible. And here what I would like to do is to present a different topic, as we heard, compared with what we heard so far, which is the use of satellite data for environmental epidemiology applications. Environmental epidemiology might seem a bad word, but basically it is the investigation of the health effects of environmental exposures such as air pollution, climate change, noise, water contaminations, etc., on human health. And what we will do here is to present an application where we use satellite data to achieve this goal. My presentation will be around three major topics. I will first introduce a methodology that we have developed in collaboration with NASA, in collaboration with the Harvard School of Public Health and many other institutions to estimate daily levels of air pollution at a very fine scale, both over space and time, over national domains. Here I will talk about Italy, which is my country, but we did the same in India, we did the same in the United States, and we have a similar model for Europe, entire continent as well. And in point 2 and 3, what I will do is basically to use those data to present some case studies to investigate acute effects of air pollution on cardiovascular admission or on mental diseases, which is kind of a growing and very compelling and kind of a novel topic of investigation. So basically, our purpose in the point 1 here, as I said, was to investigate, to basically estimate daily mean concentrations of PM10, PM2.5, and PM, of course, is particulate matter. PM2.5 is the finer part, so the finest fraction, those that can more easily penetrate down into the respiratory tract and translocate into the bloodstream, but also gases such as NO2, ozone, etc., at the national level at a very fine resolution. Here we are talking about 1 kilometer resolution, although in later applications we are going even finer. For Europe, we are now estimating daily concentrations at 100-meter resolution continent-wide. And we do that daily because we want to keep the daily resolution, because in the first epidemiological application I will show, we want to understand whether daily exposure might be related with daily risk of being admitted to the hospital for cardiovascular admissions. So very simply, what we did basically was to divide our domain in grid cells of 1 kilometer resolution. And what we did for each cell, I will go back to later, for each grid cell, basically, we wanted to characterize them in terms of spatial and spatiotemporal predictors. Because again, our purpose is to estimate daily concentrations of particulate matter. And to do that, we want to capture the spatial and the temporal sources of that variability. On the spatial side, here you can see for each cell, we characterize them in terms of, for example, road networks and density, in terms of elevation, population density, land cover, and there are other spatial terms that are not presented there, like light and night, impervious surfaces, etc. So there was a huge GIS work behind this. But maybe for the purposes of this conference, it is more interesting what we did on the spatiotemporal level, because our primary predictor was a satellite-driven parameter, which is the aerosol optical depth, which is a proxy measure of the amount of particles in the column of air. So conceptually, it can be related to ground-level PM concentrations. And we download those data from the NASA, from the MAIAC algorithm at 1 kilometer resolution. Of course, in Europe, we are now using also Sentinel data. But since we had missing data because of cloud coverage or contamination of the sensors due to water or snow caps, we also used the modeled estimates from reanalysis data to fill in the gaps, so the Copernicus data there. And also other satellite products in terms of vegetation or land surface temperature, etc., we also use them as spatiotemporal predictors. On the right side, maybe this can be maybe relevant for this area. We also wanted to characterize desert dust exposure because, of course, it has some seasonal and temporal resolution. It impacts some areas more than others. So we also used a bunch of different models, such as high-split trajectories or global model estimates to characterize desert dust exposures across the entire country. So what we did next basically was to develop a multi-stage process, which started for the monitoring stations that were in one of the previous slides. So we started from all the monitoring data available from the Environmental Protection Agency in Italy. And we basically started from extending the monitors of PN 2.5 using data from PN 10. So historically, we have more monitors monitoring PN 10 than PN 2.5. But we took the information in co-located monitors to basically predict the PN 2.5 data in monitors. We only had PN 10. And also, once we did that, hopefully it will come back in the slide. Anyway, once we did that, basically what we did was to go next to fill in the gaps in the satellite data, and then to predict a model for the monitors. So this is an example of the filling of the gaps from the MAIAC. So the MAIAC is the AOD product that we used from MODIS. The CAMS is the Copernicus Atmospheric Modeling System, which provides the same data, but at a much coarser resolution. And the one you see down on the right side is basically it's the gap-filled spatiotemporal surface for AOD. And at the end of the process, basically, we were able to characterize exposure at a very fine resolution. So the map you see on the left is a coarse one. It's simply an inverse distance weighted average of the monitors. This is what we could do before the use of these complex models. But after the use of all these models, you can see we have a very fine scale resolution map. That is an annual average, but we have daily maps for that. And so we can use those kind of information to investigate all different types of health effects. And this is kind of the time series that we can generate for each single location and that we will use in later epidemiology applications. This is an example of just a summary of all the papers we have been producing in Europe, because I presented the case for Italy, but we have done this all over the place, and we are using now similar approaches also for different pollutants. For example, I would like to mention briefly a project that is led by NASA called MAIA project, which is about the characterization of PM composition. So not just PM concentrations, but also the amount of sulfates, nitrates, organic carbon, elemental carbon, and ions and metals. And that will be extremely relevant to investigate health effects, not just of total PM, but also of specific components. And this is for us extremely important because to components we can trace back to major sources, and this is information that we really need to provide to policymakers to understand where to act in order to reduce exposures and to minimize public health impacts. So second point is about the application of the data. So now we have these daily exposures for each 1 kilometer space resolution in Italy. What do we do with that? So what we did in this application, and we published the study recently, basically was to collect for each one of the 8,000 municipalities in Italy daily counts of urgent hospital admissions for all different CVD outcomes. So the total group of cardiovascular diseases, but also individual causes. You can see them there, for a total of around 2 million hospital admissions. And the idea here is to put in relation the daily variability in exposure, the daily counts of hospital admission, and understand if there is a relationship between the two. We did that also by different degrees of urbanization, and this is quite a key topic here, because until a few years ago, all we could do was to focus on places where we had the monitors, which is mostly the cities. But there is a large fraction of the population around, in our case, around 20 million people, around 15 million people who live in rural areas, which were totally neglected until a few years ago. So we asked ourselves whether there was an effect of PM on cardiovascular admission and whether that was differential across levels of urbanization. Okay, so this is just a distribution of exposures, PM2.5, PM10, across different levels of urbanicity. I will not go into all the numbers, so don't be scared about all these figures here, but to make it simple, where you see bold and positive, there is a significant association between exposure and outcome. And what we saw there, basically, it was a quite strong effect of daily exposure to air pollution, both PM10 and PM2.5, on almost all the study outcomes. Mostly you can see on cardiac diseases, myocardial infarction, and also heart failure. We didn't find anything for stroke, for example. Also, it was interesting to understand the temporal latency of the association. So the question here is, it is today exposure which affects today risk, or if it is yesterday exposure, 2 days ago, 3 days ago. And this is, of course, important from an etiological point of view because it can give us, information about the underlying biological mechanisms. But also in terms of action, in terms of, the messages we go to, to policymakers or to different kinds of stakeholders. And we saw, in some cases, very delayed, or if you want, cumulative effects. You see effects going for many days. In other cases, like, for example, yes, the ischemic heart disease, you can see that the effect is immediate and then it drops to zero after a few days. Okay, and then this is very small, but just to say, we did find strong effects in the rural areas as well. In some cases, even larger than we used to see in the cities, which was quite new and important to report. And finally, in the few minutes I am left with, I will briefly talk about another application we are doing with this data, not about daily exposure, but about annual averages as a proxy for chronic exposure. And this is about the relationship between a chronic exposure to air pollution and mental health. It is extremely pressing and difficult to investigate, but I can tell you, at least in Europe, it is now kind of top of the agenda, and almost all of the Horizon projects will deal with these kind of outcomes. So what we did here, basically, was to use the information we have from a big longitudinal study available in the capital city of Italy. But like this, there are many big cohorts around Europe, and not only Europe, also in the US and many other places around the world. So this kind of study is easily replicable in other contexts, and we are doing that. But just to present the situation for Italy, what we have here is a cohort of 1.7 million subjects. So basically, all individuals who participated to the census, we had information, and then we could link all different types of archives, so population registry, cause of death registries, hospital discharges, emergency room visits, drug prescriptions, so we can trace over a long period of time individual outcomes for each subject. Of course, everyone is anonymized, so we comply with all the privacy rules in Italy, so that is, of course, important to keep in mind. But to say that we have a big statistical power here to detect even small effects, because we have almost 2 million individuals. And what we did, of course, since for each subject we have the geocodes of residential addresses, both at baseline and during follow-up. So we could assign all different types of air pollutant concentrations at the residential address and investigate the relationship between chronic exposures and the occurrence of mental disorders during follow-up. In terms of which mental outcomes we focused on, we used two major sources. On the left, you can see data from hospital admissions. So we selected those codes of hospital admissions, so schizophrenia, bipolar disorders, depression, and so on. But on the other side, we also used drug prescriptions. And the point here is that we know that these kind of outcomes, sometimes they do not go to the hospital. So the hospital only are able to intercept the tip of the iceberg. On the other extremes, those drugs are not very specific for those conditions. Sometimes people take antipsychotics or antidepressants for other reasons. But since the two, let's say, sets of outcomes have limitations on opposite sides, the idea is that if we see converging results, it is kind of more convincing that we are actually seeing something which exists. Okay, so I will just skip these. And again, to make it simple, if we focus on the red lines here, we found again quite strong and very clear signals of associations between chronic exposure to different air pollutants. So we have fine particles, PM2.5, we have nitrogen dioxide, but we have black carbon and ultrafine particles, which are proxies for traffic-related air pollution. With basically, we see here three outcomes: schizophrenia, yes, depression and anxiety. And in the next slides, you can see the effects on the three outcomes that we generated from drug prescriptions. So quite clear signal of associations between chronic exposure to air pollution and mental disorders. And I think with that, I thank you for your attention.
Our next presentation takes us to the cutting edge of space research and innovation. Please welcome Professor Mark Simmons from Caltech to present new initiatives for exploring space.
I guess you don't get a break. I'm sorry. Okay. So as we heard earlier today from Charles and others, I think it's obvious to everybody here at this meeting that we are in the midst of a revolution in the access to space. It's easier and it's cheaper. And this access to space is brought to you not solely by federal or national space agencies, it's brought to you by private industry. We also recognize that this easy access to space means that we have new opportunities to do science from space. Now, to do this science in space, we also need to train the next generation of space-savvy scientists. So this recognition that we all have here is sort of hitting the whole academic community right now. And it has led us at Caltech to start a new center called the Brinson Exploration Hub. And I have the fortune to sort of introduce you to this hub. We are only about 18 months old, so we have just gotten started. Some of the key points of this Brinson Exploration Hub is that it's privately endowed, at least enough for us to do our daily business and to do some small projects, and then to enable us to start larger projects with partners. The hub is university-based. It is not at a national lab. It is focused on exploration for natural sciences. So let me emphasize that. The hub is not novel in the sense of putting CubeSats in space, putting new experiments on space station. It is not novel in terms of building new technology that goes to space. Its focus is almost exclusively on how do we do natural science and exploration from space. So it's really, what do we have to do to move the scientific threshold? So the hub was launched, as I said, 18 months ago by Caltech and JPL, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. It is housed on campus. It is supported, as I said, by an endowment. And its focus is on just doing a few strategic missions at a time and sort of taking advantage of the experience and leadership that we have at Caltech and at JPL from years of doing work in space and elsewhere. Now, I should say that I said exploration. The name is the Brinson Exploration Hub. It's not space sciences, and we are not exclusively going to space. We don't care how you do your exploration. You can do it on foot, in a car, in a bus, on a plane, in a drone, on a high-altitude balloon, or in a satellite. What we want to do is sort of train the next generation people to do science, to do the exploration, to learn what it means to say, I have a question that I need to solve. It's something I can't do on my own. I need a team. I need to understand how to go from the question to science requirements, to mission requirements, to implementation. And so that's really the focus of the hub. Being separate from a national lab, being at a university and being partially endowed allows us to explore all sorts of new partnerships, whether it's with industry, whether it's with other philanthropies, whether it's with other space agencies in foreign countries. And it also allows us to sort of move away from maybe the less risk-tolerant, risk-averse nature of sort of conventional space exploration from NASA that we've had over the years and that we've done very well with, and to sort of embrace a less risk-averse and a faster-moving approach to doing our projects. And you'll see that in the examples. So as I said, we're only 18 months old, right? So we haven't gone to space yet. We'll be going to space hopefully by 2028 is our hope. But we've picked 3 projects to get started. The way we pick our projects is we actually poll our communities and we ask them to tell us what are the projects you think you would like to do that involve some sense of exploration. Since we were new, we picked projects that were easier for us to do and also that we could easily afford. We have 2 projects that are going to Antarctica and one that is going up into the stratosphere with a superpressure high-altitude balloon. I'm going to focus on the first project mostly today because this project is actually leaving for Antarctica in a couple weeks. So despite the fact that we're only 18 months old, we're actually having our first expedition going on to Antarctica to do some really fascinating science, and which you'll see is also a precursor, we hope, to doing the same kind of science on the moon. Let's talk about the first one. It's called GLASS. And this is one of our faculty members at the South Pole with a big sledgehammer. He's a seismologist, just like the seismology that we do to find oil and to study earthquakes on more terrestrial environments. Here we're using seismology to understand what is going on in the ice cap, ice shelf, ice stream systems. The science question that we want here, and again, I'm going to try to always emphasize the fact that our goal is to do science and the exploration to do that science, right? And the science goal here is to understand this interface, right, shown over here, which is where you go from the ice sheet to the ice shelf. And right, this is called the grounding zone, where you go from grounded ice to floating ice. And this grounding zone is incredibly important. You need to understand the physics of that grounding zone if you're going to understand the rate of collapse of the ice sheets going forwards in time, because that is where where warm salt water is actually coming in contact with the ice, where it goes afloat, how water starts to lubricate the bottom of the ice shelf. What is shown in red here is a suggestion of a seismic array, and then here's our Caltech professor with his sledgehammer. The seismic array is listening to small earthquakes that are naturally made, as well as the man-made earthquakes from the sledgehammer, and trying to actually look at what is going on at the base of the ice shelf. In particular, these ice systems are not only changing over periods of years, but they're also changing over hours because of the ocean tides. On 12-hour periods, the ice shelf can go up and down tens of centimeters up to several meters, depending on where you are in Antarctica. And by using that natural experiment of looking how the ice system responds to tides, you can start to learn very important controls on the future evolution of the ice sheet. So the technology that we're using, and this is sort of a fun thing here, is using fiber optic seismology, or distributed acoustic sensing. Many of you know this from monitoring structures and bridges and similar things. It's also used now much more commonly in conventional geophysics to look at subsurface structure of the Earth, to locate earthquakes and so on. And the technology is quite straightforward conceptually. You have an optic fiber, an optic fiber, wrong button. An optic fiber over here, shown here. And the fiber is full of natural impurities. You have a laser interrogator, a box at one end. That is the only place where there is significant technology, is at the end of the fiber. It puts a high-frequency laser pulse down the fiber. That fiber reflects off the natural impurities. The laser reflects off the natural impurities in the fiber. And if the fiber is stretched just a little bit by a seismic wave passing by, it changes the character of the return of the laser, and you can actually turn the fiber into what is, from a continuous, in this case, 5-kilometer long fiber, it becomes 5,000 effective seismometers, right? And you can, in your mind, start to think, oh, yeah, this is what we want to do on the moon or somewhere else, because you can put all your technology in one place and just distribute fibers for tens to hundreds of kilometers and have distributed seismic system. Now, these systems are commercially available, but they're large. They produce a lot of data, and they take a lot of power, a lot of computers. And so we decided that we were going to actually go through an effort to build our own laser interrogator, one that we could really work on shrinking its footprint, both in terms of power and size and so on. You can see that, so this is our own version of this thing now built in the lab, shown here. And again, the ultimate target, on one hand, we're doing the science of Antarctica, but our ultimate target is to take this system to the moon and hopefully do that in the next 4 to 5 years. Just to give you a picture of where they're going in the 2 weeks' time, this is Union Glacier, a very pretty spot. You can fly there in a 757 that lands on the ice. This is an example. What you have to do is also think about how you're going to deploy the fiber if the fiber is not already there. So the group was in Iceland recently and looking at different ways to deploy the fiber. And then also, you would, instead of using the poor Caltech faculty member with a sledgehammer, we've actually developed a system with a thumper. It's kind of like a vibro size for those of you who are in the oil industry. And it's just to thump the ground on a regular basis. It turns out it's not so easy on snow because the ground is actually, the snow is compliant. And so they've come up with various tricks to produce a better seismic source. I want to move to the other project. So this is the first project was great because we can move very quickly. We'll have our first results by January. There'll be live streams of the team in Antarctica for the students to see at the university as these students are working out on the glacier. The second one I was going to mention just very briefly is the Stable Cosmic Web Imager. This is an attempt to develop a new UV sensor, a spectrometer, attach it to a very large telescope, to launch that telescope on a high-altitude stratospheric long-duration balloon, a superpressure balloon, and to image the cosmic web. The cosmic web is really the strands of gas and dust in the circumgalactic medium and in the intergalactic medium, and it is really the source of how you make stars and the galaxies. And this experiment, SCWI, took advantage of the fact that we actually had a telescope already built sitting in a closet up at JPL. We had the developers of the sensors also at JPL, and we had a group on campus that was very interested in the cosmic web problem. This is actually a non-trivial kind of experiment. It's in the $10 million range. And what we're doing is using this experiment as a test to see if we can operate with a matching fund approach, where we tell the team we will support half of it if you can go find the other half. And so they're in the middle of that process now. The hub is trying to explore different ways to do these experiments through matching funds, through partnerships, and so on. This is an example of one of those things. The technology that is being developed here is the same kind of technology that we expect will be on UVEX or the Habitable Worlds Observatory, which are satellite-based. On the balloon, you can do about 40% of the science for a tenth the price, right? So it's actually a very effective way to do things. The last experiment I want to tell you about is one that we're still just thinking about. We've actually formulated it to fairly good detail, but we don't have an implementation plan just yet. It's called Clarity, and what it really is a recognition that there's a lot of interest in the moon. We've heard a lot about that already today. But we have the technology in our office, we actually have the working models of a special camera, I'll show it to you in a second, with which we could, within an 18-month period on the moon, produce a 1 meter per pixel class topographic map for the entire moon. So this is important geologically, it's important for looking for ice, it's important for landing, it's important for situational awareness as well. The same kind of camera can be used to do situational awareness, to do change detection. So there's all sorts of purposes for having this kind of camera. We're also developing a sensor that can be used to measure the time-dependent gravity field. Now you say, why would you measure the time-dependent gravity field of the moon? Well, the moon, of course, experiences tides from the Earth and from the sun. And how the moon responds to these tides tells you about its interior structure. Is there a liquid inner core, for instance? And so we would like to be able to measure the time-dependent response or tidal response through the tidal response of the gravity field. So what's shown over here is the camera. It's very small. It can fit on a fairly reasonably small spacecraft. This is the exact geometry of what we use. It's actually two cameras. It's one which is looking up. It's a star camera, which is rigidly attached to the camera, which is looking down at the surface. This way you can actually know you're pointing extremely well without going through the filter of the spacecraft. And on the far right is shown an example of what we call gyro. They're basically radio beacons, fancy radio beacons that you would launch from the mothership and track. And all you're doing is tracking the signal, and by tracking the signal, you can track the Doppler shift in the signal because you know the frequencies that you're tracking the signal with. You can turn that into a velocity and then into an acceleration, and then you can measure the gravity field. And you can actually have, much like a cup holder, if you have a cappuccino rack with like six cups or whatever, it's the same thing. You could have 6 of these donuts, and you could launch one after the other and track the gravity field for a long period of time, much better than what you can do from the Earth conventionally. I show this because the concept here is actually very real. We know the payload, we know what is required to do this. So we've already effectively have a preliminary design complete. This is a conceptual calendar here, but I just want to make the point that this kind of mission can go from formulation to launch in less than 2 years, right? We're very interested in projects where the entire project happens in approximately 4 years or less. And in this case, we add on 18 months of actual data acquisition. This could be run by students. It can be run from a university. It does not require a national lab to actually run the mission, but we are taking advantage of all the expertise that is sitting at JPL to help us. So the Princeton Hub does more than just these big projects. It has what we call activities. One example is an activity where we ask the entire community, what kind of science would you do from a balloon? And that is where we actually managed to be matchmakers in how that astrophysics experiment came about, because the two people sitting next to each other hadn't met each other. One had the sensors and the other one had the telescope, and we could provide the balloon, right? So that's one kind of activity. Another version of that is we're going to have a workshop in the near future on long loiter, high altitude drones that fly in the stratosphere and can stay up for 6 months at a time because they're solar drones. Those allow you to look at things like ice sheet collapse with resolutions of an hour or 2 hours, or fires or things like that. We have a class which does regular high altitude balloon launches. And just recently, we accepted to do a collaboration with National Geographic, as shown by the yellow square. And this is to put a payload on the space station. The class will start building it this winter. It has to be delivered during the summer, and it will launch by this November. So finally, I just want to make the point that, again, that a lot of our ambitions are much bigger than what we can afford. And so the challenge that has been put in front of us is partnerships. The kind of partnerships that we can imagine, as sort of shown here on the left, commercial, nonprofit, philanthropic, foreign organizations. It's actually, since we started the hub, it's remarkable the number of times people have come to us and said, we have an opportunity for a 3U, a 1U, a 6U launch. Do you want it? And our first question is, what science can we do from it? If it's just to have the launch, and we're not interested. we have to have actually a science experiment that is interesting to do, right? So again, I want to emphasize, we are about training students to do science from space or science on expeditions. We're looking obviously for partnerships with folks that can provide launch services, buses, and so on. We're happy to use spare parts from previous efforts. We're doing that with several of our projects right now. And also in-kind contributions, some like environmental test facilities, sensors for the instruments, expertise, and things like that. Now, why would you want to partner with us? Well, that is sort of, we tried to describe that over here. It turns out our biggest experiment is we need to start to learn to understand the value proposition to somebody to actually partner with us. Why would they want to partner with this university doing these science experiments? Well, there's obviously visibility, public awareness. There's access to our students and our postdocs and as future employees. And there's the fact that we're really trying to do that which is necessary to do the science, right? The goal is not just put something up. We want to do the science, the technology that's associated with the science, and do it fast. And we can do that in our environment because we're not subject to the same requirements if you do things through standard protocols. In the very near future, we're interested in finding partners for our lunar science projects to do the high-resolution topographic map and change detection plus situational awareness from an orbiter. That would also potentially include the time-dependent gravity analysis. And from a lander, we want to build the first large fiber optic seismic array on the moon. This is a little out of place in terms of the order of presentations, but one of the things we also think we should be doing is developing the next generation of radar sensor that can be used for science. In this case, it's an S-band radar, and you'll see reasons for that in a second. And while we know we need a large constellation of 24 or 36 satellites to do this in the future, we would like to show a mini constellation and demonstrate to the world, to the national science agencies, this is the kind of science that you could do if you were to use this kind of constellation approach. Only if we demonstrate this do we think that they will actually invest in the larger constellations that we think is needed to move the science along. With that, I leave you with our website. You can also send us an email at info@brinsonhub.caltech.edu. You can email me, that also works. And I'm happy to take questions if there's time for questions. Don't know. Or stop. Are there any questions? We're sort of in a unique...
Continuing with Professor Simmons, we now turn our focus to INSAR technology and its applications right here in Saudi Arabia. Please join me in welcoming him again. Go for it.
Okay. And now for something completely different. So Charles introduced a lot of interesting applications of using radar, orbiting radar, to do Earth science, to do geology. He pointed out that radars can see through the night, see through clouds. We know about all of the important civilian uses of radar, military uses of radar, and so on. I'm going to focus on interferometric synthetic aperture radar. Interferometric synthetic aperture radar is really important because it turns out it is sort of doing modern surveying from space. I'm going to show you how we use it to actually measure how the ground moves between acquisitions of two radar images, and then to use that to infer what is going on in the Earth's subsurface. This has been going on since 1992. It's not the newest technology conceptually. You heard about NISAR, that is the most recent satellite to have launched, and we'll talk a little bit about this today, as well as some of the other speakers, and as well tomorrow. But I thought it would be fun for this particular conference to tell you about what we've been doing through our collaboration with CAXT on using INSAR here in the kingdom to understand different processes. So the first thing to be very clear about, is that this is a collaboration. And these folks here have been close colleagues, former postdocs, and are either here or back here soon to have come to us to learn how to use this technology to understand the changing world around us. So the approach I thought I would do is I would give you a very quick introduction to INSAR, 2 slides only, no equations. And then I've got a few vignettes, little stories to tell you how we're using the same technology to look at water withdrawal, motion of the tectonic plates, deformation in Western Arabia, and sinkholes, and tell you a little bit about some of the coverage. And I want to make the point that the data that we are using now is publicly available. We are now producing this data for everybody to use. All right, so INSAR in 30 seconds or less. The goal is time-dependent surface motion. So you can think of it as putting a GPS on the ground and watching that GPS move. We're going to measure one component of that motion, the one in the line of sight of the satellite. So in this, it's not north, not east, not west, but this funny line of sight angle. So we're measuring motion in this weird angle from the satellite to the ground. And it's like we had that weird GPS at every pixel. So we're measuring the deformation that occurs between 2 radar images separated by days, weeks, years, months, whatever. We're measuring the separate movement of every pixel. Our images are typically 200 kilometers in scale, with pixels that are meters in scale, and our sensitivity, Charles said, was a centimeter. It's actually, we're now getting to the millimeter per year sensitivity of how the ground moves, right? Per pixel. And now if you take all these pairs, and you take hundreds of pairs, you can turn them into a time series. You can basically turn it into a movie of ground deformation. Applications are just huge. There's earthquakes, aquifers. We're measuring the surface deformation associated with earthquakes, changes of pressure in aquifers, movements of glaciers and landslides, volcanoes, oil fields, fluid injection sites, and hopefully even other planets in the very near future. I do want to make one point. You will hear a talk later today about doing very similar kinds of things with optical images, and that they're very complementary. The approach here is you shine an image, you come back, you take another radar image. I'm not going to talk about why it's synthetic aperture radar. It's beyond that. If the ground moves, the distance between the satellite and the ground changes. We measure it in units of wavelengths or phase of the radar. And these colors represent the cycles of 0 to 2 pi as you go through one phase to another. It's an interferometer. And that is a direct measurement of ground motion. How does it work? Again, just to summarize, we have an image. With radar, what's nice is not just an amplitude. We have an amplitude and a phase because it's a coherent imaging system. The amplitude or the backscatter is what you commonly see as a black and white image, and the phase is some number between 0 and 2 pi. You do it again, you wait some time, you take another image, and then you have a black box. You stick all that data into the black box. What is inside that black box? There's a lot of physics. There's satellite orbits. There's signal image processing. You worry about tides, atmospheric models, mapping, geoids, and all sorts of things. And we turn that into maps of coherent motion of the ground. We can also turn it into maps of disruption. I won't talk about that today, but this turns out to be a very good way to map devastation after natural disasters. So the first example I was going to show is described in this paper here. It's a wonderful paper by Dr. Adjani. We're looking at Western Arabia over here. In this small area over here, this is where there's a lot of faulting and volcanic activity, right here along the coast of the Red Sea. Zoomed in over here, and zoomed in even further over here. The yellow line is one of the major oil pipelines, east-west oil pipelines, and the red line is a railway shown here. Focus first on the right. This is one pixel, this triangle right here. This is a 7-year time period, and the scale here goes from 0 to 40 centimeters total. And so the slope of this line is 6 centimeters per year. What this means is that the ground is actually subsiding, and in the line of sight component, it's dropping 6 centimeters every year. That's a lot, okay? Now, you can do this for every pixel. So you get a velocity for every pixel. Here it was 6 centimeters a year. And so we can make a map of it. So this is a map of the rate at which ground is subsiding in this area. It's interesting, this black line here, it delineates where you go from a basalt cap to sort of exposed gravels. And in fact, what this is an aquifer system that probably inhabits a paleo river channel. That's why you see these meanders right here. And where there's a basalt cap, it's behaving as a confined aquifer, and where there's just the gravels, it's more of a hybrid, confined, unconfined aquifer right here. We don't know how long this has been going on. This is just the time period of the data that we have available. And we have no idea how sustainable this is in terms of water consumption. But we do know this is probably due to water consumption. You can take this picture here that we were just looking at, and you can take the derivative. You can look at the slopes or the gradients, and so you can get the outlines of where these velocities are changing the fastest. So that's where you're having the greatest horizontal strains. So you have this beautiful demarcation of the edges of this thing where it's straining a lot. And it's kind of remarkable. Here's the pipeline as it passes across these areas of high strain, and here's the train line. My point here is that this kind of monitoring is now routine. It's easy to do. You can do it on the computer. I can send you Python and Jupyter notebooks if you want to actually do this yourself. And it is very useful for monitoring critical infrastructure. Now, I don't mean for you to get too caught up in this figure. The next example, though, is showing you sort of some of the more state-of-the-art processing that we are able to do. Each one of these correspond to different orbital tracks. We talk about the ascending orbits and then the descending orbits. In each of these tracks, we have hundreds of acquisitions. And from each of these acquisitions, we can make multiple pairs. So in order to do this study that I'm about to show you now, we did something on the order of 7,500 radar interferograms, and it's all semi-automated now. The processing chain is a long one, but it is now fully documented, it's published, and people share their codes all the time to do this. You do not have to reinvent the wheel. I don't expect you to actually see the details here with these tiny numbers. I just want to make the point that the things we have to worry about in order to get to the quality of measurements that we are now making, you have to worry about the ionosphere, the troposphere. That's because your radar is traveling through this medium, and you are trying to understand the distance to the ground. But if the medium is changing, its inherent velocity looks like apparent deformation, and you need to remove that effect. The solid Earth tides, errors in the topography, we have to use a topographic data set in order to remove the effects of topography, and even plate motion, and I'll talk about that in a second. There's a long workflow that's associated with this that is well documented, well established, and is part of toolboxes that are available to all. So I want to take this example. This is actually now doing that workflow, and it's doing it over multiple satellite tracks, ascending orbits, descending orbits. Just focus on this one here. The color range is actually pretty broad. It goes to plus or minus 12 millimeters per year, and we were sort of surprised by this when we first saw it, but it turns out there's an effect that we hadn't thought about. All satellite orbits are defined, especially if you want to do a repeat satellite orbit, in a reference frame, typically the International Terrestrial Reference Frame, ITRF, if you want to call it that. But it's fixed to the average Earth. It's moving with the Earth, but it's average Earth. So we call it the no-net rotation frame. In that rotation frame, the plates that you learned about in plate tectonics are moving. And it turns out, so here's the Arabian plate right here. In this no-net rotation frame, which is what all the satellite orbits use, the Arabian plate is actually moving in that reference frame. And if you account for this remarkable thing happens, it all goes away. So it turns out, all of this motion that you're seeing here, we are actually seeing the motion of the tectonic plates, and you can now do this globally. You can actually infer how the plates are moving on the sphere from this radar data. When you remove the effects of the plates, and you've done all your ionosphere corrections and troposphere corrections and tidal corrections and so on, you see all these wonderful signals, and we don't have time to talk about most of them, but there's wonderful signals here. This is due to unloading. I'll show you an example here. All the activity that's going along the Gulf of Aqaba and in the Dead Sea, and so on. I'm just going to focus on one example here. That's a little fuzzy, I'm sorry. This is that area that we were looking over here. If you take a profile across here, this is the distance in kilometers. You can see it's a superposition of two things. There's this broad uplift and this more localized subsidence. The subsidence, this is where all the agriculture is. This is showing you agriculture from 1986 to 2022. You can see a huge explosion in agricultural use. That's drinking a lot of water. And so this subsidence here is really due to the consumption of water, of groundwater. And so the surface is now dropping because you've reduced the pressure in the aquifer. But you've also removed a lot of mass. And so the plate is actually rebounding elastically due to this removal of the water, at least in this simple model. And so you see this uplift at long wavelengths to the removal of the water, and this is the signature of the water removal itself. The final example I'll show is done by Dr. Abdul Rahman Al-Jurwa, should learn how to say that better, who is currently a postdoctoral fellow with us. And he's been focusing on sinkholes in the Riyadh area. These are blue dots everywhere here. They're small. It's challenging for this resolution of SAR. We're going to look at two examples. Here, what you see is these sharp blue areas of subsidence frequently embedded in long linear zones. Here's another one over here, and there's a bunch of sinkholes right there. This one is fascinating because if you look at the time series over this period from 2017 to 2025, it's just subsiding, right? Over here, it's a little bit, the scale is different. I should point out it's also in millimeters, not in centimeters. It's a little bit noisier. There are periods where they've been documented where the sinkholes either opened up or expanded. But in all cases, this shows you areas that you should look and then eventually go there with ground-based resources, resistivity or other such measures in order to understand whether the signal is due to collapse over an empty chamber or whether it's just due to changes of pressure in the aquifer. But we can now identify the areas that one should go look. Finally, I just want to point out that a lot of this data is now being automatically processed with almost no human involvement. This is the area over the kingdom that we've been processing as part of our collaboration. These data are all downloadable. There's almost 100,000 interferograms that have been processed, mostly from one direction and a few places from ascending and descending orbits. This shows you the number of unwrapped interferograms in our language, for those of you who know what that is, in any given location. So many places there's thousands of them. And this entire archive is available from the Alaska Satellite Facility where they have a storage for these kinds of things. So to conclude, I just want to point out that INSAR-derived ground motions are now reaching millimeter per year sensitivities, a factor of 10 better than what we expected a decade ago. They are sensitive to the bulk motion of the tectonic plates, which still blows me away. They can easily detect shallow aquifer changes, allowing for managed use and monitoring of key infrastructure. Deformation around sinkholes is common. And so the issue is, once you detect it, then you want to interpret what it is, and that's a little bit harder because you actually have to go there and do some ground geophysics to understand exactly the cause. And finally, that we're now routinely processing all this data for the Sentinel-1 satellite. All the data I showed you was from the European Space Agency, and we're very excited to start with the NISAR satellite once that data stream becomes regularly available. And so now you can also see why, in the previous talk, we're interested in thinking about what the next generation of INSAR measurement will be, because we want to reduce the time from 6 or 12 days down to a day, and we want to measure more than one line of sight. We want to measure all three components of the ground deformation, and we want to remove the effects of the atmosphere. And to do that, we can do that with constellations. You cannot do that with a single satellite. And with that, I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Simmons, for the truly insightful presentations. Next, we welcome leaders from Boeing for a special panel discussion titled Innovation and the Business of Space. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Eric Nelson, Mr. Aubrey Stewart, and moderator Dr. Zaina El-Hijn.
Hello, everyone. Right. So it's definitely the end of the day. Descending energy. But hopefully our conversation will keep everybody stimulated. I can't say how privileged we are to be here today at Alfaisal-University to be sponsoring and having this space conversation with amazing leaders from Boeing who've taken the journey here to be here today. So thank you so much for being here. It's really quite rare to talk about, I mean, it's not every day, right, that we talk about reaching the stars with people who actually help us get there. So thank you so much for being here. Before we start, allow me please to introduce our amazing leaders here today. With us is Eric Nelson, the Vice President for Missiles and Weapons System Business Development. Eric has spent more than 2 decades at Boeing shaping our global defense and security and space strategy, helping connect innovation to mission success and advancing technologies that continue to push the boundaries of what's possible. With us today as well is Aubrey Stewart, Director for Business Development for Boeing Exploration Systems, the team behind programs such as SLS, so the Space Launch System, and ISS, so the International Space Station, and Starliner. Before he got into business development, Aubrey led engineering and launch team for over 40 Delta missions and helped deliver the Artemis I core stage, literally helping humanity take its next giant step towards the moon. We are delighted to have you both here, and without further ado, let's go into the core topic and conversation. So, Eric, space is growing quite fast with a lot of satellites and services. How is Boeing helping us make space more accessible and useful for people?
Thank you, Zaina, and thanks to Alfaisal-University. This is a wonderful opportunity for us to talk about this. Over my right shoulder is a slide that represents the market for revenue. Did I not do it? I did click. Oh, sorry. Maybe that'll be.
I mean, we see it, but do you guys see it?
Anyway, there's a slide that's on the screen in front of me, and if you see it, it's not. If not, I'll just kind of explain. So, you know, Zaina's question was, what's Boeing doing in this market? And I had a visual just so you could see the market, if it shows up, if it doesn't. But the point of that is that the satellite market is sometimes so small in certain places that you have to have dual-use technology. So an example of that is in our commercial communications areas, we've developed new technologies to go from hardware for communications to software-based for communications. And that really helped create a phased array technology that we then use for military applications. So we've talked a lot today about biohealth applications being transferred over for other uses. I would just maybe point out that that's one of the strongest use cases that you can come up with, is an investment that would work both for commercial as well as for government and military. Because even though the market is big and you see lots of small satellites and you see lots of services, it's actually a very small market in comparison. So we hear a lot about satellites being created and developed and deployed and services, but it's a very limited space. So Boeing, in summary, in our technology, moving from hardware to software, was able to help our customer, SES, build out their O3b mPOWER satellite, which stands for the other 3 billion. Really, their business model is to bring internet access to the other 3 billion people on the planet that don't have regular access to it. So that's one example, Zaina.
Thank you so much. So, Aubrey, what are some of the exciting new projects or technologies that Boeing is currently working on that I think other people should know about, and give more details about them as well?
Well, let's see, we have several new projects in work, but I want to start by just thanking you for inviting us to the university here. I got a brief tour of the campus. It looks like it's an amazing place, and a short tour of the city. It looks like it looks brand new out there in most of the places I went to. So thanks again for having me here. So we have several core programs. You mentioned the Space Launch System. So that's our large heavy lifter in the United States. It is planned from the ground to host a human crew both to the moon, and it can be evolved to go on to Mars as well. So there's a lot of new technology in that vehicle. Think human space, highly reliable, triple redundant avionics. And those avionics allow us to do a lot of things. As far as innovation, one of the key things I think about when I think of the innovation is using that computational capability that we have to monitor thousands of sensors, very rapidly throughout the launch, and to know what's going on with the vehicle and to be able to react to that. Some of the systems are very dynamic, balancing pressures for the propulsion systems, looking for any issue that may come up where the crew would have to abort from the mission. So that level of technology is ingrained into that vehicle. From the beginning, it was designed to do that mission. Some other things we've got going, we are teamed on the Lunar Terrain Vehicle. So, as part of the Artemis campaign, we all saw the Apollo lunar buggy. This is a much more capable vehicle, longer duration. So that's an interesting problem. The systems engineering that goes into that, and by that I mean not, counting and bookkeeping requirements, but it's a complex environment. You have thermal conditions, power management, the performance of the systems. That systems architecture is one of the big strengths that we bring to those sorts of projects. So those are a couple examples.
Do you mind giving us also a little bit more about maybe the additive manufacturing part, the 3D printing, additive manufacturing, 3D printing that is happening?
Yeah, that is an amazing technology, and it is progressing quite rapidly. It started off with just a few alloys. Inconel 718 is one that's perhaps best known, but there are a number of copper alloys where, like in the old days, you would build the rocket engine out of a stainless steel tube that formed the nozzle, and then the propellants would go through there, cool the nozzle, heat up the gases, turn the turbines for the pumps. But that was hand bending tubes, and then they computerized that. Well, now all of that is printed into the nozzle, all the coolant chambers and lines. It's just integrated right into it. And we check the work, we make sure everything's perfect, but it's still one tube at a time, whereas this is a single operation, and it's near flawless, and the material properties are getting very well characterized. When we hosted the Saudi students at our STEM program, we actually introduced them to that process we gave them a project to work on. It was a simple Y joint. We let them print that, do the fluid dynamic calculations of the pressure drops through it, and make those predictions. So we try to give them a hands-on example of the workflow of what you would use that for. And of course, that was a simple example, but you could go all the way to a fully printed engine with that sort of technology.
Thank you so much. Very interesting. So let me just maybe ask, maybe for the both of you, how do you think Boeing should partner, or how are we partnering with Saudi Arabia in the space sector?
Well, I mean, the first thing I would say is this is a remarkable conference. This combination of industry, government, and academia is what makes partnering successful. It's not just two of those, it's all three. And this is the first step, and you have to start planning Space Lead 26 the day after this ends. And think about all the things that you didn't get a chance to add, and add those. And think about also partnering and attending other things that go on in the United States. For instance, the National Space Symposium in Colorado in April. We had one of the members that ran space services for the Saudi Space Agency attend. That was great, Kamal. And we get a chance to talk with him. We get a chance to also talk to, I forgot the one that His Excellency that just attended this last one. Yes, and that partnership is amazing. I mean, because, I mean, when Aubrey talked about additive, Boeing started additive for airplanes. The world adopted additive not for flight-limited parts, but for unmanned systems and satellites, because humans weren't involved in that yet, so they didn't have to fully think about the tolerances. But there's so much innovation at those conferences, and students come, academia come, industry comes. I think that is the most important thing to do, is back to the people. It's the talent that makes this work. It's not the tech. The tech's easy. It's the people that are difficult.
Yeah. Let's not go into that one. So, Aubrey, do you have anything to add to that one?
Well, I think I mentioned, and it's been mentioned, our that STEM for Space program we did with the Saudi students, and actually I wound up connecting to several of them on LinkedIn, so they've bounced a few ideas off me of areas, but just walking through the hall and looking at the projects that were out there, I mean, there were several of them that I noted to myself, these would be great candidates to package up and process and put onto the national lab on the International Space Station. There was one interesting one I thought, I guess when plants grow in space, I'm more of a launch vehicle guy. I don't know a lot about biology, but I understood it. All the roots turn into a tight ball and it doesn't work. And they had a process to, kind of make the plant grow more naturally. That's something that we could very easily test. So maybe that's a future collaboration area, but there were several candidates out there that probably need to be investigated.
So maybe we'll have some time tomorrow to look into more of those and see what we can do. Right, so we still have a few minutes left, but just final words of things you would like to share about, Boeing, what it is we do, and how it could fit within everything you've seen today and all this interesting information from a very scientific perspective, but also from a visionary perspective, and what the kingdom is doing and how we could fit within that, just to close off.
Okay, we're going to boil the ocean in 10 seconds or less. When John was providing his keynote today, he provided a litany of Boeing products and services. You saw rockets, spacecraft that are airplanes that return and stay in orbit for very long periods of time. We've had the commitment in this market for over 50 years. Boeing's made satellites that are older than me, and I am not a young man anymore. So that kind of commitment comes with investment in the business over and over. So we spend an inordinate amount of money keeping our space businesses competitive, focused, because there is a ton of new entrants in the market, and we spend our time partnering with them and learning from them. It's not, oh, I don't believe your ideas are better than ours. It's, oh, I didn't think about it that way. I didn't know that we should do that. I mean, that's the value. Other people that we see in the market that are similar to us in age of a company, they don't open their arms as much to other partners as we do. So I think that's what we've really recognized is we have to continue learning in space. And the one thing I'll end with before Aubrey talks about is we're very positive about space, but no one said it yet, and I thought John might. This business is hard. Space is unrelenting, it is difficult, and you have to be committed to be in this business. Not mentally, but emotionally, you have to be committed to be in space. It is very, very hard. You have to be very, very persistent because you will fail, but you will learn from it and you'll keep moving on and great things will happen.
You know, that comment about being hard reminds me of a coffee cup that my engineer sons gave me for Father's Day one year. It's got the, you know, what's the definition of an engineer? And it's someone who solves complex problems you didn't know you had in ways you can't understand. So it is difficult, but you know, like all problems, we break them down into small sections, and we have some expertise that we're always developing, and we solve those problems and then integrate the solution together. So, you know, I guess I'm speaking mainly to the engineer types in the room and students, but it's a fascinating field that, you know, you saw some of the kind of, you know, showcase kind of pieces that we work on, but all of those are broken down into small, very interesting problems. I remember as a young engineer having, you know, a challenging problem dropped on my lap. You know, the old way wasn't working, and, you know, an innovative solution came out of a small group of people sitting around. You know, I don't know how office spaces are set up here, but, you know, we would have these little cubes and we'd all be packed in there, and you know, we'd stay after work just kicking around ideas, and that collaboration is how, you know, these new ways of doing things, you know, happen. And that's why I really like the projects that are up there. They're all small teams. I think I mentioned to Anis over here, you know, it's more than just being, you know, a smart guy and by yourself, but when you start bouncing off of these ideas off of each other, that's where, you know, the creativity really starts to kick in. So I would, you know, encourage everyone to go into the space business. There's nothing better. But, you know, if you're doing something that you enjoy, you'll have a great career and you'll enjoy yourself.
Exactly. Hard makes it more fun and interesting, so never shy away from it. So again, thank you so much for being here today. I mean, Al-Faisal University is an important university partner for us, and we're always privileged to be here. And you coming here, I think, is a testament of this amazing partnership. Thank you so much, and see you next year, I guess.
Shukra.
Thank you to our distinguished panelists and moderator for that truly enlightening talk. Our next presentation bridges biogravity and biomedical innovation. Please welcome Professor Imad Galouzi from KAUST to discuss biogravity research and its impact on mRNA therapy.
Thank you. I like the comment of Dr. Nelson about space is hard. But what I like about it's not because it's hard we don't do it. In fact, at least in my book, it is because it's hard we do it. It's rewarding. So let me start my talk with asking a question. Does anyone know what's the commonality or what's the consequence of space on our body and cancer. They have the same impact. Anyone? But the outcome is different. Cancer leads to loss of muscle. Space too. You know this astronaut who went to space last year for just 11 days mission and was trapped for 9 months. That's before she left, Dr. Williams, and that's 9 months after. Muscle loss. And we know muscle atrophy, this has been known since space exploration, but there is cancer can lead to the same outcome. You remember Steve Jobs in 2004, diagnosed with cancer. Then few months when he hit stage 4 of pancreatic cancer, he had cachexia. Cachexia is a condition that is an accelerated muscle loss, and the moment cachexia hits, it's a palliative care and waiting for the end of life and managing end of life. So, and that's a problem we do not have solution yet. Now, if we think about space, what gave us as tools, GPS, name it, well, all the discovery, including understanding muscle atrophy, but yet we cannot put our handle on the mechanism that will help us reverse muscle loss due to cancer. And in fact, 20 to 30% of cancer patients lose their lives not because of the tumors, it's because they lose their muscle to the extent the muscle that they breathe with and they suffocate. And when you are cachectic, you are refractory to all treatment. So if we reverse muscle wasting in many cancer patients, cancer becomes a chronic disease and no longer a cure. That's true for pancreatic cancer, lung cancer, etc. So in my lab at KAUST, I will talk about KAUST in next slide, I was lucky that Rayana, who by now everybody knows here, asked to join my lab as my PhD student last year. So Rayana had a master in molecular biology. In fact, she's a graduate of this great university, Alfaisal-University. And 2 years ago, I invited her to an event, and then after discussion, she approached me a few months later to be my student. And that's personally, I spent 21 years at McGill University as professor, now 5 years at KAUST. That's one of my great honor to have Rayana as my student. Now, at KAUST, before I tell you what we are doing at KAUST with Rayana, let me tell you, for those who are not familiar with KAUST, KAUST is a university that built, copy it based on, similar to Caltech. It was started in 2009, a graduate university. We have 200 professors, 1,800 graduate students, and many, many scientists around to support and administrative staff. In fact, it's a small village with 8,500 inhabitants. And it is really a beautiful place to live in. We have a golf course. We have one of the best coral reef coast where you can snorkel or do diving, and it's really amazing place. In fact, I always like to present KAUST as a 5-star resort doing 7-star science. So actually, I presented this last June in NASA Ames. They invited me for a talk. And many, many of my colleagues at NASA said I should brand this statement. So, so now, what we do with Rayana, in fact, Rayana, I'm going to tell you what I do in the lab throughout my career. This is one of my interests is muscle, as you understood. How I came to muscle from studying mRNA, because that's my expertise. I'm working on mRNA half-life for 30 years now. And that will disclose my age. So now, for those who are quickly, mRNA is a molecule that I don't need to introduce, but it's produced by our genes that are located in the nucleus in our cells. And that's the message that really go out of the nucleus to a machinery in the cytoplasm that we call protein machinery, or ribosomes that will produce all type of protein that we need for our life to sustain life. And that message is the only type of molecule that carry the message from the genes to the machine to tell us what to produce as protein. Key players in this process, proteins that we call RNA binding proteins. These are a set of proteins that recognize the RNA from its birth in the nucleus. Some of them protected, some of them bring it out of the nucleus. Some of them participate in its translation in the nucleus to produce protein, etc. So that's my expertise, my focus for the last 30 years of research. After I did the postdoc at Yale University, I started being interested in what these tiny molecules can do in muscle. And the question in early 2000 was never even asked. We know that transcription regulates muscle formation, muscle function. We know the signal transduction pathways, other molecules and processes that influence muscle, but never been the question asked what happened between the genes and the protein fabrication, that RNA molecule. So I initiated that question, and since then there are a lot of labs joined me, and there are a lot we learned about that. So for example, I focus on a protein called HUR, is a tiny protein that really turns out to be essential in muscle formation. For those who are not familiar with muscle formation process, if you see these cells in the beginning that we call them, satellite cells, these are stem cells are dormant in our muscles. And when we have an injury, they are reactivated, and that's what regenerates our muscle and protect us and recover our muscle from injury. That's the same process during embryogenesis when the fetus is being made. That's the same process to make muscle fibers and the muscle we use all our lives. So during that process, when we have, let's say, an injury, these satellites commit to become myoblasts, that you see the name there, and that process creates a mass, a critical mass of myoblasts that will fuse and form the muscle tubes at the end. What we found when I asked the question, I was working on this RNA binding protein, a protein called the HUR. One of its main functions is to protect messenger RNA through their journey from the nucleus to the cytoplasm. So what we discovered that HUR first is needed for muscle formation. We did both in vitro experiment and in animals. The second, we discovered all that process. I'm not going to go describe it, but I will be happy to discuss it after the talk. So HUR play a role in all stages of muscle formation. Also, what we, after many years of this, just understanding the physiology triggered by HUR in muscle, we also find out that when cachectic condition or disease condition are there through inflammation and other factors where muscles start being wasted, HUR switches function and promote muscle wasting. And the way it does it, and this is important for the remainder of the talk, HUR stabilized protection messenger RNA that produces this enzyme called INOS, inducible nitric oxide synthase. This is an enzyme is important to produce a gas called nitric oxide, and this gas normally is beneficial. It's protected and enhances our immune system and does very beneficial things in our organism. However, under elevated inflammatory conditions that are associated with muscle wasting, it transforms and becomes really deleterious by producing this peroxynitrate, etc. So HUR, that's where our interest in the lab 10 years ago started, where what this INOS, can INOS be a drug target for muscle wasting? And this is the connection to space that I'm going to make at the end of my talk. So quickly, I will tell you how we came to that conclusion. The answer is yes, and how we did it. First of all, there is availability of mouse where the gene expressing INOS was removed, and these mouse are healthy. Nothing happened to them, just probably some protection from certain inflammatory conditions, but that's it. So basically, when you remove INOS, nothing happened to our organism. Therefore, however, we use that model to ask the question whether can we mimic that condition, the inflammatory condition that will trigger muscle wasting in these mice. So what we did, we injected what we call lipopolysaccharides. It's an LPS that's known related to sepsis, but also sepsis trigger muscle wasting. And within just 5 days of daily injection of LPS in normal mice wild type, we trigger 30% loss in the muscle mass. In fact, I mean, just so you know, in human, when muscle mass starts being lost 5% and more, that's cachectic condition. So we have that model, and we developed it in the lab, and we used other model I will tell you about. So as you see here, we first made sure that our LPS treatment trigger INOS in normal mice, which it does. This is a Western blot where here we collected muscle, and we assessed the expression of that INOS. And you see with LPS, you see upregulation, while in mouse knockout INOS, there is no Dutch protein, there is no expression. And obviously, immediately we used these mice to test first grip strength. Grip strength is one of the tests for even human for muscle wasting. When a patient comes to the doctors and there is a suspicion of development of muscle wasting or cachexia, you had a grip test like this. So we have a way to test mice for grip test. You see here, in wild-type mice, their grip strength is very reduced by 20% or more in some cases, and with LPS, treated with LPS, compared to the ones that are not treated with LPS. Then also we look to muscle mass. Muscle mass in these mice really is reduced by 20 or 30% rapidly after 5 days of treatment with LPS. However, in the mouse where INOS is removed, they are protected. So the same situation when we look to energy. One of the markers in our body of energy is energy. This is a protein called AMPK. AMPK is activated when we have low energy in our cells. So as you see here, in wild-type mice treated with LPS, you have activation of AMK with a sign of low energy. When you have INOS knockout mice, that activation is no longer there, so you have protection from losing energy in muscles. So, of course, that's a model where the gene is removed. What if we use drugs that inhibit INOS? So we were lucky, GSK developed a drug called GW. I'm not reading the number there. And that GW was very efficient in inhibiting the activity of INOS. In fact, I did not tell you, INOS has 2 other cousins, ENOS and NNOS. ENOS and NNOS are always active, whether in the brain or in other elements of body, to synthesize a base level of NO. However, INOS is activated in response to inflammation. So GW really reduced that, and it was developed in 2006 by GSK, tested against migraine, atherosclerosis, etc. However, the clinical trial, they took it to phase 2 clinical trial, but failed. So we said, drug repurposing is fashionable the last 10 years. We tried it in our mouse model of cachexia. And we have, to our disposal, several mouse models for cachexia, so we can take mice and inject them with cells that develop in tumor. Within 3 to 4 weeks, we can have that massive tumor at the end, and I'm sorry for those who really are sensitive for these pictures. So, and that tumor trigger 20 to 30% muscle loss. So in those mice where we injected tumor, we have activation of INOS. That's expected, and thank God that's the case. And then we did the same test that I described earlier, grip test in mice with the C26 cells, which are the tumor cells. After 3 weeks, their grip test is reduced by 20 to 25%. And also, the muscle mass of one of the muscles, the tibialis is the muscle here. So the mass of that muscle is reduced by the same proportion, more or less, or even more drastically there. However, the mice treated with GW, you have sort of protection. So, and when we look to IMPK, which is the energy sensor in our body, in mice having tumors without GW, you have activation of that energy sensor, while with GW, you have a reduction. So we protected our energy loss in our muscle. And of course, I'm not presenting all the experiments. It's a publication. We published this in 2018, and no, 2021, sorry. And the details, mechanistic details are there. So basically, that work led us to conclusion that INOS, when it is activated, trigger an energy crisis in the muscle that leads to muscle wasting. And GW, among others, can be one of the family drugs that be used to block that. Now, of course, what can we learn from biogravity? What I told you earlier, that astronauts lose muscle. Cachectic patients lose muscle. The difference is that when astronauts, this is Rayana is leading this project in the lab now, so when astronauts lose muscle, in fact, I mean, at least the study I read, between 5 to 11 days after arrival to space station, they start losing massively their mass, even if they exercise. And with exercise, that slow it down, but the loss is there. And this is an example, a biopsy from Chris Hadfield. For those who know Chris Hadfield, he's one of those who stayed longer in space. He's a Canadian astronaut. Long time ago, he spent, I think, more than a year or something. I really don't remember exactly. But that's the biopsy before he left of his muscle is here, healthy muscle. Over there, you can see really deteriorated muscle mass. However, when these astronauts return to Earth, what happened? They recover their muscle mass, while cachectic patients, they don't. Now, and also, I did not tell you something. During aging, we develop, many of us, 70% of us here in this room, after age 70-ish, we may develop sort of muscle loss. And that's sarcopenia. It's slow coming. It can take many, many years to really hit its maximum, and some elderly die by that. So here in space, what happens when you have muscle loss? Our satellite cells, they stop somehow. We think they probably don't regenerate. But in my opinion, the hypothesis that we want to test with Rayana is that these satellite cells, lack of gravity, regenerate them and reactivate them in a way when they come back to Earth, they are reactivated, and massive reactivation and muscle regeneration in astronauts, and within a few weeks of their return, they recover. So the question, what if we harness and understand those mechanisms, which, to my surprise, that question was not asked this way. Can we understand what happened in lack of gravity to our satellite cells, where they reactivation and waiting, and then activated for regeneration immediately upon return? If we understand those mechanisms, we can maybe activate them in cachectic patient or sarcopenic patient. That's one of the experiments that we are designing with Rayana, and I'm hoping that we will find ways to send back to space some of these satellite cells that we know how to produce either from patient cells or from mice, and ask that question. The second one, which I did not talk about it, Rayana is also asking the question about brain health and brain aging. You heard some of the talks earlier mentioning that, and you will hear another talk later focusing specifically on that. What happened to our brain when cognitive decline happening, which is a known fact for astronauts, is it connected with, and we know, I mean, in space accelerate aging, what that means. Senescence is one of the phenotype related to aging. Is senescence induced in space? That question is being addressed as we speak, and other questions. So that's my dream, and this is I always share when lately I talk about these projects, is that Rayana go back to space herself, do the experiment in the ISS, and come back and use those experiments to defend her PhD. And I was told by my many colleagues she will be the first scientist who does this ever. But I add in that, jokingly, what if she defends her PhD in the space station? Think about the lineup of the PhD committee, and it will be anyway. So that's my dream. Now, of course, like you heard earlier, we cannot do this alone. We engaged in several partnerships. One of them, obviously, SSA. Rayana is still astronaut at SSA, and we are working closely with SSA to develop these programs. And as I mentioned, after my visit to NASA Ames, now we are signing a strong agreement with NASA Ames to develop biogravity as well as we are working with a company, an AI company, the first AI company that used space data to identify driver of diseases, deep space biology. It's a company in Napa Valley. And with all these partners, we also, and I heard this earlier, aiming at KAUST to build programs to train scientists to become astronauts. And one of the reasons, and I'm new to this field, so just less than a year, I was told that one of the things that biological experiments that flew to space the last 25 years to the ISS, many of them fail. And the reason for their failure is the astronauts who perform them are not scientists. They are military, they are good as military, but they are not good in troubleshooting in space. And in fact, Rihanna, which was pleasing to my ears when I heard it from many testimony, I heard Rihanna had really one of the highest success rate as an experimentalist in space. More than 90% of all the experiments Rihanna did were successful, which is very rare. Out of the 688 astronauts that flew to space, really it was so that's why I want to have back to space. And really I'm dreaming of that, so with all these partners. So with these partners, we would love to initiate KAUST at least, be part of the program to train the future scientists to become astronauts, and even probably why not establish a master and PhD around that topic and grant degrees around there. That will help us build the workforce of the future for space industry and space biotechnology and etc. So with that, this is my lab at KAUST that started 3 years ago, and really that's anyhow, I'm having fun with my lab, having fun running the Center of Excellence for Smart Earth. I didn't talk about it today, and thank you for your attention. I think no questions. I will be happy to answer questions later if any.
We now explore how stem cell technologies can model the effects of different environments on human biology. Please welcome Professor Haruhisa Inu from Kyoto University.
Hi everyone, my name is Haruhisa Inoue. I am from Kyoto University, Japan. First of all, I'd like to thank organizers and Professor Ahmed for giving me this great opportunity. Thank you very much. And it is my honor to present our work and introduce our institute. Our institute is SIDA, established in April 2010. 600 people working. Our mission is medical application of iPS cells. So Professor Shinya Yamanaka and colleagues discovered iPS cells. Original breakthrough using mouse fibroblasts was described in 2006, human 2007. So by using iPS cells, we can generate theoretically every type of cell in our body. Also, iPS cell can increase infinitely. Also, we can generate iPS cell from any person. Based on these characteristic features, there are two types of application of iPS cells: cell therapy, so regenerative medicine, and cellular twin, cellular model of disease. So relating to regenerative medicine, cell therapy, so our institute connecting foundation, cellular foundation provide iPS cells for cell transplantation for these diseases, for these types of cells. For example, this year, Professor Jun Takahashi, director of our institute, showed that dopamine neurons from iPS cells transplantation is effective and safety for Parkinson's disease patient. So his team now applied conditional early approval. So our team is using iPS cells for cellular twin. By using this cellular model, we are analyzing ALS. ALS is one motor neuron disease. So a progressive neurodegenerative disease with 100% fatality ratio. Starting age is around 60 years old. Patients show muscular weakness, atrophy, respiratory failure, usually within 3 to 5 years from the onset, he or she died. Genetically, 90% sporadic and 10% are familial. So 200 years ago, Dr. Jean-Martin Charcot identified this disease. But still, we don't have no radical cure. So by using iPS cell, we tackle this disease. So first, more than 10 years ago, we generated iPS cells from patients and healthy control and generate motor neurons. At the time, we can only small amount of motor neurons we can generate it, and we found health patient motor neurons showed shorter neurites. Neurites is like a foot process was shorter compared to healthy control. So this figure was presented by Professor Shinya Yamanaka, his 2012 Nobel lecture in physiology medicine, A Winding Road to Pluripotency. After that, we developed a large-scale production method and live imaging procedure, and we found, compared to healthy ALS motor neurons, were vulnerable to die. So within 2 weeks, by using these model, we screened compound drug candidates. So in other words, this model can be a cellular twin, a part of a patient, a part of a person. This is a result of compound screen. We identified 27 hit compounds. Among them, half of them were a SRC-able pathway, protein pathway inhibitors, SRC-able protein pathway inhibitors. Among them, one of the drug, BOU boscinib, was presented. Dose dependency also, boscinib treatment reduced abnormal protein amount. So we try to develop boscinib for ALS patient drug. So MOA, mechanism of action, mode of action, we found in ALS, SRC-able pathway was activated, phosphorylated increased, and autophagy impaired, ATP reduced, and patient neurons show accumulation, misfolded protein, and motor neuron death. So, but boscinib treatment inhibit these phenotypes. So based on this, we developed boscinib. So as you know, boscinib is a drug for chronic myeloid leukemia, already used in clinics. This is a result. We conducted a phase 1 trial from 2011 to 2022. So 9 patients participated, and we found 5 out of 9 patients responded very well to boscinib. So motor neuron decline was stopped and showed this result. So we thought this disease, patients show gradual decline of motor function. But if we can stop this decline, patient no need to die. So this point is very important. So we try to whether this result can be reproduced a more number of patients for longer period. So we tested from 2012, from 2022 to 2024. We conducted phase 2 trial. So 13 out of 26 patients show similar response. So we concluded maybe Boshin can be a candidate drug to stop ALS. So by using this system, we apply this system not only ALS but also other neurodegenerative disease. In this case, Alzheimer's disease. So Alzheimer's disease is we found Alzheimer's disease, one word, but Alzheimer's disease contains multiple types of patients. So one of the types of patients who presented amyloid beta toxic protein intracellularly. So these patient neurons show stress response. So in other words, these neurons are very, very vulnerable, but the neurons can be protected by DHA omega-3 treatment. So, but we want to say that Alzheimer's disease is not homogeneous, very, very heterogeneous. Also, we found familiar Alzheimer's disease patients with presenilin-1 mutation were very well responded to bromocriptine, a kind of drug treatment to reduce amyloid beta. So now, so from 2021, we conducted phase 1/2 trial, and now we are conducting phase 3 trial to finish clinical trial. So also, we generated iPS cells from patient and neurons from patient cohort scale, and we conducted genome-wide association study as a trait by using amyloid beta level or tau level or neuronal death ratio, and we found polygenes can be contributes to amyloid beta accumulation. In other words, we can predict Alzheimer's disease amyloid beta accumulation by checking each patient genomics, each patient neurons, each patient genes. We can predict amyloid beta accumulation, we concluded. So we established, we found iPS model can be a cellular twin for our basic study. So by using this model, so by using this technology, we generate from patient multiple types of cell, including neurons, glial cells, and other types of cell, also vascular structure and in a dish. So by using this model, we test radiation effect, also microgravity test. And now we are analyzing the data. So finally, so hopefully we compare to the data with space situation, space human data or space stem cell data, stem cell model data. So if we can compare this data, finally we can use these data for drugs discovery or for healthy condition keep treatment. So this is our plan, our hope for using iPS model for space for human health research. Thank you very much for your attention.
Our next speaker takes us on a fascinating journey into how aging unfolds in space. Please welcome Dr. Ghada Saleh from Oxford University for her talk on aging beyond Earth.
First of all, thank you very much for this inviting, and I'm very delighted to be here today. I know it was a very, very long day and you are all tired, but I promise you will love the talk because I'll talk about something that happened to all of us. And the other way that I'm trying to talk about it, that many people talk how we could go into space, what we need to do there. My main focus, how I can use this to help people on Earth. And you all know one of the major things that we really suffer is the age-related disease. So thank you for giving me this opportunity to be here today. I think if I manage, yeah. So we know that the life expectation of a human being have been increased. So 100 years ago, we expected that a human being will only live around 30 years old. Now this have been totally changed. And if you can look at this card, definitely there is no country where people live only 30. The minimum we can live is 50 to 55. And most of the country going over 60 to 80. We would expect this to be even increased in the coming years. Of course, this is something very important, and we have to celebrate and not look at it as a negative point where people say we have more elderly people, this will come with a lot of a problem. This is not the case. The problem, not that we increase lifespan, the problem, how we manage with all this disease that's coming with us. And you all know, we have many disease, frailty that we talk about it, and hear a little bit about it, cancer, neurodegenerative disease, muscles problem, and these big problem that the elderly people, they never have one of these diseases. Most of the time you might have 2 to 3, or even several comorbidity together. So over 80, some of them have even 8 diseases together. And the problem with polypharmacy that we have never, when we do any clinical trial, and you know as a doctor, we always exclude elderly, and we also exclude any other disease. So what we will know about how this polypharmacy work together, whether this increase aging or not. And this, of course, will lead to the huge cost of dealing with age-related disease. And of course, scientists were looking and trying to understand the process of aging, that we can't consider it as a disease. And we know now there are several age mark, or 13 hallmark of aging, and I can't actually explain all of them. I just wanted you to look at them in a different way. If we just summarize them, so the 3 big first in blue up there, it's most likely related to the gene and how the gene is stable and what happened to the damage. I just want you to keep in mind that the background genetic is not what is the most important or what the things will tell us when we're gonna, or how much we're gonna live, or the disease. Because we know sanitarian actually live in, as you know, in Japan. We have others who live in Costa Rica and Italy, and this is European, so Asia, European, and also Costa Rica, which is totally American. So these are not the same background, but we know that the gene are changed, and most likely the other effect coming from the process that coming down, one of them called autophagy, that I work more on it. I can't explain more, but it is very important process in our cells, that the cells will clean and recycle. And now we know that the most effective things to make autophagy increase, because it's decreased with age, is fasting. And all this calorie restriction and fasting is actually related to that. The other one, of course, the nutrition. So we can see actually nutrition, autophagy, even the protein, all lead, of course, to the mitochondria, which is the power of our cells. And that again leads to another process called cellular senescence. And the cellular senescence is a very important process. It's happened to our cells when we have like a cancer, so they are anti-cancer therapy. They also very important into development, or when we have any wound. The problem when we age, that these cells are accumulate so much and we can't remove them. This is why we're gonna hear a lot about people talk about senolytic or get rid of cellular senescence. Though we have to look at it as very important, how we just control it is important. So this process, autophagy, nutrition, mitochondria, and cellular senescence can be controlled by your lifestyle. So we definitely don't need that much drug. However, people have to know how to deal with their lifestyle and how to deal with that. Of course, this process will lead to the function of different cells, the stem cells, or even the communication between the cells, the inflammation that you can see here. We don't know which one of them starts, but it's a very complicated process, and once it starts, it leads to others. So if you have a problem with mitochondria, if you have a problem with autophagy, for example, which is very important to have a mitochondria healthy in your cells, this will lead to a lot of rocks and a lot of oxidation that lead to the DNA damage. The DNA damage will lead to the cellular senescence and again to other things. So it's very complicated, it's very related. But we would actually try to understand this mechanistic. And as I mentioned, now we know more about aging, and I hope you agree with me, we should understand more to keep ourselves healthy. How are we gonna study that? So some people do experiment on themselves, don't do that. This is what I used to say, unless you have $2 million. But honestly, after reading a lot about his research, his name is Brian Johnson, he tried actually to reverse aging, and those who are working in age sector or health sector, they know what he's doing. And now I changed my mind because I think what he is really doing, he's doing the three things we always say. If you want to be healthy, there are three important things. What you eat, and you can see he's controlling what he eats, the exercise, and he's doing excessive exercise, and the sleep. And these three things, honestly, you don't need money. Just need to know how you adapt this to your body and to your life. And we can't say which number, which hour. The doctor don't sleep in the night, so we have to find another system for them because they need to sleep in the day. So there is no one way to follow, but these three things needed to be involved in our life. Other people give money to others to do research, which is really good. As you can see in this photo for Jeff Bezos, who actually fund the Altus Lab. Calico also have been funded by Google research, and hopefully we will get a lot of data that help us for living healthier. There is different technology, of course, and you know robots is now very important and involved in several healthcare that help people for exercise and also mental health. No one can actually now living without any, machine learning, and we know that's increased so much the clinical trial, the drug discovery, not only for aging, for many diseases. And finally, the space. So why the space? If we look at it, and this is why was actually my first question or kind of curiosity, because I was also interested with astronauts. And when you look at the astronaut, we know that they suffer from muscle atrophy. They have a problem with their bone. They have a problem with their immune system. And when I hear that, I said, okay, wait a minute, this is exactly what happened to people when they aged. Is it the same age process? Do we accelerate aging? And it's actually the opposite of what people think when we're gonna go to space, we will be younger. We might be younger chronologically, in time, but definitely we might be accelerating aging, and biologically we'll be even elderly. So before send anyone to Mars, we have to stop this or understand it. And at the same time, that help us, people who are having a lot of age-related disease, to improve that. So as you know, the astronauts have a lot of in different environments, including microgravity, the radiation, but also their biological clock is totally destroyed in a way. They have 15 days and nights in one day. So how you imagine how this clock would be working is very difficult. And the radiation, we know it's always damaged the DNA. This is what we hear a little bit about telomere shortening and this capacity. We have also to keep in mind that most of the time, or the majority of astronauts we sent, they were young. Now we start to send elderly, slowly, because actually we live longer, and these people are also healthier. So we are sending the best, healthier people to space. So can you imagine if we want to send another people? It's another totally problem. And so this is why I thought, why we don't use this for understanding the problem of aging in Earth. And I try actually to talk to people with NASA and also other people in the space sector, and we come with this idea. Of course, I just want to give this example that have been just showing before. Sunita, another astronaut who went normally for only supposed to be 2 weeks, but they stayed there for 9 months. And you can see actually how this stress might come in there, further, and whether it's really the same aging biological pathway or totally different, we don't know, and this is what I would like to study. So with collaboration with Metaspace, and I'm really grateful to hear Mr. Ihab Samanoudi, who was from Saudi Arabia. He is from Saudi Arabia, and he was one in the investor of this big project. So this lab, which is the first innovation lab in UK, we have one actually before in Coast, and the idea that we do everything remotely. So what you can see here, this is my office, and actually I don't need astronauts, we don't need anybody from there. I can control a small box in the International Space Station and do whatever I want. And then you can see that's really reduced a lot of time because you don't need to teach the astronaut. So actually, Imad, where are you? You don't need to send Rihanna. Okay, you can send her to Oxford. She can do all the experiments she wants, yeah? She can do it in Oxford and Kells at the same time, like related to the International Space Station. She can hear the astronauts, she can talk to them. Well, this is the kidding, you can't talk to an astronaut directly, but mainly we have really a very specific connection to the International Space Station. And that's the idea of the project that we are doing. Definitely we can send different kind of experiment because it's all depend what you want to put into this box and whether you want it bigger, smaller, what the question you want to do. I'm a biologist, I'm a pharmacist, so I'm working more in biology. And I will let you know a little bit about it, but I just want to mention what the former chef of NASA said about this project. So I have this movie. Can you hear it? Not sure we can hear, actually. So no sound.
He would call Scotty. With this phone right now, I can do exactly that. I can call an astronaut on the International Space Station and talk to them and implement some really neat experiments and activities that will lead, I think, to enhancing our quality of life as we age. So in my lifetime, that was total science fiction, and it's now a reality.
Okay, you didn't hear the first part. He was talking about, our movie was in his, lifetime where this was an imagination, but now we definitely can do that. And the idea, it's, as I mentioned, we sent the first mission with organoid, and I'm going to talk to you a little about it more. But the question here, what is the aging pathway that we have in this space? Is it exactly the same that we have in Earth? Can we discover this? Can we use this to develop more drug to accelerate the work that we need in Earth? If you want to study aging, you need at least 20, 40 years. And if we do a very nice longevity, it's from 10 to 20 to 80 years old. So that's a huge period of time collecting sample. So can you imagine that you can actually reduce this in 2 weeks' time or 1 month? That would be crazy. So hopefully that's the data that I could explain or present it more in our next time or next, of course, Congress, because for the moment we are just analyzing the data. And the first question was what we're going to send to space. And of course, the other things that we sent astronauts, you're going to send 1, 2, 3. It never be enough to have a true statistical data or, distinguish between male, female, how much you can take sample from them, and some of the sample you can't do it. So you can't take biopsy of heart or biopsy of synovial tissue, which I'm working on as a main disease on osteoarthritis. So we work in the development of the organoids, and the organoid is actually small, it's mimic the tissue. So I'm going to just give you an example. I'm working in osteoarthritis, and the problem is coming in cartilage and also a small tissue which is in red. Here we call synovial tissue. And normally, if you take one cells or cell line, they never reflect our body. So the data will never give you the true story that you want to work on. So we were working away. Sorry. If you take this part of synovial tissue, so there are different color of cells. So the one which is in green is kind of fibroblast, but we call it lining fibroblast. The one in which we call CD19, I think is turquoise like this. They are not fibroblasts, but they are not the same. And they are actually, we call them in the periphery, not in the periphery, they are inside the tissue, and we call them sublining fibroblasts. These are fibroblasts, they're totally different. So you can't send one of them. You really need all the cells. The one in red, they are the endothelial cells or the blood vessels. The same for our immune cells. So you can't actually send one cells and have the right example or the right data. So we're working to get an organoid that could reflect the tissue. And you can maybe appreciate here how you could see this different cell type. And specifically, we managed to have this blood vessels inside the tissue. When we have this, we said, okay, we are ready. We can actually do many of these and send it to space, and this will help us to answer a better our question. Okay. This is just another image in 3D where we're also working to increase the capacity of imaging the cells, and this is something we can work with others to make it smaller, that can be even sent to space, and then we can look at them directly from there. What I want to really to appreciate is what you see there in green or CD39. This is really the blood vessels, and this is a totally different matrix, but when you look at it, it's really similar to our body. So we were confident to send these. We were also working in different markers where when you have this organoid, can we cut them? Can we use them for a different kind of technology, because we want to use them in different assays. Then we sent the sample, and the experiment was we actually make these organoids. We sent them to the International Space Station for 1 month time. They came back, and now we are doing the analysis. These are the two students, like Vincent and Declan. Declan, the one in the left, he was a PhD student. He just started his PhD, so it was very exciting to fly to NASA in 1 week time. And Vincent is a postdoc. They did all the experiments in the laboratory at NASA because we didn't want to lose time in Oxford. So we did it there, and we managed, as I mentioned, to make more than 16 samples, 120 actually, 16 to space and 16 into Earth. This is how it's look, the small box. You can make it bigger, you can make it smaller. The first experiment we sent it, we just have actually a temperature, because it's very important to follow the temperature of the cells, and also a camera. So we're able to see this data every second, 24 hours, 7 days. Now we deployed another box where we are able actually to change the media while the sample in the space. We can froze them there, and you can even add a drug. So that's the idea of the next experiment, that actually we want to do it with Axiom and UK Space Agency, but there was a little bit of change in last minute. But anyway, we are working in this to make it more, relevant to people who are working in biology. What else we want to say? Yeah, this is the day. This is the day because Declan and Vincent were invited to see the lunch. We were in the laboratory at 2 o'clock in the morning in Oxford, so we were all excited. And the other day, you would see the docking and the sample. And here, I just want to show you that the astronaut, any astronaut in the space, can take it, put it in this platform. 1 minute, 2 minutes, it's done. And they said, okay, mission is concluded. So they don't need to be biologists or whatever. This is a few photo when it stands still and when they were flying. We're very excited about, and this is the camera that we can actually follow the organoids. So these are organoids we're flying in the International Space Station. This is some of the software where we can control the temperature and change it if needed. And they came back. So we were very excited. We have no idea whether they will actually support this new flight, at least, all the pressure. And definitely we have our extraterrestrial organoid, and we are trying now to analyze them. So as I mentioned, next time, definitely we hope to share the result with you. Thank you for listening. I will go quickly with what we are doing in the lab. As I mentioned, we are focusing in the end damage, mitochondria, autophagy, and cellular senescence. We work excessively in musculoskeletal system. This is actually one of my students, Maria, who is trying to work on autophagy in osteoarthritis using animal model. Vincent, you see him before going to space, but he was also trying to understand the cellular senescence and how this might be different from age-related disease to inflammatory disease. We work a lot in immune cells, specifically in aging, and we do few clinical trials. So this is Laureen, who actually identified for the first time the mechanistic in which rapamycin can actually control and actually protect our DN from the damage, and we think it's something we can even give it to astronauts at some point. We work also with the spermidine that induce autophagy. Ace just started his PhD, and he's most in machine learning, where he want to really develop a lot of a drug that can target autophagy. These are the team who were involved in the Aging Beyond Earth, and actually, this is my last PhD student. Johnny, he's gonna most likely work in improving the drug delivery into cartilage and joint in general. These are my team, and thank you so much for the invitation. Yeah, I'm happy to have any questions later.
Next, we explore how satellite radar imaging supports earth and water sciences. Please welcome Professor Paul Sequeira from the University of Massachusetts.
Well, thanks everybody for sticking around. Let's see if my presentation shows up. I'm here. I wonder if we have a problem. I can do this impromptu. The music is so loud up here. I could tell jokes. This is what I do in class when I have trouble. Yeah, dance. I think there's a problem. Oh, maybe just press the clicker? I'm sorry. Still loading. Okay. Tough crowd. I have some jokes. I'll tell a joke. There's this guy who goes into a library and he says, do you have any hamburgers? And the lady behind the desk says, I'm sorry, sir, this is a library. And he says, oh, I'm so sorry. Do you have any hamburgers? Okay, that's about as good as it gets from me. It's a good one. Oh, brother. Aha. Thank you. It's been very nice entertaining you. I hope you guys have a great rest of the day. I'm here for the rest of the week now. Okay, thanks. Anyways, let me share with you my presentation, and thank you for your patience. We've talked a lot about building an ecosystem in Saudi Arabia for studying space science. I'm going to actually talk about actual ecosystems and sort of how that can apply for some of the efforts that are happening here. One of the things that I would like to stop at this particular part of my presentation to reflect upon, though, is some of the advantages for building a space-oriented business. It engenders engineering principles, right? There's limited, size, weight, and power. You have a mission to accomplish, and it requires a level of rigor that cannot be easily overlooked. And so it's an excellent vehicle for developing technology within a country and helps things grow over the long run. So one of the biggest questions that I've been asked since I've been in Riyadh this time is, had I been here before? And as a matter of fact, I have. Over 30 years ago, Riyadh has certainly changed a lot. And the reason I was here before is it turns out my father used to work less than half a kilometer from where we're standing right now. He used to work at King Faisal Specialist Research Hospital and Center. And so it's even predates the university right here. And it's a very nice thing to be able to be here and to even stop by and visit the hospital and some of the places where he used to work. And one thing that I reflect upon, though, with regard to the purpose of this conference is, back then, I would say he was a neurosurgeon at the department, at the hospital there. And I would say the neurosurgery was a growing discipline within Saudi Arabia. The hospital right across the road is a trendsetter for the entire Middle East. It's a leader in microsurgery and neurosurgery, and it's grown great amounts since the time that my father was here. I think you are on the verge of something similar in the area of space science. So one thing I would like to say is I teach electrical and computer engineering at the University of Massachusetts in Amherst. I'm co-director of the microwave remote sensing laboratory there. We have a 40-year history of designing, building, and using microwave systems for studying the environment around us. We're actually a group of 3 professors, myself, Professor Frazier. We also have Mario Parente. He studies hyperspectral remote sensing, and we have a full-time lab technician in the laboratory. So one of the things that we're known for at the university is doing this whole process of conceptualizing a device, testing the device in the lab, building it in the lab, putting it onto a platform, flying it on the platform or what have you, and going through multiple rounds of iteration to better develop the device. And one of the things that we do, it provides a unique experience in terms of what the design process is like. And many of our students end up being well sought after in the industry. One of our former students is actually Karen St. Germain. She is now the director of NASA Earth Sciences in the United States. And I like to bring that up as an example here because all the people that you see on this particular image are engineers of one sort or another, but we delve in areas of discipline that have to do with what are the applications of these engineering principles. And it's all been engendered through the need to push technology into the world of users and showing people how to use that technology, and space science is an excellent one for doing that. So you've heard a lot about NISAR throughout the day. Different speakers have addressed those things. Mark talked about it, Professor Alachi talked about it. So I'm actually the NISAR ecosystems lead, and we're also joined by a host of other folks within the United States and worldwide that are studying how to use NISAR for better learning about the environment around us. So one of the things that you can use NISAR for is studying science. I am the lead of ecosystem science for NISAR. We use NISAR for estimating the world's biomass, looking at disturbance in forests, looking at wetlands and inundation, and studying agriculture, or you might call it like a managed ecosystem. It can also be used for studying ground subsidence, looking at disasters like fire risk, monitoring landslides, and doing disaster management. So one of the things about having a satellite in space is, especially a microwave satellite, is it works through multiple different types of weather conditions, and if it's an active sensor, it can generate its own energy, and so it can work in daytime or nighttime and provide new ways of studying the environment around us. So one of the things that I like to talk to audiences is, what is different about synthetic aperture radar as opposed to like a passive optical system. And so synthetic aperture radar utilizes microwaves, bounces signals off the surface of the Earth, and measures the amount of energy that comes back. What regulates that amount of energy that comes back? It has to do with the number of density of scatterers that are inside the illuminated swath of the instrument. It has to do with the size of scatterers relative to the wavelength. Things that are very small scatter less energy compared to things that are large. It also has to do with the dielectric contrast. If something is the same dielectric as the surrounding medium or air around it, then that will not reflect as much energy as something that has a strong dielectric contrast. One thing notable about dielectrics is water at these frequencies has a relative dielectric of about 80 as opposed to 1. And so that can, if the presence of water is often a strong regulator of the amount of energy that comes back to a synthetic aperture radar. And then the size and orientation of objects affects what a radar sees as well. So I have some pretty pictures to show that NISAR has collected in its very first days of operations. It is still collecting data today and will be collecting data for a long time to come, I expect. Right now, they are learning on how to better process the data for NISAR, but these are some of the early images, and frankly, I find these quite spectacular, especially when you compare them to what you might be able to see optically otherwise. So this is a region in eastern part of Brazil. It's at a dammed region called the Bariri Reservoir, part of the Tietê River in the area. It's a strong agricultural region. You can tell that by the optical image that you see there on the left. But one thing you might notice when you look at optical images like this is, things that are green often means that there's some kind of vegetation there, although indeed you can see green inside the water along the reservoir on the lower right-hand corner. And images like this can be hard to interpret and also don't really show you structural features that you might be interested in characterizing the environment in this particular area. One thing that also is not shown in this particular image is the presence of clouds. And often when you're in a tropical region, in a place like Brazil, clouds can be present, most of the time throughout the year, especially at the noontime period when optical satellites like to take most of their imagery. So one of the great advantages of working with synthetic aperture radar, it generates its own signal. It's uniquely sensitive to things like structure and the presence of water, and you get a compelling image like the one you see on the right, where the river is very easy to identify. Places that are not growing vegetation at the moment look like barren fields. They appear fairly dark, and places where there's large stature crops or forests show up as bright areas in the image on the right. Here's another image. These are all just sort of false color images, which are meant to highlight some of the features that NISAR is able to observe and indicate things that are happening in the environment around them. This is an agricultural region in North Dakota. The size of the images that NISAR is going to be regularly collecting are quite large, 240-kilometer swath. In this case, it's about 1/4 or 1/6 the size of the state of North Dakota where this image is taken. And so this is a zoom in of an agricultural region in North Dakota. You can see riparian areas that surround the river. Riparian areas just mean that there are trees lining the rivers and are benefiting from the rich water resources that are nearby. You can also see here the unique crop circles that have to do with artificial irrigation, something that's very common in the kingdom here. And so you can also, if you look closely at some of those center pivot irrigation areas, you can see some areas that are brighter than others in the center pivot irrigation, and those mean that they are being actively watered at the time that this image was taken. So bright areas show up, are the places that are actively being watered, and the slightly darker areas are the ones that have been watered recently but are currently growing crops. And of course, very dark areas have to do with fallow fields and low stature crops, things like soybean and alfalfa. So those are static images that you can collect from synthetic aperture radar. But one of the nice things about a radar is that it can dependably collect observations at all times of the day and throughout the year. So NISAR has a repeat visit of 12 days, and so it also collects data on ascending and descending orbits. So we like to say it collects data 2 times every 12 days. Well, that's a fairly intensive observing period, and so if you're observing something, roughly speaking, every 6 days, because it's not necessarily divide 12 by 2 and you come up with the right number, it really has to do with the orbital geometry of the satellite. But you can imagine, you can watch how things change throughout the year, and if it's something like an agricultural crop or something that has a strong hydrologic cycle, it can be observable through the radar system. These particular images were collected by another satellite. This is the Sentinel-1 run by the European Space Agency, and this is looking at what are the time series signatures that you can get from synthetic aperture radar and see the kind of information you can glean from observations such as this. And on the far right side, you see 2 images that were taken at different times of the year, and there's many, more than 30 that are collected by this satellite throughout the year. But one thing you might notice is that features are changing there in those false color images. If you code those features that are changing into distribution characteristics of like the median of the power that comes back as well as what the distribution is, if you color code them with red, green, and blue, just makes a beautiful looking image that looks like, oh yeah, there's a lot of information to be had there. You can see things like national wildlife reserves where there's wetlands areas. There's sugarcane crops there just below Lake Okeechobee and the center area of Florida there, and you can see sugarcane crops that are being grown. And so there's a lot of information to be had there, not just by looking at a particular golden date when your satellite becomes available and there's no cloud cover, but by looking at the time behavior of regions throughout the year gives you information all by itself. Oops, and this was meant to be a little bit more illustrated than I'm showing here. Oh yeah, there you go. So I have a few more slides just to talk about, ecosystems. So often when we think about ecosystems, we think about hydrology and water and plants and then the animals that benefit from those things. But even sort of the lack of water also is a type of an ecosystem. And these areas, both water-rich and water-poor, are changing under a changing climate. And so by having an unbiased view of what these different ecosystems look like, not just today, but tomorrow, next month, next year, and then upcoming decades, will help us better understand how these things are evolving with respect to a changing climate. And synthetic aperture radar provides a unique method for observing those things because of its unique sensitivity to things like structure and the presence of water in the environment. So if we talk about what is ecosystems, this is just a very simple definition of it. I'm an engineer by training, but so when I think of ecosystems, I think about vegetation marked by forest, agriculture, things where forests are growing or places that are water poor that are turning into deserts as time is changing. Ecosystems support biodiversities, and so having forests are a biomarker for different kinds of animal habitats. It's useful to characterize them over large scales and over time. And then there's the services that ecosystems provide us, like oxygen, water purification, fire control, and other societal resources. They're also a marker of change in our environment. If they are changing, then that means that they're under stress from population or environmental changes that might be going on. So they are primarily driven by the water cycle, which is uniquely observable in a sense from microwave sensors like synthetic aperture radar. They have structural components that span the range from centimeters to meters, and they're global in extent, so they're certainly worth observing over large areas. And also they have different structural characteristics, both vertically and horizontal, which reflect the complexity of different living organisms. So this is a nice SAR image of the Amazon rainforest. I like it because it shows all different kinds of features, kind of what I'm talking about right here. Places where there's large-scale forests happening on a continental scale. It looks like the medium gray that you see right there. Where there's open water, it appears dark because most of the energy hits the surface of the water and reflects off into the distance, so it's very low amount of power that comes back. There's disturbance areas in the lower right, places where they're converting the forest into farmlands or where they're often marked by locations of roadways going through the Amazon. You can see that over here on the right side of this part of Brazil. And what's quite remarkable about an image like this is you can see areas that are flooding very clearly. And this has to do with water, standing water, being beneath the canopy of the tree. So what happens is that the energy from the radar penetrates through the canopy, hits that flat water surfaces, bounces into the tree trunk, and comes back like a bright signal, like a flashlight that's turning straight into the radar system. And so you can actually see where there's water happening beneath the trees. And so if you're talking about characterizing different sources of greenhouse gases, anytime you have standing water that causes anoxic respiration for biological materials, then that can create methane. And so this is a way for estimating the amount of methane that's being generated in the Amazon rainforest just from the sort of annual flooding cycle that happens there. So, the kind of things that we see, more scatters means there's more power, lower scatters means there's less power, so you can use this as a marker for biomass in the region. And you can also do things like I just talked about, looking at flooding that happens in the Amazon. It turns out the Amazon floods has an annual flood stage of about 12 meters. And so this is like a month-by-month observation. This was done using a Japanese sensor. Oops, looks like it died there. But what happens is you can actually watch the flood pulse go through the river system and understand what the timing is of the flood pulse and what its spatial extent is. I seem to have lost. I'm going to have to start telling more bad jokes here. Oh, there we go. Let's see. Where was I? We're crashing and burning. Which you don't want to talk about when you're working with satellites or rocket systems. I don't know about you, but my computer reboots all the time. I'm just wondering if that's what's happening here. Okay, here we go. Oh yes, there's this. And just a few other things to talk about. So mangroves are an interesting ecological target. I actually know that within the kingdom they're interested in characterizing mangroves, both within the shores of the kingdom, but also globally. And so it turns out that they are, first of all, they're an interesting component of an environmental system because they serve as an interface between the land, freshwater resources, and the saline-heavy environment of the sea and the ocean. They have a lot of biodiversity and nutrients, given the number of animals that live in that amongst those ecosystems. And they're also one of the highest sources of biomass from vegetation. And biomass is an important marker of where carbon resources are being stored in our terrestrial environment. So this is actually, these are images. This is a synthetic aperture radar image of northern part of Brazil, where there's a lot of, this is actually almost entirely mangrove areas. And this is an equivalent optical image. It's sort of hard to tell what's going on there on the ground. But in this case, these green areas are all mangroves. These dark areas are salt-tolerant grasses. They're basically not growing very much because of the high saline environment that they're living in, but they're low stature and they show up fairly dark there. And interesting here, you can also see currents in the water system that are the inflows and outflows happening in the open water regions of the mangroves. So people do this on a regular basis. There's something called Global Mangrove Watch, where they using synthetic aperture radar for mapping and monitoring the world's mangrove systems. And so I think I've just got a couple more slides here. But so I know a lot of the conferences talked about different types of remote sensing systems. One of the ones I specialize in is synthetic aperture radar, but we regularly work with LiDAR systems as well as hyperspectral to combine information that is uniquely observable by these different systems, and it lets you learn more about the world around you by combining those types of observations. So there's places to learn more about these things. There's some little guides here. You can actually download data today from Alaska Satellite Facility. There are reading resources they can use to learn more about NISAR in particular, as well as SAR in general, just by following those websites. So these are the take-home messages for NISAR. It just launched last July. They're just in the final stages of providing the data freely available to anybody that wants it. They're just working out some final processing issues. It has a lot of data, 240-kilometer swath. And so by having these regular observations, it's going to change the way that we use this kind of remote sensing data for studying ecosystems. It turns out this is a lot of data at that kind of resolution. And actually that presents unique challenges, which is working with these very large data sets. But it's also an opportunity because information like this has not existed prior to now. So thank you very much for your time and best wishes.
Our final session of the day brings us back to Caltech, where Professor Jean-Philippe Avouac will discuss monitoring Earth surface processes and crustal deformation with optical remote sensing.
Very good. First, I'd like to thank the conveners for the invitation to speak in this beautiful conference room. It's very impressive, and I'd like to thank you for staying with me. So I have the challenge to keep you awake for another 20 minutes or so. We'll see how it goes. So I'm going to talk about optical imaging of the Earth's surface. And you will see that it's complementary to what you can do with SAR. We've heard from Charles Elashi and from Mark Simons earlier that SAR is not really a new technology. It's been around for about 40 years. Actually, we can see that the idea of using a camera on board an aircraft is not a really new idea either, right? Soon after photography was invented by Nicephore Niepce, Nadar was a photographer in Paris, took a camera on board a hot air balloon and took stunning pictures of Paris that went, made the news all over the world. And at about the same time, the military took it more seriously, and Emile Oceda developed this camera that you see on the right, which was the first camera that was actually developed for photogrammetry. So it's a special camera with a distortion-free lens. So the geometry of the images is extremely clean, right? And at about the same time, there were advances in math by astronomers and mathematicians like Arago, Legendre, Gauss, who actually developed non-Euclidean geometry and the least square method. So suddenly everything was there to do photogrammetry, and this is what happened. That was really the birth day of photogrammetry. So about a century later, we had the opportunity to put camera on board a satellite. And it's been game-changing for Earth sciences, in particular to study active tectonics. What you can see on this image taken from one of the early satellite system imaging the global Earth. The first was Landsat. This is SPOT. What you can see is that you can, on such images, you can detect very clearly active faults. Here you can see this straight line. This is a fault that is offsetting a system of channels on the riser of a fan here. So you can map active faults, and this is something that my advisor, my PhD advisor realized, Paul Taponnier, and he's been doing systematically this kind of measurement, mapping faults globally. And what was really new is that you could do it at the very large scale. And suddenly you had a global view of how continents are deforming. So here, for example, you have a map of all the active faults, the major active faults, not all of them, the major active faults in the area of the India-Asia collision. And if you can measure the offset of features that you see in the images, you need to go in the field at some point, you date those features, you get the slip rate on the fault, so you can develop model of kinematic deformation of continents. And this has been key to inform us about continental dynamics, but also seismic hazards. Many of those faults are the ones that have produced the most damaging earthquake in that part of the world over the last few 50 years or so. Okay, so what has happened next is that a lot of systems have been launched, and so today they're just plentiful of optical images delivered by operators, which might be international agencies like ESA or national agencies or commercial providers. And with those images, now you can image any point on the ground with a resolution, some metric resolution, 50 centimeters or so, and a repeat time of a day. So now you can really watch how the Earth surface is changing with time. So most of these systems here on the left, so you see that all those lines are indicating those that are active today. Most of the systems are tasked. You need to tell them that you want to image that part of the world. But now you also have, since the CubeSat, to the CubeSat revolution, you have systems that are systematically imaging the whole global Earth daily. And this is something that PlanetScope is doing, where that planet is doing with that PlanetScope constellation. So now you have the possibility to really watch a lot of processes nearly continuously with time. And I'm going to show you what we can do now with this new capability. So for somebody who is interested in active faults on the earthquake, like myself, the first idea that comes to mind is to use repeat imaging to map earthquake ruptures. A word about the traditional way this was done. So it used to be that when there was, and people still do that, when there's a large earthquake, geologists go in the field and they look for ruptures at the surface. So you see here an example of a road that has been offset by the rupture caused by the Landers earthquake in 1992. And using your topographic surveying techniques, they would map the ruptures and measure the offset of those features. It takes a lot of work. You don't always have nice roads to measure, so it's not always possible to get measurements. So you have measurements at a collection of points. It's not a continuous measurement. And it takes a lot of work. Actually, if you have images taken before and after an earthquake, what you can do in principle, you can actually register these images to the ground. Then you can correlate these images, and in principle, you can measure the horizontal displacement field. So this sounds relatively easy, and let me show you an example. And this is an example that shows that it works pretty well. This is an example of measurements of surface deformation, surface displacement, caused by the Balochistan earthquake 7.7 of 2013. So you can clearly see the rupture. It shows that the discontinuity of the displacement field. The color scale is showing the amplitude of the east-west component of displacement, and the arrows are showing the vector displacement, the horizontal component of the displacement field. So with this kind of information, you can actually learn a lot about earthquake physics. And but you can also look at other processes. And one that is of interest to the kingdom here is the possibility of monitoring dune dynamics, dune migration. This is a topic of academic interest because aeolian processes are major agents of landscape evolution on Earth, but also on other planets. I will show a few examples in a few minutes on Mars. But also, it is a threat to infrastructure. Airport like the Sheba Airport here in the empty quarter, you can tell that this kind of airport have a life expectancy that is limited. As these dunes are going to move, they will have to shut. They're fighting by removing the sand with tracks, but that's a lot of work. If you could know ahead of time how fast these dunes are moving, you could actually design infrastructure to actually deal with this problem. Here's a pipeline that has been actually exhumed by the migration of dune. So there's a practical interest and there's an academic interest to studying dune dynamics. Okay, it looks like we're stuck with the dunes. Let's see if I can go back. No, I cannot. It doesn't move. I'm sorry, I'm not very good with jokes, so don't expect any from me. Okay. Yeah, maybe I could. So on that side, this is a pipeline, right? And this pipeline was buried originally, and you see that due to the aeolian activity, the sand has been removed, and now it is at the risk of being ruptured because it is hanging in the air. There is no more ground support for that pipeline, right? These are bulldozers removing the sand at Sheba, and this is a picture that Charles took from me. To my knowledge, it's still operating, but Charles might know better. So I talked about these two applications, but there are a lot of other applications of optical imaging. And here I've shown an example of applications that we have explored in my lab when we developed the technique. But you have also application to study the land cover, to study coastal erosion, and other things. So here, this is a study of landslide measured from optical imaging. This is ice flow. I will show an example later on. And this is an application to volcanic system, rifting and lava flows. Okay, so how do we get there? So the principle is easy, but actually it took quite a few graduate students to really develop the full workflow. Let me explain why it's not so trivial. So you need to have a very good geometric model of your image to do that, because you need to be able to project on the ground each pixel in the image with a precision that is sub-pixel. I didn't say, but for most of these applications, we are looking for apparent displacement, which is a fraction of the pixel size, right? So you want to be able to project those pixels with very, very good resolution, very, very good accuracy. So we develop a workflow that accounts for the external orientation of the system, so the position of the satellite at the time of the image acquisition and its orientation. That's going to give you the position of the optical center of the telescope and the orientation of the optical axis. And you need also a good model of the internal orientation of the system, so where the CCDs are placed in the focal plane of the image. And actually, this modeling depends on the imaging system. Most commonly, systems are operating with a push broom method, in which you are acquiring a line in the image and you sweep the ground as the satellite is orbiting the Earth. The problem is that those CCDs might not be perfectly aligned, so there will be distortion because of the placement of those CCDs in the focal plane. And also, the satellite is moving during the image acquisition. So there is a jitter that's going to create distortion of the image. So here you have an example of correlation of an image, of two images over a ground that has not moved at all. So all you see here are artifacts. This is not true displacement. And you can see actually these lines. These are due to the misalignment of the CCDs. You can see some topography. This is due to the fact that because the satellite is moving, suddenly you have stereoscopic effect, and you see the topography in the correlation. And this is actually a profile here where the ground is flat. So all this distortion is due to the misalignment of the CCD arrays. So I don't go into the detail, but we have a workflow that is nearly automated. Not completely. We are working with CAXT at the moment to actually fully automate the workflow. And we are nearly there, so that you can have an auto-calibration of the system. You can optimize the orientation of the satellite. Of course, you have the telemetry on board. You have the information from the start tracking system. You have the information from the initial navigation, but it's not accurate enough for this kind of application. So you need to optimize this information. And then you can actually get a resolution on the correlation of the order of a 20th of the pixel size. Okay, so just I find this example quite interesting to show how complicated it is to do this calibration. Sorry, I've been clicking twice. This is the example of the high-rise system, which has been sent to Mars, which is imaging the surface of the Earth of Mars with a ground resolution of 25 centimeters. And here you have all the CCDs arrays in the focal plane of the system. You can see that it's a complicated system. You have staggering pattern here. So the result is that one line of the image is not acquired at the same time, because this line is offset with respect to this one, and because the satellite is moving, there is distortion created by that. So each array is giving you a stripe, right? And then you have to play the game of stitching all of that together, taking into account the motion of the satellite. So the yaw, the pitch, the roll. And this is actually what we are doing with physical model of the imaging system. So this is an example of a dune system in Nilipatra and Mars, image after stitching all these stripes. And here on the right, you have a correlation of two images of that same dune field. And you can see that we see artifacts. So the stitching was not perfect. We see artifacts that are due to the incorrect correction of the CCD alignment. And you see also the shape of the dunes. So this is the signal we are interested in. So we can tell that the dunes are moving. This is what we wanted to measure, but we have all sorts of artifacts coming on top. So we deal with that with some post-processing technique. I won't go into the technique of it. It's based on independent component analysis. We use the time series of images. We do an independent component analysis. And when you do that, you can extract the signal you are interested in. So the dune motion is captured by this component here. And then you have all these other components which are due to the misalignment of the CCDs and the jitter of the satellite. So you can see the yaw, the roll, and everything is in there. So now you have been able to extract really the offset due to the dune dynamics. And with that, so when you are able to get the offset, the true offset on the ground, you can do you can extract two kinds of information. One will be the topography, and the other would be the ground displacement. So this is explained on this diagram, where we imagine that we have two pairs of images with different view angles acquired at two epochs, T1 and T2. Okay? So imagine that you don't know the topography. What you're going to do, you're going to project your image on the ground on a reference ellipsoid. If you correlate these two images, which were acquired at the same time, the offset between two homologous points, so the same point of the ground, seen on these two images, will correspond actually to the elevation of the ground above the ellipsoid. So you get an information about the topography from that. If you correlate now, for example, image 1 at T1 with image 3 at time T2, then you're going to have an offset going from that point to that point. That offset will be a combination of the displacement of the ground plus the change in topography. So what we do is that we calculate all the offsets. So there are 5 independent offsets, and then you do a least square inversion to determine the topography at the two epochs and the change in the ground position, horizontal and vertical. So this is an example of an image of the Cucapa El Mayor earthquake, which happened in Southern California in 2010. And this is the two images before and after they were precisely registered. And you hardly see where the earthquake happened, actually. It's very hard to tell. And this is, the scale is 1 kilometer here. We do the correlation with the workflow I described. You can get the eastward displacement field, the northward displacement field, on the vertical component of displacement. So you can get very clean measurements, and you can see that the fault rupture at that particular location is quite complicated. I show an application to a recent earthquake, because that one is quite impressive. This is the Mandalay earthquake. You might remember that it made the news when it happened in March earlier this year. So the Mandalay earthquake occurred on the Sagaing Fault in Myanmar, and we correlated sentinel images acquired before and after the earthquake, and here you see beautifully the fault rupture, 510 kilometers long. This is the longest rupture ever documented in a continent. The fact that you have the displacement field away from the fault actually is very precious to us to get an idea of the distribution of slip on the fault at depth, because the gradient of displacement is an information of slip with depth. So we see that it was only a shallow rupture. It ruptured from the surface to a depth of about 12 kilometers, but it extended horizontally over a very long distance, 510 kilometers. And we've been using this information to develop models of that earthquake, but I won't go into the detail of that. Okay. Another application now using planet data, the PlanetScope data. So this system was not designed to get the topography. It was designed to view the Earth at the nadir with CubeSat. So CubeSat are small satellite, the size of a shoebox. And one problem with those systems is that they are not very, very stable. And actually, this is to our advantage, because now the fact that they are unstable, they vibrate a little bit, they have jitter, actually provide different view angles. They were not designed for that. And so we've been using here about 30 images from an area in the Himalaya where we could produce, we could apply the technique that I described, so we could get the topography, but we could get the change in topography as well. And we chose this area because there are glaciers here in those valleys, and one of them produced a sudden surge in 2019. And that surge actually blocked this other valley. A lake was formed because of the blockage by the ice, and actually topped over the ice dam and produce what is called a gulf. This is a source of major damage in mountainous area where you have glaciers. And so it's a major concern because of the impact of climate change on mountain glaciers. So on the right, what you're seeing, no, let me go back and play the animation again. No. I think I need to. Okay, so on the right you have the time evolution of the ice velocity measured with the technique I described. And here this is a line that shows the velocity along the center line of the ice as a function of time. So what you see is that this glacier has been accelerated, has a seasonal pattern of acceleration, and then you see that the acceleration is amplifying with time, and actually you could detect that a surge was going to happen something like 2 years in advance from the gradual increase of amplitude of the seasonal variation. And actually this was the first time this was observed, that actually those surges don't happen suddenly 1 year, but it takes a few years to build up. Yeah, so it can be used. And this was enabled because there are so many images that you can get a very good temporal resolution. This is a map view of migration of ripples on Mars. So we are back to Nili Patera, that field that I've shown earlier. And this is a zoom of the dunes. And you see those ripples, they move a little bit from one image to the other. You can track the migration of those ripples, and that gives you a snapshot of the wind field. So you get meteorological information from those measurements. And if you have a good time series, you can actually measure seasonal variation of the wind velocity. So this data can be used actually to inform climate on Earth, and people doing climate model on Mars, not Earth, on Mars are using this kind of data now to validate and calibrate their models. And this will be my final example. This is, again, with PlanetScope data. You have on the left a time series of images, one image every year, every day. And sometimes you see the image was corrupted. Sometimes you have clouds or a dust storm. And on the right, this is a reconstruction using a technique that was developed by Rasmus Huber, but it's a bit similar to the ICA technique that I described earlier. And if you focus on it's very hard to see much actually on the left, but if you focus on the right, you can see the Barkhans here shedding some sand when the wind is active, so you can see a lot of details about aeolian activity. This is going to be very useful actually to develop a better understanding of aeolian sun motion. Again, for geomorphology, but this has implication for infrastructure. This is near the King Fahd Airport. And this has implication for health as well, because the sun moving like that is actually the main source of dust emission. So the dust that is polluting the air over most of the Middle East is coming from these episodes of sun migration, which is actually kicking the dust in the air. The dust is sticking to the ground otherwise because of electrostatic forces, so it's not easy to lift the dust. It happens when the sun is moving. So that's my last slide. And so I hope I convinced you that thanks to the wealth of optical images now available from various systems, commercial or not, and accurate geometric modeling of the images, we can do interesting science of interest to academia and also to society. Thank you for your attention. Yes? Yes, this is all what I've shown for the Himalaya. It's from a constellation of CubeSat. It's 150 CubeSat that are orbiting the Earth, and that's why you can get, imaging every day. Yeah. Yeah, it's a constellation. You need, yeah. Very good. You're welcome. Thank you.
A big thank you to all of our incredible speakers, our partners, and of course, our audience for your curiosity and engagement throughout the day. Please join us tomorrow as we continue exploring the technologies, science, and imagination that drive our journey beyond Earth. Have a wonderful evening, everyone. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you. Thank you so much. Allah yafik. Alhamdulillah, kayfak?